Yes, yes.
Because of probably what happened in 2007. You remember the late President Mwai Kibaki was sworn in way past,
yes, at the time.
The drafters of the Constitution wanted to avoid such a situation. And so all this has to happen before 2 p.m.
Yes, yes, yes.
But I do understand that there might be some changes here and there about the order of entertainment,
events, yes, and entertainment and time, but should be between before 2 p.m.
Yes,
that's all that we know. So the swearing in, everything. I mean, officially by 2 p.m. It is all declared that it is president-elect, and then he will be the president, Deputy President William Ruto.
And the reason why we have these so much attention focused right now on this is because of the regime change, as I mentioned earlier. 2017, there wasn't really much because the incumbent maintained his seat. The reason why we have a lot of international attention on this is because of the regime change. A lot of people are really hoping to see how this goes. Regionally, we are being watched by very many people, internationally as well. Our guests will be telling us why that is happening. Definitely in about, let me say 2 hours from now, we'll be having our analysts in studio with us. Something interesting is happening in the local media scene. And I want to say the more things change, the more they remain the same.
Yes.
International media, and even right now, the discussion that we're having in closed groups is about the coverage of this particular event.
Yeah.
And we want to assure our viewers that we are going to give them a live-to-live, wall-to-wall
coverage. And I know numerous of us have been asking whether then it will be KBC 100%, but not to worry.
No, we are going to give them a wall-to-wall coverage, live coverage of what is happening. I remember in 2013, there were also some concerns, similar concerns about one contractor being given the feed exclusively and then sharing it with the local media, but that is not cause for concern for our viewers, because we are going to be airing the events from Kasarani live. As you've talked about the order of events there, well, I noticed that 21 gun salute in 2013.
Yes.
Some of us were there.
You were covering?
Yes.
Oh, nice. Interesting.
Yeah, and it was funny when some people were not expecting it.
Right.
And so some
there was some fear and all that. People need to do that. I mean, that's the reason why we're here, to tell you what the events then would be, so that when you get there and the salute is there, then you're not surprised. Then you do not see people start, running away and thinking that, well, there's a problem in here. And the program does not really end there, Munene. After that, and after the session by 2 p.m, you see, then the new deputy president is supposed to invite one of the guests to make a speech that is on behalf of the invited dignitaries, and then invite President Uhuru to make his farewell speech, which is very, very important. Gachagua will then deliver his very own speech as deputy president, and they invite Ruto to, and of course after that, then invite the president-elect to make his inaugural address to the nation. So much, Kenyans are expecting for him to highlight, pretty much of what his government seeks to do. I know he cannot speak of everything today, but key things that we seek to get the way forward on: the cost of living, the question of corruption. He has articulated some of these matters even before this very day, but we definitely hope that he will address the question of judiciary, the rule of law, on how we forge forward with our neighbors.
You mean by separation of powers? You mean
separation of power? He needs to get that clear. And also, we have seen the aspect of investors coming on board, and they want to understand whether indeed they are well protected, and that squarely it is dependent on how our courts are powerful and how they can be able to handle some of these disputes in the event that they arise. And so a couple of things that we'll definitely expect, that the president then will address, but we're looking forward to that. And then after that, President Kenyatta will lead the exit from the stadium and to head to State House, where he will then receive his successor with invited guests being treated to luncheon thereafter. And of course, the legislators allied to Azimio la Umoja have equally urged the president-elect to make sure that he is able to speak of the question of unity. The Right Honorable Raila Odinga received an invitation yesterday. Unfortunately, he said that he's out. He turned it down, but actually he's out of the country.
He's out of the country.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, that's understandable. And on the question of unity, it's very, very important. We've had these discussions as well, online, offline. Not everyone really voted for the president.
Yeah.
But now, since he was voted as the president and confirmed by the Supreme Court, after he takes over the reins of power, it will be his now, sole duty.
Right.
The presidency is also a symbol of unity in the country, so he'll have all that on his shoulders. It's his responsibility to ensure that he is the president of all people, including those who did not vote for him. And like you're saying, the challenge thrown by the Azimio leaders, it's a significant one.
Right.
Talking about the people who are going to make their speeches, the choice of who is going to represent the foreign dignitaries today is going to be very, very important.
Yes,
especially because of diplomacy. I really want to see his choice, for the person who represents everyone else, to make his last remarks before President Uhuru Kenyatta makes his farewell speech.
One would want to assume that the African Union president, or better as chairperson, that is none other than Musa Muhammad Faki, would be the person to do that. But we wait and see. We wait and see. But I agree with you. The question of diplomacy, integration is one that is very, very important, not just to the continent, but across the global fraternity. And we understand that we are one of the bigger brothers as to the question of Africa regionally.
Yes.
And so just how we pave the way in terms of, how we handle our matters, in terms of how we forge forward as a country on the question of unity, on the question of, having that openness to work, out and to make sure that integration is one thing that is embraced, is a matter that everybody and our younger brothers are actually looking up to us. And therefore, really how we transition and how we make sure that there's change of guard, in a seamless way is crucial, is instrumental, and is significant to the togetherness of the region.
And as people head to Kasarani for that historic moment, we're being reminded that we be careful on our roads.
Yes.
And let's just maintain peace and calm, as we expected a lot of people to be in Kasarani. In fact, I was seeing some pictures yesterday. Late into the morning, people who are still camping, braving the cold, camping at Kasarani, waiting for this particular ceremony to take place. But we're being told to be very careful and cautious on our roads as we head to Kasarani. Some areas around the country still, the cold weather.
So cold weather, no much of activity because people are not working today.
And it's foggy in some areas, so drivers are reminded to be cautious on the road as they ferry people and as they go about their business. When this is about to happen.
That's true.
The journey for Deputy President has not been an easy one. It has
not
been
an easy one at all, but appears like an easy one because eventually the end is a win, but then not also a win because he's inheriting a government that is not so friendly, in as much as President Uhuru Kenyatta, again in his address, maintains that he leaves the country stronger, better, in terms of development, in terms of the economy, than he found it.
Well, and the reason I'm saying it has been bumpy. We've seen him lament lament publicly about his allies being kicked out in some key committees in Parliament, some leadership positions in Parliament. And I'm talking about both houses of Parliament, the Senate and the National Assembly. Kipchumba Murkomen, the Senator, Elgeyo Marakwet, Senator, was one of the key allies of Deputy President who saw it rough for the past, I think, 4 years. Yeah, and we are going to be airing one story just to show the journey that like it has been for the past since the handshake in 2018. And I understand we have it right there. I don't know if my director has the story ready. Well, he says...
Not just yet.
Not just
but
yet.
you speak about his journey, and I am thinking of the 13th Parliament and the way, the representatives that in terms of the speakers then successfully, his side has managed to get speakers from both houses. Perhaps that was, by design, to make sure that they also do not get to experience the difficulties that they did by design. And I mean, how then can we be confident that it will be an independent entity as an arm of government, as opposed to have, the influence that we witnessed prior or the previous government as the question of interference from the executive?
Well, Linda, a very important question you ask, and a lot of people think that Parliament, the opposition side, is the only one that is supposed to check the executive, which is actually wrong. Whether you have the majority in Parliament or not, your work as a legislator, they have the oversight role, legislative role, and representation role.
That's true.
They have to check the executive. So if the executive has a rubber stamp for a Parliament, that then takes us back to some dark days, if I can put it that way. The issue of getting speakers in both houses if you
really
ask me,
not
should be a non-issue.
Yeah.
But then again, in politics, this is Kenyan politics.
This is Kenyan politics.
Politics Kenyan style.
Right, right.
Way.
The interference is the name of the game. Anyway, as you rightfully put it, we still have lots lined up for you. We'll be coming to speak briefly about the standard, the presidential standard, which is very symbolic. But again, like you said, I think it's important that we cross over to the other side and just look at how the preparations were on in terms of, looking forward to this ceremony, as of course all was set, all cleared, all completed for this historic day. And finally, Tuesday, the 13th day of September 2022 is here. Officially, Kenya gets another president. And therefore, let's take a look at, how the preparations
were as of yesterday.
Yeah.
Hello.
A day before the swearing-in ceremony of President-elect William Ruto, the preparation for the government transition event have been completed in Kasarani Main Square, here in Nairobi. Beautiful seats set for invited guests who are supposed to be seated by 9 a.m. have been arranged in order. The section where President-elect William Ruto and his Deputy Rigathi Gachagua will be sworn in, carved by officers of the Judiciary. The Chief of Defense Forces, General Robert Kibochi, making sure everything has been completed and put in place before tomorrow in an effort to ensure smooth operation. According to the Transitional Committee, a total of 20,000 people have been allocated to a special section outside the Kasarani field if the field will be flooded.
We have some space in the arena which will accommodate overflow of 20,000, but we encourage that beyond those, the others, this will be streamed live in all our stations. We encourage those ones who will not be able to make it here to also take advantage of watching it from the comfort of their sitting rooms.
Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Interior in coordination of the national government, Karanja Kibicho, says the gates of the Kasarani Stadium will be opened from 4 a.m., while a total of 60,000 Kenyans are expected to be seated by 8 a.m.
As you are aware, the swearing of the president must take place between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. So we expect that the program starts at 10:30. There will be a bit of military action, there will be a bit of judiciary action, and there will be a bit of after judiciary action, which must happen before 2 p.m. Then the rest can go on beyond 2 p.m. So we expect by 2 everyone will be out of here.
In Nandi County, residents have also vowed not to miss the much-anticipated event in Kasarani, traveling in big numbers to witness Ruto's inauguration. With them is this important plant, which they anticipate to gift President-elect William Ruto after his inauguration.
Yenye iko hapa ndani, tunaomba kesho. Hapa hiyo imebarikiwa na wase, tunaomba kesho. Tukipata nafasi tu, Ruto naye tumbalishe, ili aonyeshe ile umoja wetu yenye natoka Nandi na tunamsupport as a nation. This is what we call mosaic. Mosaic, you use the locally available materials. Hapa nimetumia cereals kama wimbi. Tuko na wimbi aina mbili. Tuko na wimbi nyeusi na wimbi brown. Maharakwe, hii ya yellow hii nimetumia kwa maandishi ni maharakwe.
In Kalenjin community, winners are garlanded with special plant around their neck, known as sinendet, and fed with fermented milk known as mursiko nagad, as a show of victory. The plant is significant in all the celebrations, for instance weddings, negotiation for payment of bride price, rite of passage as well as elections. A total of 20 presidents and leaders of different governments in Africa and beyond have confirmed to attend the event. After the president-elect is sworn in, he will be the 5th president of this country and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. A special tent has been set outside this stadium to accommodate more than 20,000 Kenyans that will not find a place to sit after this stadium gets full of 60,000 Kenyans, as more than 6 songs will be sung by different musicians from across the country and the neighboring country, Tanzania. Mike Kagwango TV 47 from Kasarani Stadium in Nairobi County.
Well, thank you, Mike Kagwango, for that. Very important. An overflow of 20,000 people has already been conceded. So we are supposed to urge people to maintain calm in order to avoid any eventualities that could lead to injuries or even worse. But today by 2 p.m. the country will have a new leader, that is William Ruto, being the 5th president of the Republic. And on that note, it will mark the end of an era, the reign of President Uhuru Kenyatta, running from 2013 to 2022.
And indeed, our very own Mwege William will take us, or helps us take a look at the hits and misses of the Uhuru-led administration that has been praised and equally criticized.
As he hands power to the incoming President William Samoei Ruto, outgoing President Uhuru Kenyatta will be remembered for a number of things during his 10 years reign, both positive and negative. Given credit to his administration is the heavy investment in the infrastructure by the Uhuru-led regime. According to government data, between 2013 and 2022, his government has spent close to 1.4 trillion shillings on construction and maintenance of roads, constructing a total of 11,000 kilometers of new highways. Uhuru's administration spent 490 billion shillings on its first term and 951 billion shillings in the second and last term.
My administration has upgraded Kenya's infrastructure in terms of roads, ports, bridges, fiber optics, power generation and transmission. And as a result, Kenya now stands out as an investment destination of choice and a continental as well as a global hub.
Other projects include a Chinese-built standard gauge railway linking the capital with Mombasa and 2,000 new dams. Electricity access has seen impressive gains. When Kenyatta came to office, only 30% of Kenyans had access to electricity. Today, 3/4 of the population is connected.
I have been guided by the dream of our forefathers, and that is the dream to eliminate poverty, ignorance, and disease, and to improve the quality of life of all Kenyans, and to create conditions for everyone to achieve their dreams.
Also, Kenyatta's government in November 2013 introduced Huduma centers, with 40 centers currently spread across the country, and the eCitizen online platform in a bid to ensure fast access to government services, and shifted the country to digital television and radio. This pushed the number of TV stations in the country to 130 from 14 in 2013. Radio stations increased to 204 from 130.
These figures do not factor the massive expansion in the digital space that has seen many hundreds of thousands of Kenyans successfully monetize various digital communication avenues.
When the Uhuru regime came to power in 2013, health insurance coverage was at 14%, which rose slightly to 16.5%. According to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics (KNBS), the number of people registered under the National Health Insurance Fund (NHIF) grew by 53.3%. Land matters, that is the insurance of title deed, is an issue that the Uhuru administration worked on, with the titling program launched in 2013, enabling millions of Kenyans to access the ownership document. Earlier, the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Farida Karunei, states that his boss administration had done 6.1 million titles in a span of 9 years. The ministry is also in the process of putting up a digital platform that is said to curb corruption cases in land matters. Kenyatta also deserves credit for his regional diplomacy, which has seen him mediate disputes in South Sudan, Ethiopia, and most recently between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Under his watch, Kenya has grown as an economic, political, and diplomatic powerhouse, and a calm and stable East Africa is important to Kenya's economic success.
We are the biggest economy in the East African region, and that has been largely due to the good work that has been done by the outgoing government.
In Uhuru's reign, national debt jumped from 8.56 trillion shillings as of May 2022 from 1.89 trillion shilling in June 2013, according to data from the National Treasury. In the 2022-2023 financial year, the government has allocated 1.39 trillion shillings towards debt repayment, comprising 690.64 billion shillings as interest payments and 702.46 billion shillings as redemptions.
Actually, we reached a level where we had a budget which was free of borrowing. It was an independent budget. And to date, I think the cost of inflation that we're having today and the budget that we are talking about is not an independent budget per se.
Cost of living, as many Kenyans will be heard lamenting, with inflation rising to 7.9% in June 2022 from the 5.7% in December 2012.
And the cost of living is really wanton, which I think is one of the clarion call why the hustler narrative actually took effect, because citizens were looking for economic friendly environment that is citizen friendly. But as it stands right now, the higher cost of inflation actually is linked to high taxation, high borrowing.
With hue and cry from Kenyans, on July 20th, President Kenyatta announced the fifth stimulus package of his regime, focusing on food subsidy to cushion households from hunger. In particular, the president sought to address the hunger crisis that had seen the price of 2-kilogram packet of maize flour reach 205 shillings from 100 shillings. He termed it an engineered crisis that repeats itself just every election year and ordered price control through a government subsidy. It is during the Uhuru administration that taxpayers' money has been lost in billions of shillings in mega corruption scandals, including the National Youth Service 1 and 2, KEMSA scandal, Aror and Kimorer Dam, the Galana Kulalu irrigation scheme scandal, among others. The head of state himself admitted that the country loses 2 billion to corruption daily.
For us, where we stand has been his rather a lackadaisical approach or commitment towards the fight against corruption, which has basically meant that a lot of public resources have been wasted in the also, of course, the many projects that we have faced. So there's been a lot of loss of public resources.
Senior state officials, including cabinet and principal secretaries, were sent home on corruption charges, while others battling court cases.
From 2013 to 2022, it is the end of an era of the reign of President Uhuru Kenyatta, and now his deputy William Samoei Ruto takes over as the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya. Mwege William, TV 47, Nairobi.
And in the same breath, outgoing President Uhuru Kenyatta has finally congratulated President-elect William Ruto.
Well, Kenyatta made his last speech from State House ahead of today's inauguration after meeting Deputy President William Ruto, who is now the President-elect.
Yeah.
Days after his win and the Supreme Court upheld his win, President-elect William Ruto met his boss and the outgoing President Uhuru Kenyatta in State House, Nairobi, alongside their wives Margaret Kenyatta and Rachel Ruto. That meeting being the first since the August 9th polls, in which Kenyatta was supporting Ruto's main challenger Raila Odinga. And after the meeting, Kenyatta finally congratulated President-elect William Ruto for the first time, at least in public.
My entire family and I join all Kenyans in wishing the very best to our next president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and extending to him our warmest congratulations for receiving the mandate of Kenyans to lead us as our fifth president.
In his speech, Kenyatta affirmed that he was ready to hand over the presidency to Ruto as mandated by the Constitution. Kenyatta saying he will emulate the honored tradition and hand over the mantle to his successor William Ruto. Kenyatta ending speculation of whether he will attend the event at the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani.
Will tomorrow, before God and you, my fellow countrymen, hand over the instruments of power to our new president at the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani. And with that, the fourth administration will come to an end and the tenure of the fifth administration will begin.
The outgoing president further took the opportunity to remind Ruto to endeavor to serve all Kenyans and that he will be a leader to all Kenyans, irrespective of whether they voted for him or not.
And so, Mr. President-elect, as you walk the path to your inauguration and beyond, you will be the president, not just for those who voted for you, but for all Kenyans. In the prophetic words of our national anthem, we are summoned to purposefully dwell in unity, peace, and liberty, working hard and together so that plenty may be found within our borders. I therefore wish and pray for your success, as your success will be Kenya's success.
The swearing in is expected to start at 10 a.m. and end by 2 p.m. Chichi Josephine, TV 47.
Well, thank you for that, Chichi Josephine. Now, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya party leader Raila Odinga now says that he will not attend the inauguration ceremony of President-elect William Ruto today.
Well, Raila confirmed to have received an invite for the event at the Kasarani Stadium, but says he will not be available. The ODM boss says he still believes the election was flawed. In a statement
to newsrooms yesterday evening, Odinga said that he has received a call from President-elect, that is William Ruto, inviting him for the inauguration today, insisting that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, did not conduct a free and fair election.
Well, very important as well that we remind the people of what to expect today. Those ones that will be following this from TV 47, definitely that is what it is that you expect. But we already have people who've thronged, you know, the presence of Kasarani National Stadium already, all set to celebrate this historic moment. And therefore, let's allow our viewer understand what the program then is like, as stipulated in the Constitution, that this has to be over and done by 2 p.m. That is the process of making sure that the president then is officially sworn in as the president. So the Assumption of Office Committee informed us, that is as of yesterday, that the gates of Kasarani Stadium would be open. And of course, the inauguration process of the president-elect William Ruto shall take place, that is by 4 a.m. in the morning. And about 2,500 VIP guests expected to grace the occasion, with a total of around 17 heads of states, 8 prime ministers, and also deputy presidents and 7 foreign ministers having confirmed that they will attend the ceremony. Among the guests that we expect?
Yeah, we're expecting Rwanda President Paul Kagame. We have the Mozambique President Filipe Nyusi, South Sudan President that's Salva Kiir. Malik Agar, who's a member of the Transitional Sovereign Council of Sudan, will also be making his way there at Kasarani. There's also Cuba's Deputy Prime Minister,
right?
Ines Maria Chapman Wow, who's also in the country. And all these people are supposed to have sat down by 10 a.m. Also in the country to represent their respective heads of state is the African Union chairperson, that is Musa Faki, the Zimbabwe President Emmerson Mnangagwa, as well as Prime Minister Cleophas Sifo Dlamini of Eswatini.
And of course, very many other guests are expected. And the program says that all the guests and members of the public should be seated at the stadium by around 10 a.m. in the morning, and followed by the arrival of service commanders, including heads of Kenya Army, Kenya Navy, and Kenya Air Force at around 10:30 a.m. At around 10:45 a.m., invited heads of state and governments are set to arrive, to be followed by arrival of Chief of Defense Forces, none other than General Robert Kibochi, 15 minutes later.
Of course, at 11:05, remember with the military, time is of essence, precision. So at 11:05, the Chief Justice, that is Martha Koome, and Chief Registrar Anna Madi, as well as other Supreme Court judges, will also arrive at the stadium. And then at 11:30 a.m., the Guard of Honor will march to position, and 5 minutes later, Deputy President-elect Rigathi Gachagua will arrive.
Then the program shows that Ruto, accompanied by his wife Rachel, will arrive at around 11:40 a.m. And the outgoing President, Uhuru Kenyatta, will be the last to arrive a few minutes later, and will be received by General Kibochi and escorted to the ceremonial Land Rover to enter the stadium. After the national anthem, then President Kenyatta will inspect the Guard of Honor. And after that, he will take his place at the dais, followed by the interdenominational prayers, as has been the practice at all public events in Kenya.
The country, Of course, at 12:10 p.m., we expect the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, that is Anna Madi, to administer the oaths of office to Ruto and Gachagua. Remember, they are going to be two.
Yes.
And she will take to the podium and invite Chief Justice Martha Koome, who will serve as a witness to that event. Now, the Chief Justice again will then introduce the President, that is Ruto, and Deputy President Gachagua to the public, and ask Ruto to take his position.
Well, it will be interesting to watch as outgoing President Kenyatta then will hand over the instruments of power, historic as Munene would rightfully put it, and authority to Ruto, which will be followed by a fanfare and the national anthem, during which Uhuru's presidential standard will be lowered, while Ruto's will be hoisted simultaneously. And we'll be talking about the standard briefly, just to look at what we have had in the previous years in the moments of rain. But then after that, a 21-gun salute will follow, and President Kenyatta will be given his standard by the Chief of Defense Forces to signify the change of guard.
Well, and the Guard of Honor will also march off the stadium, to be followed by a session of entertainment, and all this has to be done before 2 p.m. deadline as set by the Constitution. Remember, especially, that is the taking of the oath. The Chief Registrar of the Supreme Court should have done that before 2 p.m. That's the deadline that is set by the Constitution. But now the new Deputy President will invite one of the guests to make a speech on behalf of the invited dignitaries, and then invite Uhuru to make his farewell speech. And then Gachagua will then, who is the Deputy President-elect, will then deliver his first speech as Deputy President, and then invite the President-elect Ruto to make his inaugural address to the nation.
President Kenyatta will lead the exit from the stadiums and head to State House, where then he will receive his successor with invited guests, being treated to a luncheon thereafter. Also, legislators allied to Azimio la Umoja One Kenya have urged President-elect William Ruto to unite the nation, which they say is divided and filled with uncertainty. But to note a couple of matters that then Kenyans will be expecting that the president then, that is William Samoei Ruto, will address. We've talked about a host of matters that Kenyans will be doing, or Kenyans will be expecting from the president-elect. But definitely, we do not expect so much today. I'm sure, like he says, he is up to task. It's going to be a tough one, but then not new to him, because he's been part of the previous government, and therefore perhaps a lot, 2-3 things in terms of adjustments and systems will be going.
And it's important to also note that the two are going to take two oaths and affirmations. The first, of course, is the oath of solemn affirmation of allegiance of the president, and of course the second one will be the oath of solemn affirmation of due execution of office for the president or acting president. That is what the Constitution dictates.
All right, okay. And so we are expecting to get a hold of one of our correspondents who's been following up on this event. And like you said earlier on, we have stationed Elizabeth Mutuku somewhere in Karen. We'll definitely have Chichi Josephine somewhere in Sugoi. We'll have Ores somewhere in Nyeri. We'll have a lot of others. Moige William should be somewhere. Mike Kagongo will be somewhere on the road. And different stations along Thika Road as they watch this procession. But most importantly, at the heart of it all, there is going to be indeed also one of our correspondents inside the Kasarani Stadium to update us on what to expect. And therefore, Mr. Director, whom do we loop in first? Yeah, we can.
I understand we going to Kasarani.
Yes.
Well, there you are. This is the feed from Kasarani Stadium. This, as you put it, this is the center of it all, the nerve center of the whole ceremony. We're expecting a lot from Kasarani. Already people have taken their position there. It's just 5 minutes to 7.
Yeah.
As you can see, the stadium is really packed and people are really waiting eagerly for this ceremony to take place. Like I told you, or like I've said, and it's been known before, with the military, time is of essence. Everything has to be done to perfection. So we're expecting, like we've said, from 10 a.m. all the way to 2 p.m. everything, if everything stays constant, if everything remains constant, we should have been done by 2 p.m.
And of course, as we have told you, we've taken you through what the program will be like. Most likely it will be that way, cast in stone. But, you also understand that with a lot of stuff, you can get to experience some bit of adjustments. But with the military, which is the key entity that is handling this event, you definitely would not expect to get so much of adjustments. But then again, from here, Monene, what is crucial is that Kenyans need to understand the aspect of unity and understand that this then will be the president of the nation and not the president of UDA, not the president of Kenya Kwanza. Therefore, while there would be in regalia, in colors to appreciate, and what should be flown high, I think is the flag. As you can see, there are a majority of Kenyans who are holding their flag right there. Kenyans have been adamant that we really need to forge forward in the question of peace. And therefore, while there's this moment of celebration, let it be known that as the Azimio leaders would remind President-elect William Ruto, it is incumbent upon him then to guarantee, the Kenyans that space and that environment of peace.
Well, yes, Linda, and when you talk about peace, I'm also thinking about these faces, the faces of optimism, as you can see on your screen right there. These are Kenyans with a lot of hopes. These are Kenyans who are optimistic that, that the regime change, the change of guard is going to bring some change also in their livelihoods. These are huge responsibility that the Deputy President, who's now the President-elect, William Ruto, finds himself with. All these Kenyans who've braved the cold to just go and witness his inauguration. As you can see on your screen, thousands there. These are optimistic people who really they are high with expectations on what the new president is going to do for them. As you can see, that on your screen right there is the dais, the official dais, as has been set up by the military. And in about 3 hours time from now, it's actually 7 a.m.
Right.
Expecting the first VVIPs to start making their way in the stadium. As you can see, now I kind of understand why they were saying that there's a 20,000 capacity. They're expecting overflow of around 20,000 people.
Well, it was more than 20,000 actually in terms of capacity. There's around 60,000 there, 50, 60 there in terms of capacity.
I'm talking about the overflow.
Oh, the overflow,
yes.
Yeah. Of course, definitely you don't expect
because
for
at 7,
all the Kenyans to.
Exactly. Because at 7 o'clock, you can already see the stadium is packed.
It's packed.
So you really would understand why the Assumptions of Office committee had planned for that overflow capacity. But we really hope that there are no eventualities that might lead to injuries.
Right.
And people will maintain calm and order. As you can see, everything right now is quite peaceful.
All right. I think it's important that we also remind ourselves of, again, a very, very, very instrumental moment in terms of the standard that is as to what it all means. And people have been talking about the flag, the standard, and how symbolic it is. And it's not just a game that is played in the country. It is a global game. It is more of a symbol of change of guard and appreciation of the coming in of the new face. And the new face then comes in with a message that they send to the people. And therefore, over the years, we have seen the presidential standards of different governments. But then again, we are excited and eagerly waiting to see what, Ruto's presidential standard then would be. But of course, the president-elect, William Ruto's standard, which will be unveiled, that is during his inauguration, will have a wheelbarrow, what they say, which is also the symbol of his United Democratic Alliance, UDA. We are looking forward to see whether it will be so. But of course,
we've seen some images being thrown around.
Yes. I think you've seen that, yeah?
Yeah, we're really hoping that they are not misleading.
All right.
Because a lot of us journalists have picked it up. I've seen a few journalists throwing around those images, forwarding them around in a closed WhatsApp group.
But you see, there are also people who are in-house that are speaking to journalists and telling them that, well, this is what you expect and all that. So I think that is what we expect right here.
Well, the presidential standard or the presidential flag is also used in many countries as a symbol of the head of state or president. Sources close to Ruto, like Linda is saying, say that he is keen to demonstrate his resolve to uplift people in the lower cadre as outlined in his bottom-up economic model.
Well, they say that at least this is what they tell us, that the standard will definitely have a wheelbarrow on it. One official is the one that actually mentioned this. Whether it's true to it, we'll definitely wait to see, to symbolize the economic model of the bottom-up that they've been talking about. And also this standard then will be unveiled at Kasarani Stadium. That is Tuesday, when the presidential process will, when the president will be sworn in to take over from his boss, that is President Uhuru Kenyatta, who has served for 2 terms.
And I think the reason why people are talking about the wheelbarrow is because during his campaign, Ruto portrayed himself as the champion of needy and vulnerable in the country, referring to himself as the hustler, and hence the choice of a wheelbarrow as his party symbol. When him and Kenyatta ascended to power in 2013, their blue presidential standard comprised an image of a dove signifying unity and peace. It also had a shield.
Yeah. And of course, then Kenya's 3rd president, that is the late Mwai Kibaki's presidential standard, was white and adorned with a shield in the center bearing the Kenya national colors between 2 olive branches, which signed or signified peace. The first ruling party, Kenya African Union, that is KANU, which took over after Kenya acquired independence in 1963, used a cork symbol commonly referred to Jogo ya KANU, which symbolizes a new dawn.
Well,
it's a new dawn for Kenya today.
Yes.
Yes, and so we're looking forward to see what the presidential standard would be as, President Uhuru Kenyatta takes his, and that one of Ruto then goes up. But as of now, from the Kasarani Stadium, allow us to cross over to Alfayo Kombo, our correspondent in Kisii County. I am sure these celebrations are being witnessed across the different parts of the country, and therefore we love to hear what the people of Kisii have to say as to this. Alfayo, if you can hear us, I see is already set in regalia as well. Some gentlemen are pretty much close to him. Maybe it's important that we get to hear what they have to say about this historic moment for the country. Alfayo, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm getting you very well from these sides of Kisii town. With me here, I have residents of Kisii town, and they are very happy to the inauguration of today, and they will have to give us a little glimpse of the day and how they feel the day, how it is. Maybe they start with their names and how they feel about the event of today.
Thank you. Mimi kwa majina naitwa Bundoki. Ni mhudumu wa matatu. Tunasherehekea hii ushindi wa rais mwenye anaapishwa siku ya leo. Na alituahidi mambo mengi sana. We are expecting so much. Please, atufanyie venye alisema. Sina mengi.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe this another viewer from here.
Kwa majina naitwa Paul Mapenzi. Cha mno ni kusherehekea ushindi wa William Samoei Ruto, na tunajua kwamba alituahidi maneno mengi ya kufanya. Sana sana sekta ya matatu, watu wamesafiri usiku wa leo kuja Nairobi, wengi hatukupata nafasi, lakini yale ambayo alituahidi ya kwamba atatufanyia sana sana sekta ya matatu, kuangalia mafuta na kaugali nayo unga nayo ishuke bei juu tumekonda kiasi. Tunakubali na tunasherekea ushindi wake siku ya leo. Hii ni ishara ya kuchinja huyu kuku wa kufurahia ushindi wetu. Asanteni sana.
Ana asante sana. Pengine tuweze kupata kutoka mwingine.
Kwa majina naitwa Caleb Kauzi, na mimi nina furaha sana kwa kusherekea uhajili ya rais wetu bila anaabizwa siku ya leo. Nina furaha sana, na kulingana na vile alivyotuahidi ya kwamba kuna haina vitu ambao tofauti atasukisha bei. Tunaomba tafadhali akashukize hiyo bei, na akajali sekta ya matatu kama Chiwakali asitusahau sana, kama upande wa mafundi asitusahau pia, tukumbuke. Asante sana.
Okay, asante. Pengine tuweze kupata mkazi wa mwisho.
Yes. Mimi kwa majina naitwa David Dr. Show. Ningependa sana kufurahia vile rais wetu anaapishwa leo. So jambo langu la kwanza ningependa kusema tukumbuke kama alivyotuahidi mama mboga, biashara ndogo ndogo atuinue. Vile vile akumbuke na kuna baba mboga vile vile awakumbuke. Biashara ndogo ndogo atuinulie bottom up vile alisema. Asanteni.
Naam, pengine tuweze kupata mtu wa mwisho kabisa.
Kwa majina naitwa Isaac. Jina la utani la kazi ni Ruto. Mimi na operate katika sekta ya matatu. Jambo ambalo ningesema la kwanza, Ruto alivyotuahidi naamini kwamba he'll deliver. Jambo la kwanza, bei ya ukulima fertilizer mbegu ishuke, sababu hatuna chakula. Watu waliogopa kulima, analima akijaribu kuuza haileti faida yote, wengi wakaacha kulima. Jambo la pili, Ruto alituahidi mambo na CBC. CBC imetuchanganya akili, hatujijui mahali tulipo. CBC kuanzia kesho itoke kabisa ili tuanze kujipanga. Jambo la mwisho, hao watu wa chini kabisa, wao tunanyanyaswa. Unapata kwamba wafanya biashara wadogo, wale watu wa kaunti wanaofanya wanakuja wanawavuruga, wanawanyanyasa, hongo zinazidi. Sasa watu wa chini tunaumia kabisa. Matatu hatujali. Polisi njiani, unagawa pesa kwa polisi, road blocks ni nyingi, trafiki ni wengi, unawapatia pesa mpaka ukijaribu kufanya hesabu pesa zimeisha. Trafiki watoke njiani, watu waje ambao watashughulikia kazi. Hakuna kazi trafiki inafanya kwa njiani isipokuwa tu kuchukua pesa. Road blocks zimekuja, gari iko na kila kitu, conductor driver wako na kila kitu, wanaambiwa lete pesa, shuka fungua boot. Kufungua boot ni kutoa pesa. So tungeomba Ruto ashughulikie mambo na polisi njiani, watu wa sekta wa matatu, watu wa county governments wanaosumbua pia, wengine hawaja qualify, waangaliwe, wafanyiwe auditing. Mwenye ame qualify abaki ofisini, wengine waende nyumbani. CBC iende nyumbani. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you very much. As you can get it from this side of Kisii County, people are very happy from this side of Kisii County, and the day has been chilly, and it's very cool from this side. People are doing their businesses very well, and there's no issue from this side of Kisii town, and people are doing many of their businesses, and many people, you have heard it from some of the drivers from this side, is that a lot of people have been traveling since 2 p.m. to the other sides of Nairobi, and so you can check the stage. There are no buses or Nissans that are traveling to the other side to Nairobi, and most of the people are just stranded here in the stage, wanting to get buses or Nissans to ferry them to the other side of Nairobi. I only have that maybe to return back the mantle to you, to studio.
Well, thank you very much for that, Alfayo Kombo. Alfayo Kombo is our reporter right there in Kisii County, of course, taking the views of the people in Kisii County. Remember, as promised earlier, we are going to have our reporters speak to us. They're spread across the country in different counties. They'll be telling us the reaction of the people on the ground, and as well as at the nerve center of this operation, this ceremony, that is the Kasarani Stadium. We're hoping to be talking to our reporter there, William Samoei, who's already there at the Kasarani Stadium. He'll be telling us what is the latest from Kasarani Stadium. Linda.
And of course, that is what we'll be giving you Like Monene earlier said, it will be a wall-to-wall coverage. We've given you what to expect during the. I mean, William tells us that people are still thronging in, and he's sending videos and clips, short clips, just to tell us that Kenyans are really excited for this very, very historic moment.
And Kenyans are watching.
Yes, but then again, the police spokesperson, Bruno, she also tells us that, because very many Kenyans are thronging in, if you can get an alternative way of following these proceedings, it will be way, way better to avoid that aspect of congestion. And therefore, we'll still be here to make sure that you're updated with every single detail that plays out there. But for now, allow us to take a short breather.
Definitely. Time now for a very, very short break. Remember, you can be part of this conversation. Our SMS line is 22047. TV is 47 KE. That is our official Twitter handle. Mine is at Eric_Mnene. Let's keep this conversation going on. Like Linda says, time now for a very short break.
Yes, and mine is at Linda_Alela. Please interact with us. We'll be sampling some of your comments as we proceed.
Usiyakubalie maumivu ya misuli kukatiza ratiba yako. Kaluma Pain Balm ni dawa ya kusugua iliyotengenezwa kutoka kwa miche maalum ili kutuliza maumivu ya misuli.
Disability is not only limited to physical disorder but also mental issue. From depression.
I was under depression for like 2 years.
Bipolar.
Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder.
And even suicidal thoughts.
When I was just about to hang myself, a certain voice just talked to me, and I believe that was God. I tried suicide more than 6 times.
Beyond the Limit has gone beyond its limit to find answers so as to help everyone go through life with ease. Join Muthoni Maina every Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Starting this September at 8:30 p.m. on Tuesday, The Realtor brings it all to perspective. We identify a property, discuss and demonstrate the journey towards ownership.
Professionals who have integrity, and from their catalog you can easily read that these are professionals who are able to deliver.
Everywhere you go, you have to up your games, you have to go with the trends.
Not forgetting the margins as well as the risks that come along.
The runaway prices of the land. We are saying that it's something that we can never go without mentioning. Any developer will not go without mentioning the price of land.
Don't miss out. Do you want the latest news on farming? We've got the WikiLeaks for you. Get it? No? Well, okay. Every week, we give you insights on
All right, and wall-to-wall coverage of today's swearing-in ceremony. A historic moment for the people of Kenya. Change of guard. One would want to say change of guard because, well, officially we're getting a new president, but then a president that has been part and parcel of the previous government as the deputy. Just what new will he be bringing to the people of Kenya? He is committed. He said that while he could be inheriting a government that really is struggling in terms of the economy and so much more, he is up to the task, and therefore he gives the people of Kenya that message of hope in his bottom-up approach. Say it is that moment of economic emancipation.
Well, and as we've seen, the Kasarani Stadium, it's the capacity is 60,000. By 7 o'clock, the stadium was already packed, and as we've mentioned, those are Kenyans who are very high with expectations of their new president. And like he's reminded, he has a huge responsibility of ensuring that he does not fail them. He's the president for all Kenyans, and well, for him, that is a huge task that he has to deliver on. Remember, this is our wall-to-wall coverage of the Kasarani inauguration ceremony that is in Kasarani. Like you can see on your split screen right now, those are live pictures of what is happening at Kasarani Stadium. The military, of course, taking their position for the ceremony to begin in a few hours from now.
Beautiful to say, Monene, we must acknowledge. And, you know, as the transition or handover team confirmed to us, evidently, it is all clear, it is all set. And I mean, every other Kenyan who's gone in there, you know, is guaranteed of a chance to get to witness this moment. We have seen there are people who are out as well, but then again, we'll be having the big screens across the different parts of, you know, this vicinity of Kasarani, so that those ones who will not make it into the stadium then will not miss out any moment of this historic moment. Like you say, the military all in regalia, and set to showcase this to the people of Kenya in the best way they know how. We know most of the times when we have such public sessions, then it is the military that takes charge in as much as there's that transition team. And they've been working hand in hand to guarantee us what then is a smooth transition, as President Uhuru Kenyatta has said and committed as enshrined in the Constitution. But then we have different correspondents of ours across the different parts of the country as well, just to keep us up to tabs as to how the world then and the country is celebrating this historic moment, and where it is that then the deputy president-elect hails from. That is in Nyeri County. Horace Olo is there.
Yeah, definitely want to link up with Horace Olo. Horace, what is the latest from Nyeri County?
Linda and Eric, thank you so much, and good morning from Madhira constituency in Nyeri County. This is Hiriga village, of course, the same village where the deputy president-elect Rigathi Gachagua was actually born and raised. As you can see, it is a village. From here to where Rigathi Gachagua was born, like to their home, is just like 100 meters. That means I am deep in their home village. And of course, on this historic day, we're expecting that President-elect, together with his deputy Ruto and Rigathi, will be sworn in today and take over the national government. Of course, after that, and here in Nyeri County, talking to most of the residents from this town, from this county, you'll get to hear their expectation. What they're expecting is an economic revolution. They expect that Rigathi Gachagua, together with President William Ruto, after being sworn in, they'll make sure that we are having a change, talking about the cost of living, talking about other things that are much more important to as they affect their daily lives. And of course, here I'm having a section of residents who are actually neighbors to Rigathi Gachagua, to the family of Rigathi Gachagua, and I would just love to talk to them just to get to know what they expect, how they feel about their own being sworn in the highest offices, in the highest office in this country, and just to get to know what they expect, and if you can just move closer, please, you can just move closer here. Mami, unaweza ukaanza tu na kutuambia jina lako, kisha Rigathi Gachagua anapishwa leo na wewe ni jirani yake. Hivi mwanzo kabisa unahisi vipi kwamba Rigathi Gachagua jirani yako anaapishwa leo kama naibu wa rais, na unatarajia nini ambacho ni kipi hicho ambacho unatarajia kwamba atakuwa anabadilisha katika maisha ya kawaida?
Nafurahia siku ya leo juu huyo Rigathi Gachagua juu yake, alafu natarajia siku ya leo akishashukua hiyo kiti yake apuguze hii kitu ya ya uga juu mara nyingi ni kulalia, alafu fertilizer na mafuta ya kupika na mafuta ya kupika juu kushemsha mara nyingi ni kushemka tunashemsha chakula, hatuna pesa. Alafu wakati yenye atasikia watu wakikufa na njaa na ako kwa kiti, si atasikia vibaya. Angalie mambo ya hata ya wamama juu saa hii mimi niko na watoto, sina pesa ya ya kuchukua NHIF juu hatunanga hata kibarua. Sasa huyu Rigathi ni neighbor yangu, mimi naitwa mama Mkubo, ni neighbor yangu, sina akisikia mimi nikiongea anichukulia hata hii kitu ya NHIF juu mimi ni maskini, lakini si maskini ati vyenye naweza kuchidwa na kibarua. Hakuna kibarua, ukitafuta kibarua hata ya kuvulia watu manguo upati, huwezi pata. Sasa mimi nataka apuguze hii kitu ya unga, apuguze NHIF na angalia mambo ya mafuta ya kupika. Juu hata saa hii unaona mimi sijaoga juu sina sabuni natoka 250. Hii sabuni ukinunua, hiyo sabuni ukinunua huwezi pata pesa ya kununua hata sabuni. Ukipata 250 ni uga utanunua ama ni sabuni. Mimi nilioga wakati mimi nilikuwa napata kitu ya hasa pesa ya sabuni. Sasa juu nimekuja hapa nikipata kasabuni yenye mimi nitaosha vyombo, niobe hiyo kasabuni niende nayo nikaoshe watoto wangu napi. Niko na huyu mtoto ni wangu, lazima nimvulia napi, na sina sabuni ya kufulia huyo mtoto wangu napi. Asaidie maskini na angalia hii kitu ya NHIF na uga na mafuta ya kupika. Juu sisi tumeshindwa hata kulalia. Mtu anaweza lalia hata wiki mzima ni karibu tukuve. Angalie sana. Tunampenda sana huyo Rigathi Gachagua sana. Na ndio sababu tulimchagua. Kama mimi nilimwandikia watu. Mimi nimetoka Kafari, hata hapa si kwetu, lakini hata tulimchagua tukiwa Kafari. Mimi ndio niliandika watu wenye walienda hata pale wakati aliitana Nyeri, na nikaandika watu wengi ndio watu waende wasie venye Rigathi atakuwa atakuwa vice president wetu. Na tukaenda na hiyo kitu alisema atapuguza mambo ya fertilizer na uga. Sasa atimize hiyo kitu juu tutakuva na njaa.
Na hivi Rigathi Gachagua umemjua, labda unadhani kwamba jinsi unavyomjua ni mtu wa aina gani? Anaweza kweli akatimiza zile ahadi ambazo ameziweka, na ni mtu ambaye anaweza kuleta mabadiliko?
Anaweza leta mabadiliko juu naona hapa si nimekwambia si kwetu. Hapa tumekuja juu ya maombolezi. Fenye nimeona hizi mabalabala ni za lami, kwetu hatuna lami. Kwetu hatuna mabalabala, zote zimeharibika. Sasa venye amefanya madhara afanye hii Kenya yote. Si ati afanye madhara asahau na watu wote. Sasa angalia hata mabalabala. Sasa huku unaona watu wa madhara wanaendea balabala za lami. Kwetu Kafaru watu wanaendea corrugation. Na kukinyesha magari yote inakwama. Sasa angalia Kenya yote mzima. Si hata aliangalia madhara, tunaona madhara iko smart. Venye aliangalia madhara, angalia Kenya yote mzima.
Thank you so much. And maybe if we can just have another one here. Kaka, hivi wewe unatoka mtaa? Hivi umemjua Rigathi kwa muda upi na ni mtu wa aina gani?
Nimemjua kwa
tuseme kama muda mfupi tu.
Kidogo sana, lakini ametusaidia sana. Nimetoka tu huku, ni jirani yangu, ametusaidia sana. So kitu yenye mimi natarajia leo wakichukua hiyo kiti, apunguze bei ya uga. Sisi tuko na njaa, hata Kiswahili tumesahau, hata masomo sasa saa hizi hatusomi juu ya njaa. Sasa tunasaidia wazazi kutafuta uga na sabuni ichuke, kila kitu ichuke kutoka leo. And then mambo na basari, atuletee basari sasa tuendelee na masomo, kwa sababu hata saa hii tumekuwa confused ni njaa. Kiswahili hata tumesahau. Sisi mpaka tumesahau na Kiswahili, so leo tunatarajia mambo makubwa na tuko na furaha sana. Then security ikuwe tight because huku kwetu watu wanauliwa bure. Watu wa bodaboda tunauliwa bure. Ukibeba mtu, huyo mtu anakugeuka. So tunahitaji mpaka security. Yes.
Thank you so much. And of course, that is just a section of members members of this village. This is Heriga village, who are just trying to get out their feelings about today and what they expect of William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua's government for the next 5 years. And of course, as we've heard, one thing that is coming out clear, that the economy is not doing very well. People are really suffering, to say, and of course what they expect is that at this time when we are going to have another government, at least we have a change. We see a change. We see people getting to eat, to see benefits of what they've been, what they voted for, and something like that. Of course, we'll be going around Nyeri County just to see what will be going on, just to make sure we get our viewer updated. Thank you so much, Eric Mnene and Linda. And after there, I'd like to get back to you in studio.
Well, thank you very much, Horace Olo, for that update. And of course, Horace Olo is joining us from the home village of the Deputy President-elect, that is Rigathi Gachagua. And of course, we'll be linking up with him later on in this broadcast and in our subsequent bulletins to just bring us to speed with what is happening in Nyeri County. Like you can see on your screen, those are live pictures from Kasarani, members of the disciplined forces warming up for the event that is about to kick off. It's about 7:25 a.m. So we expect in about, let me say, 3 hours.
Or less.
Thereabout.
Yes, from 10 a.m. is when, well, it will be systems go. And indeed, we'll be following up on all these proceedings. But I would technically say that the event has begun because, like we have seen, it is Kasarani Stadium filled up to the brim by, a majority of Kenyans across Thika Road. It is a busy affair. We've heard a flag erected across as you find your way into the stadium, and therefore we'd say it's as good as on.
It started, and I saw pictures online as early as 3:30 in the morning. Some people had already made their way in the stadium. But away from Kasarani, I understand that we have our very own Chichi Josephine, who's at the home village of the President-elect William Ruto, that is in Sugoi.
Sugoi.
Chichi Josephine, if you can hear us, good morning, and what is the latest from Sugoi?
Yeah, Eric, a very good afternoon, and I am currently joining you from Sugoi village here in Tarbo constituency in Uasin Gishu County. And if my cameraman can just show you, is that this area right now is quite deserted. No many people, activities, no activities ongoing, and as you can see, shops have been closed. This is a clear indication that so many or majority of residents here have, of course, traveled to Nairobi to witness the son of the soil being sworn in as the next president of this Republic of Kenya. But I have a few residents here with me, Eric, to whom I'll be talking to just to hear some of their views. Remember, today they are ready to witness their son of the soil being sworn in as the next president of this Republic. And therefore, without further ado, allow me to talk to them and, of course, get to know how they feel about this whole day, or rather this whole thing. And of course, how they feel having the next president coming from this particular area of Sugoi. Therefore, wacha nitangulize na wewe, karibia hapa. Nieleze unahisi vipi, uonekani mwenye raha, nieleze unahisi vipi siku ya leo ambapo tunatarajia kwamba Rais William Ruto atakuwa akiapishwa na atakuwa rais rasmi.
Nimepongeza kwa serikali yetu kwa sababu tumepata kiongozi mzuri sana na ataendesha kazi vizuri sana. Viongozi ya kanisa, viongozi ya raia walipiga kura vizuri, tunafurahia, tuendelee hivyo mpaka siku ya mwisho. Lakini Uhuru alisaidia sisi barabara. Asante.
Labda unieleze kabla uondoke, inaonekana kwamba hapo awali uliniambia watu hawako wengi kwa maana wameenda Nairobi kuweza kumuona akiweza kuapishwa. Nieleze mbona wewe hukwenda, na iwapo ulibaki kuweza labda kuendelea kuona katika runinga. Nieleze unahisi vipi kuona rais wa 5 anatoka kwenye kijiji chako?
Mimi mwenyewe naongea na Ruto, inaenda kwake na kula chakula kwake. Yeye ni mtu mzuri sana, ni karibu, anasaidia watu wengi sana. Asante, upongezi.
Shukrani. Karibia hapa, nieleze wewe ukiwa kama mmoja ambaye anatoka katika kijiji hiki ambacho kwa sasa tuna rais wa 5 ambaye ametoka hapa. Unahisi vipi?
Naam. Vile mimi naishi vizuri sana. Ni furaha iliyoje. Kwa maana tumepata uongozi hapa nyumbani ambapo sisi wote kama wakazi hapa tunafurahi. Alilelewa hapa kwa MP, ndio sasa ameenda mpaka amekuwa sa president elect. So sikia leo tunaongoja tu apishwe, ashike usukani ili tuweze kuendeleza uchumi wa Kenya pamoja. Asante sana Daktari William Ruto, wewe ni wetu na ndakupenda sana.
Labda unieleze matarajio yako kutokana na serikali yako ni kama yapi?
Matarajio yangu vile naomba waziri wetu Dr. William Ruto ateremshe uchumi wa Kenya. Wapo kwa upande wa chakula, kwa upande wa kilimo. Nisikia juzi aliongea vizuri sana kuhusu mambo na kuteremsha bei ya mbolea. Vile kwa mama mboga vile wenye walikuwa wametuahidi kwa manifesto yake na wana bodaboda. So nafikiri mambo yatakuwa tu shwari vile alikuwa amepanga.
Na kupitia mfumo wake wa bottom up ambao waliweza kuupigia upato, tuliweza kuona akisema kwamba atahakikisha uchumi bora kwa Wakenya, kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya atakuwa na nafasi ya kufanya kazi katika taifa hili la Kenya. Nieleze wewe hususan ukiwa kama mwana bodaboda, unatarajia nini hasa kutokana hasa katika sekta ya wana bodaboda? Afanye nini hususan katika hiyo sekta?
Naam, shukrani. Vile natarajia tu aweze kuteremsha bei ya mafuta na petroli ikuja chini ili sisi na bodaboda tuweze kupata mapato yetu ya kila siku.
Hivyo una imani na uongozi wa Rais William Ruto?
Tena sana. Sina tashwishi lolote, bali tu ni kufurahi moyoni mwetu. Tumepata freedom ambayo alikuwa ametuahidi.
Shukrani. Niweze kusikia kauli ya mwingine. Tafadhali nieleze wewe unahisi vipi tunaongoja Rais William Ruto aweze kuapishwa rasmi. Niambie unahisi vipi hususan mkitoka katika kijiji kimoja?
Asante sana. Mimi nashukuru pia kwa sababu ya siku hii ya leo. Ijapo kuwa sisi hatujaenda Nairobi. Sisi tumebaki nyumbani kuweza kuchunga area. Mimi nashukuru sana kwa sababu ya huyu kiongozi wetu ambaye ni Dr. William. Ameshughulika sana na kupigania nchi hii. Na tunafurahi anapoapishwa. Jinsi alivyosema hapo awali, mkinipea kazi tutashukuru. Kwa hivyo tunasema asante sana kwa sababu ya hii siku. Tunaona ya kwamba ni siku kuu ambaye hata sisi hatuko tunatarajia kupata rais.
Naam. Na labda baadhi ya masuala ambayo alikuwa ameahidi ya kwamba atafanya, unatarajia nini hasa hususan wewe kama Mkenya wa kawaida na ambaye anatoka katika eneo la Sugo?
Asante sana. Mimi ni mkulima na kitu ya kwanza ambaye aliongelea jana kwa hindi yake alisema kwamba bei ya mbolea na kuangalia uchumi ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru sana atakapoingia. Tunaona ya kwamba sisi kwa jumla kama wa Kenya tunaomba kwamba aweze kuona uchumi ya Kenya. Kitu ya kwanza ni uchumi kwa sababu tukiangalia vile vitu ya agriculture, mbolea na vitu ya agriculture na nini na tuseme mafuta ndio imekuwa kero sana katika nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo tunaomba kwamba aweze kuja na aweze kupunguza hayo maneno. Hayo vitu tuweze kuendelea na uchumi mzuri ambaye ilikuwa hapo awali.
Na labda niulize swali hili, mnatarajia kwamba rais wa 5 ataweza kutoka hapa, na wakati ambapo alikuwa kimenyana na yule ambaye ni Raila Odinga, mlitarajia kwamba ataibuka kama mshindi?
Tulikuwa na imani, ijapokuwa naye mzee Raila amekuwa na upato katika hiyo kiti, lakini tumekuwa na imani jinsi tulivyoona hapo awali amekuwa akisaidia wale wote ambao wamekuwa marais. Amekuwa akiwa backup na ameweza kufanya mambo mengi mpaka at least tumeweza kuona hii round hii alikuwa lazima achukue. Ilikuwa ni lazima achukue.
Nieleze kwa maana nikiangalia Sugoi na maeneo haya labda wameendelea tu kidogo. Ungeweza ataka labda yule ambaye atakuwa ni rais wa 5 William Ruto aweze kuendeleza eneo hili kivipi?
Wacha niseme Ruto tangu alipokuwa mbunge amefanya kazi. ameandika vijana, ametengeneza mabarabara, amekuwa akisukuma viongozi wake, na tuko na imani ya kwamba tutaendelea.
Mna imani na uongozi?
Tuko na imani sana kwa sababu hajawahi kwenda katika kiti na akaweza kufanya mambo machache. Amefanya mambo makubwa. Kwa hivyo pongezi daktari. Asante.
Shukrani, tumngoje apishwe rasmi. Basi wacha nizungumze na mwingine. Nieleze unahisi vipi tunapongoja kuapishwa kwa William Ruto kama rais rasmi?
Mimi nahisi vizuri. Tunangoja president wetu aapishwe siku ya leo. Sio kwamba tunafurahi sana kwa hapa nyumbani. Mahali panyako sasa tunamwambia asante kwa hali yenye ametuongoza. Na tunahisi mzuri. Hatuna tatizo yote ila yeye tu ajishikilia mahali penye hapo.
Na unatarajia aweze kufanya kazi ama utenda kazi wake ukae vipi?
Na natarajia afanye kazi nzuri. Juu ya kwamba alituahidi atufanyie kazi nzuri. Juu ya kwamba alituambia juu ataanzia mahali penye alianzia chini akianzia akipanda juu.
Naam, shukrani. Wacha tu nizungumze na wewe. Niruhusu nizungumze na wewe tafadhali. Naelewa kwamba wewe hautoki Sugo, lakini wewe ni Mkenya. Nieleze unahisi vipi wakati ambapo tunamngoja Rais William Ruto aweze kuapishwa na kuwa rais rasmi?
Kwa kweli kabisa tuko na furaha sana kwa sababu ya Dr. William Ruto ataapishwa leo, na ni kitu tumengoja sana na tunafurahi sana. Tuliona wakati wa campaign daktari alifanya kampeni zake kwa amani sana, na tukafurahia vile alikuwa anafanya kazi yake. So kwa leo, kwa sababu tunajua tunaenda kumwapisha kama rais wa 5, tunafurahi sana na tunajua kwamba yale mambo alituahidi atatenda. Alisema mambo ya uchumi atatengeneza, alisema mambo ya mabarabara na vitu zote atafanya. So we are expecting him afanye hiyo kazi alituahidi, na sisi tuko nyuma yake na tuko tayari kwa jambo lolote anahitaji sisi tulifanye. So tunashukuru sana, na leo ni siku ya hustlers.
Na una imani na uongozi wa William Ruto?
Mimi nina imani kabisa kwa sababu William Ruto si ati ni mtu ametoka tu huko nje akaingia kwa uongozi. Tumemuona alianzia kama MP, na kuna wakati alikuwa waziri wa kilimo. Tuliona vile aliinua hiyo docket akaingia kama deputy president. Tumeona walifanya kazi na President Uhuru, walitengeneza SGR, mabarabara, walifanya kazi kubwa sana. Na sasa kwa sababu yeye sio mgeni kwa hiyo laini, sasa akiwa rais ndio atafanya kazi kubwa zaidi, na tunatumaini hii nchi itabadilika, itakuwa nchi nyingine tofauti. Yes.
Shukran sana kwa muda wako. Nisikie kauli ya mwingine. Karibia hapa kwa dakika za kuhesabu. Nieleze labda unajihisi vipi wewe ukiwa kama mkaazi wa eneo hili ambalo sasa tunampata yule ambaye ni rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, atakuwa kiapishwa leo. Unahisi vipi?
Kwanza kabisa kwa majina mimi naitwa Elisha Gemboi. Tuko na furaha mingi sana. Leo ni siku ambayo tumengojea sana. Ambapo rais wetu Ruto tunatarajia aapishwe leo. Kitu chenye tunahitaji sasa, tuko na mabarabara ambazo haijakamilika ambayo yeye mwenyewe ameanzisha na rais anaye ondoka. Kwanza tunatarajia hiyo kazi akuja amalize.
Na labda kutokana na uongozi wake mna imani na yeye?
Tena zaidi. Tuko na imani sana na uongozi wake, hata si yeye mwenyewe. Mungu ndiye alifanyia kabisa. Na yeye ni mtu ambaye anapenda Mungu. Uongozi wake hatuna neno lingine, sawa kabisa.
Maendeleo ya Sugo mnahitaji ifanywe kivipi? Maana naona ni kijiji ambacho bado kinahitaji kufanywa maendeleo. Wafanye ama Rais William Ruto afanye nini?
Maendeleo ambayo siko sasa, kuna project ambayo pato haijakamilika hapa ya maji. Tunatarajia hiyo akuja amalize.
Okay. Shukran. Therefore, Eric, remember those are residents of Sugoi, and I understand that they have a lot of sentiments to speak about the incoming president, that is William Samoei Ruto. And in their sentiments, of course, they've described Ruto as one person who has been hardworking and, of course, has worked hard for everything that he's gotten. And they have talked of him, of course, sailing through the challenges and eventually, of course, breaking breaking the glass ceiling. And of course, as you have heard, is that they are describing him as a man who had never given up. And therefore, remember, this was his first stab to make, of course, in the presidential position, where he managed to erupt, or rather to emerge as the next 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Therefore, Eric, I'm still pitching tents here. I'll be able to speak to more residents. Like I told you, and not so many of them are here. So many of them have traveled to Nairobi to witness their fellow son of the soil being sworn in as the next president of this Republic of Kenya. And like I have promised you, Eric, I am right here following up to what will be transpiring, talking to more residents. Of course, I will be able to bring to tabs to our viewers to what will be happening on this particular end. Over to you, Eric. My name is Chichi.
Well, thank you very much for that, Chichi Josephine. That is our reporter, Chichi Josephine, joining us from Sugoi. That is the home village of the President-elect William Ruto. And of course, Chichi will be linking up with you later on during the day, just to bring us up to speed with what is happening in Sugoi. Yesterday, we saw President Uhuru Kenyatta, go to, or rather, the President-elect William Ruto meet President Uhuru Kenyatta. Some analysts say that that was a way of breaking the ice before the President hands over power to the President-elect, that is William Ruto. And I understand that they did a personal handover. We saw video clips from the official communication team of the President, the outgoing President Uhuru Kenyatta, showing us how the First Lady, the current First Lady, was taking Rachel Ruto, that is the incoming First Lady, round
This was bound to happen, Munene. This was bound to happen, and many would perhaps laugh about it.
Yep.
And lots coming to the fore. First of all, remember, upon that declaration on the 15th of August that, Deputy President William Ruto was then the President-elect, this to be challenged in court, that petition that wasn't successful for the people of Azimio One Kenya. And we understand very well that President Uhuru Kenyatta is the chairperson of Azimio One Kenya Alliance. Really, he's been silent, and we have seen leaders across the different parts of the world coming out to congratulate Deputy President William Ruto. Also, in his interview with CNN, he acknowledged the fact that the president had not officially congratulated him, and therefore this moment was bound to come, because then it's a constitutional process. It is what is required of President Uhuru Kenyatta, and maybe for the very first time, this then was that chance for him to congratulate and appreciate this one man that he's worked with. They came into government sometime in 2013 after the difficult times of the post-election violence occasioned by the tough times in 2007, 2008, and to the ICC. And it was a tough road for them, but luckily the Kenyans, showcased some essence of belief in their style of leadership, or in their leadership, to accord them, the presidency in 2013 and also in 2017, which was challenged successfully. But then again, going it for the second round, they were able to take the government. After that, then came the 2018 much publicized, handshake that really brought, or maybe, I wouldn't want to say that really is what brought the changes. There was some essence of disquiet, as it would be
within the coalition,
in parties within the coalition, within the party, and then of course the handshake made it even worse. And coming to this, it was perhaps justified that President Uhuru Kenyatta would not come out to congratulate his deputy, because then we know that his choice was not so successful. But yesterday was indeed historic, as you rightfully put it, as the outgoing president also bid farewell to the State House staff. He also had a moment with the president-elect, that is Dr. William Ruto, who has been his deputy for approximately 9 and something years, and therefore it was that moment of transition that also is set to be done in totality today, as President Uhuru Kenyatta then will be stepping out of State House, and Deputy President William Ruto, who will now be the president of the country, then will take over State House and talk over the nation. What he carries, from what they had worked on, that is as the Jubilee government, and what it takes to his government is a question of wait and see. We have seen that he's had some essence of, goodwill in terms of, escalating, or better yet, making it better in terms of the Big Four agenda. That is within his manifesto, rafts of promises that he's accorded to the people of Kenya. And while, most of the presidents would want to come and start on a clean slate, it appears like Deputy President William Ruto, who's now the president-elect, would want to pick it up from where they left it, because they say things like the Big Four agenda, or agendas and policies that were set on board, were both their agendas were both, both their policies, yes?
The different thing that comes up now between 2013 and 2017 is because in 2013, remember, it was URP and TNA coming together after forming a pact. And when the president ascended to the throne, the presidency, 5 years later in 2017, all the smaller parties that were made up Jubilee come 2017 were collapsed, and they formed the Jubilee Party. And that is where now they say that both President-elect William Ruto and his boss, the outgoing President Uhuru Kenyatta, came up with the Big Four agenda. In his manifesto, he's really talked about the Big Four agenda, saying that the handshake derailed it. Well, that cannot be proven. It's just a claim by the President-elect. We know that he fell out of favor with his boss, and so he is expected to say such. But, well, we expect to see if he is going to champion the Big Four agenda. Like you're saying, it's been captured largely in his manifesto, in his Kenya Kwanza manifesto. But from today, from 2 p.m. today, it will no longer be a Kenya Kwanza affair. It's an affair for all Kenyans, for everyone. And remember, there's also the big chunk of Kenyans, 8 million voters. That's a very, very huge number, bigger than even the people who voted for the president-elect, William Ruto, as well as his closest competitor, that is Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Alliance presidential leader, Raila Odinga, who got 6.9 million, according to the IEBC. President-elect William Ruto getting 7.1 million. So 8 million people, 8 million voters not voting for either of the two. That is a very, very huge statement.
It's a huge statement. Kenyans. And I mean, what's important also is for him to derive mechanisms that is going to, incorporate to make sure that he appeals also to the 6-point-something million that voted for the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, who's also said that he's going to come and advise the supporters on what way forward. Still questions linger as to whether then he will metamorphosize into a different political face, or whether he is going to say enough is enough. I have put up a good fight for the country in terms of liberation, in terms of the coming in of the multi-party, in terms of the aspect of getting us a new constitution, and so many matters that we have seen Right Honorable Raila Odinga contributing as to the space of growth of politics in the country. And so as we await to see what then will be his advice to the people, we acknowledge that indeed there is that change of guard, and therefore Kenyans, in as much as the president-elect will work towards making sure that there's this aspect of unity, I think it's also incumbent upon us to as well accept and welcome that will from his end, which he has said he is determined to make sure that he does that, because he stands as the president not of Kenya Kwanza or UDA, but the president of all Kenyans. And yes, in Kasarani, Monene, I have seen pictures of also leaders getting into the stadium, which is very, very important a moment. Majority of them from the Kenya Kwanza side, all excited, all happy. The likes of Veronica Maina, the SG, and also now into Senate, of course. And I mean, we also have seen the likes of Mohaji Chopevu, very many leaders of the Kenya Kwanza side getting into this. It will be interesting to see whether we'll have legislators from the other side, that is the Azimio One Kenya Alliance, joining in for these very celebrations. But as you have heard from their very own party boss, they are really not confident and comfortable as to the final declaration of the Supreme Court, and therefore he will not be in attendance. Perhaps you'd expect that they will pick cue from their party leader not to attend this historic events.
Well, and as we've mentioned, the presidency is a symbol of unity. So we expect that the president-elect William Ruto is going to bring everyone on board. Remember, 8 million people, voters rather, failing to vote for either Ruto or Raila. That's a very, very huge statement. All these people need to feel they are on board of this incoming government. And like you're saying, it's it's a personal choice for the leaders who did not side with him in the past election. Whether they are going to come or not, that is up to them. But remember, those are live pictures, as you can see on your screen. Live pictures from inside the stadium. We have our reporter there, William Samoei, who's stationed at Kasarani. This is the nerve center of the ceremony. He'll be joining us later on. I understand my producer is trying to contact him. We'll be joining him later on to tell us what is happening. Remember, we have 2,500 VIP guests who are expected at the stadium, so you can expect a lot of security checks will be conducted before anyone makes their way in. 20 heads of state, that is 8 prime ministers and deputy presidents, as well as 7 foreign ministers had confirmed as of yesterday evening that they are going
Some
to
already
grace
in
the
the
ceremony.
Yeah,
Yes, some are already in the country.
Yeah.
They are going to be making their way in. As you can see, those are members of the disciplined forces in Kasarani.
As well. I mean, I am told that there's some gates that have literally gone down, and
Quite worrying.
You would definitely expect this because Kenyans are trying to find their way into the stadium to appreciate and celebrate this moment. And like you said, you started by telling us they need to be careful so that we would avoid scenarios where people will be hurt. But then you definitely would expect reports of the same here and there, and such reports we have already received. But even before we get more and more of this, Monene, it's important that we also look into the life of William Ruto, who's now the president-elect, and of course will take over the reins of power from his predecessor, outgoing President Uhuru Kenyatta. Ruto indeed has beaten the odds to win a closely fought election that nearly turned into a crisis, surmounted huge obstacles to become the country's 5th president. And therefore, our very own Apollo Kamau has worked on this piece that takes a look at the man of the moment as told by his close political allies.
From a young Turk in the independence ruling party KANU to a cabinet minister and a deputy president who was in sync with his boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta, in the early days of the Jubilee administration. The self-christened chicken seller from Sugo's rise to the country's most powerful seat has not been a walk in the park, starting with the international criminal cases of the Hague, Netherlands, over the 2007-2008 poll violence that nearly scattered his political ambitions, and outgoing President Uhuru Kenyatta's final term in office, where he faced tribulations on his presidential quest. His allies, some of who have had to pay the price for backing his presidential bid, narrate the ordeals he underwent in his journey to the top up to the last minute, claiming there was a plot by President Uhuru Kenyatta aided by state machinery to block his announcement as president-elect by IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati at the Bomas of Kenya on the 15th of August when chaos rocked the venue.
Our lowest moment was at Bomas of Kenya because you've gone through all these humiliations, yeah? You have won, the vote, courtesy of the people of Kenya. And then the person you helped most to build his entire political career, without whom he would never have been president, wants now to use state apparatus to forcefully change results. I think that was the lowest. It was the lowest, but at the end, okay? So the impact may not have been felt much because it didn't succeed. That was an attempted coup. Actually, it's treason. Yeah. Coup may not be the right words because coup is for a sitting president, but it's treason. It was an attempt to subvert the will of the people, and I think we were this close to a crisis in this country, this close, because the plan was to frustrate the announcement of results. If you cannot change the results, frustrate the announcement of results. There are a lot of attempts. There was attempts of arrest of Chebukati, shooting of people, violence in the place. Those stories will come out because those are things I heard when we were in Bomas all through. You saw the senior security people were sent to Bomas. And then they were told William Ruto is not an option. I feel that was really the lowest, but the shortest stint because the patriots, the heroes, Chebukati, Professor Gulie, and Molu saved the situation. If they didn't do so, we could be today speaking of a different Kenya.
According to Elgeyo Marakwet Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, a trusted ally of the son of Sugoi, investigations on the Bomas chaos are likely to commence after the president-elect is sworn into office. Security officers will also be in the spotlight on an incident that happened on the 14th of August that Murkomen says was part of the plot to ensure Ruto does not become president by abducting his allies.
I can tell you, our agents had been arrested by anti-terrorism unit. Our laptops have been confiscated. Chirchir was almost arrested by the same people, anti-terrorism unit. Kindiki was almost abducted from our party headquarters here by previous day with 3 Subaru cars that came here from the DCI, and I'm the one who took the pictures of the vehicles and I shared on my social media. So, and that's how they ran away, they drove off. The point I'm trying to make is that there was a lot of scheme that I hope the investigative agencies will do something about it to subvert the will of the people, and bombers would have been our Waterloo as a country.
The role of security personnel to intimidate and expose Ruto goes back to 2019 during the Lamada assassination plot allegations that caused tension in the government. The withdrawal of the General Service Unit guarding his official Karen residence in August 2021, replaced by administration police, was yet another sign of a man under siege in the very government he played a role to form.
It is true there were plans to assassinate maybe 1 or 2, so that one will either teach the others a lesson or cause sufficient fear to leave this agenda, to get away from William Ruto. And I can tell Kenyans that this information was given to us by people serving in the security system that were put together to execute those plans or implement those plans. And they felt uncomfortable to do that. You remember the Ramanda also. That was about William Ruto. Maybe if we use that, we could say there was also insecurity and things being planned. You know, because it's easy to plan to clear your deputy. When this failed, the team that had been put together was actually quickly, because they learned that there was a leakage. So they, dismantled that team.
His allies also point out at the murder of Sergeant Kipyegon Kenei, based at his office. The death of Sergeant Kenei became a political issue, despite the murder remaining unresolved to date.
The DCI Kinoti was working very hard to link the Deputy President with the murder of Kenei. When the story will be written, you will know how the DCI used money to pick some family members to speak as though they wanted to attack the Deputy President, because they were looking for ways to try to muddy the waters and to make sure that you link it to the Deputy President. The Aurora and Kimwarer, a lot of work was done. One of the public officers was asked to record a statement and say the Deputy President is the one who called me to say we pay this Kimwarer money so that we can use it to impeach the Deputy President. In fact, you remember how Munya walked from that place and insulted the Deputy President.
The intimidation culture, according to his insiders, spread its tentacles to his allies, who claimed there was a plot to assassinate them and their bodyguards.
The next thing they started thinking about is possibly to eliminate or kill. I think they were saying they would kill. Eliminate some of our either security men or personnel, so that, you see, if your security guard is shot and you are together, obviously, and they are armed, then obviously you are completely insecure, you are completely vulnerable. That also leaked, and they then ran away from it. Obviously, like me, I've never told my security that was a plan, but I came to know about it, but I didn't tell them. Soon thereafter, for them to be able to do these plans, they removed several of our security men from different members. I mean, we were left without security. Like, I went for maybe 6 to 7 months without security. And when I engaged the IG twice. I tried to engage the IG, walking to his office, twice, leaving message. He never called me back. He never even, I don't know whether he got the message. I would expect that he has a functional office, but when you visit the office and leave a message in writing to his secretary, then he will obviously, and you even sign your name and your contact, you expect that, and you say reason, you'd expect that an inspector of police, inspector general, will respond to a member of parliament, because we are the ones who give them jobs in parliament, actually.
The Mount Kenya region, a key battleground between Kenyatta and Ruto during the August 9 campaigns, was so ferocious that key meetings were either disrupted, like the Keno Church chaos that left 2 people dead in Alice Wahome's Kandara constituency.
When again I was hosting him, and I'm talking about this because they are personal experiences, because I knew I was a target so that I don't get re-elected. I was hosting him in one of my schools, Kenyoho Secondary School, again my governor, working still with the system, with the authority of the system, with the security that you have. You have a commander of police in your county, and they know the deputy president is coming, and my governor, former governor, is there coming to disrupt openly a school function where we are releasing a bus to a secondary school, girls' secondary school. It was nasty, it was ugly. I held my calm.
A close ally of the Deputy President, Marsabit County Governor Mahmoud Mohamed, says he's a victim of state machinery that destabilized his first term in office, that made his county ungovernable due to insecurity that left scores dead.
We lost too many lives, in my county, unnecessarily, because of don't care attitude, right, from the system. To be treated that way is a serious betrayal. It's very unfortunate. Of course, personally, I came back or defended my seat on UDM ticket. I didn't mean to leave my friend. The system employed some tactics. The current CS Treasury was positioned to be the leader of Northern Kenya, which he is not in real sense. The real leaders were left out. State machinery was used to plan a political outfit for him in the name of Upia. They hoodwinked Kenyans to make it believe like all Northern Kenya leaders and everybody else were going to be on that party. We had to stand up and say no.
The heat turned on by the state during Kenyatta's second term on his deputy became unbearable for Ruto, who is said to have told his allies to switch sides for their own safety.
I remember at some point he would call some of us, myself, Mheshimiwa Kimani Ichung'wah, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, and I remember one time when the state was really hard on His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the president called him and he was actually giving him choices. That I know you are my friend. If you decide to ever, please, I will never take it against you. If these guys are too hard on you, Mheshimiwa, you have options. Please, you have a family to check on, you have relatives, you have friends. And I see these guys are really coming for you. Fortunately, God had given us very good friends. Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua listened, na akamwambia wewe ni rafiki yangu. Whatever thing they are going to do to us, we are prepared for it.
This journey has not been easy. It has been a journey full of ups and downs. It has been a very bumpy ride. And bumpy because those who were our friends, turned against us. When President Uhuru Kenyatta exercised his democratic right to support Raila Odinga, we had no problem at all with that. But we did not know that he would use state power to try and intimidate and force people to support Raila Odinga.
Ruto's march to State House, according to his allies, turned into a humiliating one in the cabinet, where the president gave him a cold shoulder as cabinet secretaries insulted him.
There was a text message from Matiang'i once that called the deputy president an idiot. And you know, he just relaxed. He didn't say a thing. You saw tweets, okay, including the one for P.S. Jerome insulting the deputy president on Twitter and all that kind of thing. And what is funny is that it was normalized. You know, church leaders, civil society, human rights organizations felt like if it was William Ruto and it was us, it was okay. It was normal, you know. It was normal. I don't mind those we were doing outright political leadership, but I'm speaking about public servants who are appointed, you know, in state office, and they were taking time to insult him.
In 2020, the relationship between Kenyatta and his deputies sank to an all-time low after Ruto was blocked from his official residence in Mombasa and forced to look for accommodation in a hotel.
The outgoing president is petty, yeah. The incoming president is self-assured. Yeah, he looks at the big things. In fact, I dare say it was the incoming president who made Uhuru Kenyatta look like a president in the first term, and is in the absence of William Ruto in the second term. You know, Uhuru Kenyatta became completely exposed.
Despite his tribulations, much the disappointment of President Uhuru Kenyatta, Ruto's hustler narrative framed against the dynasties helped him transcend the tribal card in the Mount Kenya region especially, where President Uhuru Kenyatta's campaign for Odinga failed to click in what allies attribute to betrayal. How the president-elect withstood a state onslaught for 5 years and win an election has not only surprised friends and foes, but has turned him into a hero among his supporters.
One of the things you have to admire from William Ruto, our president, is something called emotional intelligence. You know, out of the many things we went through, harassment from the regime, mistreatment from his boss, you'd rarely see him losing his cool.
He has the ability to block his mind from negative energy. And William Ruto, when he sets his goals on doing something, he will do it. No matter how many times he went through so many things, the humiliations that you saw in Bomas, the askaris being removed from his office, the attempts to try to link him to certain crimes and all that. Even there was a time they wanted to charge him. You know, all those kind of things. William Ruto in the evening, when it's time to go and sleep, he goes and sleeps.
Critics of Kenya's fifth president, who takes over power at 55 years, compared to Kenyatta, who took over at 51 in 2013, see a reincarnation of his political mentor, former President Daniel Moi, who made Kenya a one-party state and punished his political enemies, something Ruto's allies are quick to dismiss.
I know people have been scared and wondering. You remember this question of in whose hands shall we be safe? I think they saw him as a strict person. People are scared that he will turn this country into a one-man show. And others were scared about ability to deal with the question of corruption. The question of corruption started in 1963. And the foundation of this nation, the Kenyatta founding father and the Kenyatta family, the Odinga family, and all these people, you know, the post-independence founders have a lot to do, especially with the land question. And if we are going to answer some of those questions, we must, you know, it is about speaking and allowing an open and candid discussion, possibly including opening up some of the reports that are there.
A self-made politician who has mentored young politicians, especially in his UDA party, the president-elect carries the burden of millions of hustlers, pegging their hopes on his bottom-up economic model to address unemployment, a debt-ridden economy, and litany of lofty promises to women and youth, whose eyes are set on the Hustler Fund to lift their lives.
This is a self-made leader. He possesses very admirable leadership qualities. He has a lot of ideas for the country, especially the poor, the less advantaged members of the society, because he knows that is where he began. I have a lot of expectations from our president-elect.
The victory of William Ruto is the victory to millions of hustlers, people whose fathers had nothing. They would walk in the streets barefoot. They would walk to school, get chased home for school fees, lack food, go without meals for some time. And still, they worked hard. So it is a message to all Kenyans and the people all over the world that never, ever, ever give up. Always pursue your dreams, and your dreams will be valid.
It will be a tough balancing act for the president-elect to accommodate his allies and a host of technocrats eyeing state jobs, starting with a cabinet that will make his presidency a make-or-break moment for 50 million Kenyans. Apol Kamau, TV47.
Nice piece there, Apollo Kamau, just walking us through the journey of one William Ruto. And I know so much can be said about this man who in hours' time, then he will be the president of this very nation and constantly will be having lots and lots of stories revolving around his political journey up until now.
Yeah, and remember, this is the first time that he's actually made an attempt and got successful at it. Getting to clinch the presidency at his first attempt, and really hope that as we keep reminding him he's the president of everyone. Remember, 8 million voters failed to vote for him, or
anybody, they did not turn out to vote, yes.
And yeah, they did not vote for anyone. Yeah,
so
that's a very, very huge number, and a huge statement to him as the president. He now takes over the reins of power. He is now the man in charge of the country. And we understand that there has been some chaos at Kasarani. We want to remind those who are watching us, and including those in Kasarani, at the places that have been designated for the overflow. 20,000 people will be accommodated at those areas that have been designated for the excess number of people who were expected to grace the event. And I understand we have TV47 live screens there, people following this wall-to-wall coverage of the inauguration, the change of guard. Remember, TV47 will be at Kasarani. We have our reporters in Karen, that is the official residence of the deputy president, and of course in Nyeri and in Sugo, and as well as many other parts of the country. We have our reporters spread across the country. They'll be bringing us up to speed with what is happening in the country. And I understand
Moige William is on standby. That is in Kasarani National Stadium for updates. Moige William, good morning. It clearly isn't an easy one right there. I see lots and lots of Kenyans thronged in, and you can almost, tell that Moige is struggling to hear us. But then again, I'm sure there's so much for that he has to tell us. Moige, if you could keep us up to the loop, please.
Good morning to you, Linda. Well, we are joining you live from Kasarani. Any moment from now, we are expecting Deputy President William Ruto, who is the president-elect, to be coming to make his way here. This is where he's going to be sworn in as the next president, noting that he will be the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Well, as you can see, ladies in yellow walking past me. They are making their way. Oh, sorry. They are walking past me, heading into the Kasarani International Stadium. There was a bit of commotion. If we could walk to the other side so that we can give way to the ladies. There was a little bit of commotion earlier on this particular entrance. Remember, Kasarani Stadium can be able to hold a capacity of 60,000 people, but already as early as 6, the stadium was full, and people were they're not being able to access this particular stadium, and there were screens which were being displayed outside the stadium. But Kenyans are out of happiness and also eagerness. They have managed to push their way in to the stadium, and we have seen police officers trying to contain the situation. Live pictures there, one of the persons who has been injured, and we can see he's being provided with first aid, at least by first aiders to get medical attention. There you go. Quite a situation here. It was hectic. People jumping over the wall to be able to access this particular area. Remember, it is a historic day, and Kenyans are excited to be the first persons to witness as William Samoei Ruto takes oath of office to be the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. So there you have it. I can see now the National Youth Service together with them, that is the General Service Unit, also coming here to at least contain the situation, because over the wall you can see still Kenyans eagerly looking into on what is happening here. They just want to access this particular place. Remember, it is already full, 60,000 full already, but we had communication earlier. They'll be providing 20,000 more people to be able to access this facility, but well, seems already Kasarani has overflown, but out there we can still see more people out there. We can still see more people who want to access this particular place, but it is already full, because even the access inside these gates, even the access inside the Kasarani Stadium, already they are full, and some people have been left outside. They are watching from outside, so they cannot follow live events from the field, the main field. That is where the activity is taking place. You can see live pictures from Kasarani Stadium. Already some people have been locked out. So from where you see it, I will urge our viewer, from wherever you are within Nairobi and its metropolitan, please stay at home, because already Kasarani is full to the brim. But most importantly, TV47 is here. You got covered, and we will be giving you live coverage, beat by beat, blow by blow, from the Kasarani International Stadium here in Nairobi County. We can see water cannons over police, also bringing in more enforcement to try and contain the situation. I can tell you it was quite not a good looking situation here, because Kenyans wanted to access this place, but it is full already. So we are urging Kenyans who want to follow the live proceedings of the swearing in of William Samoei Ruto, President.
Vilevile tungependa kuwakumbusha kwamba wakati wowote unapokutana na bendera ya kikosi, unaombwa kwa heshima kuweza kuipea heshima kama inavyostahili. Iwapo utakuwa umevalia sare rasmi za serikali, basi unaombwa kuweza kuipigia saluti bendera hii iliyo fahari ya kikosi. Na iwapo utakuwa umevalia,
importantly, even as this particular event,
kuweza kutoa kofia na kuipisha bendera hii.
Administration of President Uhuru Kenyatta, even as he waits to hand over to his deputy, now President-elect William Ruto. Among them is the issue of road construction.
Basi Mheshimiwa Rais atakapofika mwisho wa gwaride letu la heshima, tutawaomba wananchi kuweza kuwa watulivu wakati ambapo mkuu wa gwaride atakuwa anamuomba kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ruhusa ya kuweza kuendelea na gwaride punde tu Mheshimiwa Rais atakapochukua nafasi yake kwenye jukwaa rasmi. Basi tutakapoanza ratiba yetu wakati kama huu, tutakuwa tunaendelea na shughuli za kumwapisha rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Rais Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto, na baada ya kipindi hicho tutaendelea na ratiba ambapo tutapata burudani spesheli lililoandaliwa kwa ajili ya siku hii ya leo. Na hivi sasa kupata kusubiri, basi nitarudisha kwa bendi za majeshi yetu ya ulinzi ya Kenya waweze kucheza wimbo unaofahamika kama Usiniache. Bendi tafadhali. Asante, asante bendi, asante bendi, asanteni. Asanteni sana bendi zetu za majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya.
Well, those are live pictures. As you can see, we are stationed in different parts of the city of Nairobi, Kasarani Stadium, of course, where the main event, the inauguration of Deputy President, who's now the President-elect, William Ruto, as well as the Deputy President-elect, Rigathi Gachagua, will be taking place. We also have the State House live pictures there, as well as the current residence of the official residence of Deputy President William Ruto. Earlier on, we had our very own Moige William. We had some challenge with his unit, his live unit that he's using. We had some challenges because of some chaos that has been caused there. I think the organizers are having quite some challenges in crowd control, but of course we'll be linking up with Moege William later on to tell us what is the latest. And as you can see, the members of the discipline forces, as well as let me say the military mainly, they've taken position before we begin the fanfare. And well, in about 2 hours we expect that everyone now will have settled and taken their positions before Deputy President-elect, that's Rigathi Gachagua, makes his way in. After, of course, all the dignitaries, the invited dignitaries have already taken their seats. He'll be making his way in, and of course, followed by the President-elect and the outgoing President, that is Uhuru Kenyatta, will be the last one to make his way to the stadium before we begin the ceremony officially. Linda.
And while we all thought, of course, that there is a chronological aspect of events, reality is that we've seen leaders in the country already finding their way there, especially those ones that are members of parliament-elect, those ones that were there and did not find their way back. A majority of, members of the UDA party and more so the Kenya Kwanza coalition at large. And as Monene would say, it will be an event that is characterized with lots of, entertainment, as you can see. Well, the military in the regalia as well, just doing the usual thing that they would do in terms of parades. And this more so happens during the public, sessions that we always have in the country. 2,500 VIPs expected to grace these occasions. We have mentioned some of the presidents that are already in the country, presidents of different countries also joining in for this historic moment. Rwanda's President Paul Kagame, Mozambique President Filipe Nyusi expected, South Sudan President Salva Kiir, Malika Ga, the member of Transitional Sovereign Council of Sudan, Cuba's Deputy President, Prime Minister that is, none other than Ines Maria. And we'll also be having this moment where we will have this graced by the president of the chairperson of the African Union, Musa Mahamat Faki, Zimbabwean President Emerson Mnangagwa, the Prime Minister Cleophas Sifo Lamini of Eswatini, and we'll also be having lots of other dignitaries to grace this occasion. Remember, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, amongst the guests that were invited in the country, will not be there for this moment, but then President Uhuru Kenyatta will definitely be the person who hands over this aspect of power and therefore will be in attendance. As we told you earlier on, the program began from as early as 4 a.m. and it's now around 8. We still are having Kenyans getting into the space of Kasarani National Stadium, but officially from around 10 a.m. We'll see the guests and also the members of parliament or members of the public some more, seated at the stadium, waiting for the official begin of this moment, followed by the arrival of the service commanders that will be expected, including the heads of the Army, the Kenya Navy, and of course Kenya Air Force at around 10:30 a.m. At around 10:45, then we'll have invited heads of state and governments as set to arrive, as followed by arrival of Chief Defense Forces, that is General Robert Kibochi. That will be around 15 minutes later. At around 11:05, the Chief Justice, Martha Koome, who will be the main witness, to see what it is that the Chief Registrar, Anna Madi, will have to do. Also will be joining in at that very moment. And the court judges as well will then arrive on this vicinity at around 11:30 a.m. Then the Guard of Honor will march to position, and we'll have around 5 minutes later, Deputy President-elect, that is Rigathi Gachagua, equally arriving into the stadium. Also, the program shows that Ruto, then accompanied by his wife, Mama Rachel, will get to, join in at around 11:40 a.m., as well as President Uhuru Kenyatta, who's the outgoing president, who will arrive a few minutes later and then will be received by General Kibochi, equally escorted to the ceremonial Land Rover to enter the stadium. And after the national anthem, then President Kenyatta will inspect the Guard of Honor.
Yeah, and he's doing that in his capacity as the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. That's the reason why he'll have that ceremonial Land Rover coming in the stadium on that ceremonial Land Rover. And of course, the CDF, that's the Chief of the Defense Forces, that is General Kibochi, of course, will be with him. Remember, the military did that ceremonial practice that they do after the Commander-in-Chief leaves the office, and so the outgoing president, as the Commander-in-Chief, will have all these military honors accorded to him. Well, as you said,
10 p.m.
Well, the Chief Registrar, that is when now the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, that is Anna Madi, will administer oaths of office to, that is Ruto and Gachagua. Remember, the two will take 2 oaths. Amadi will then take to the podium and invite Chief Justice Martha Koome, who will serve as a witness. The CJ will then introduce the President, that is the President-elect Ruto, and the Deputy President-elect Gachagua to public and ask Ruto to take his position. And of course, outgoing President Kenyatta will then hand over the instruments of power and authority to Ruto, which will be followed by fanfare and the national anthem, during which Uhuru's presidential standard will be lowered, while Ruto's will be hoisted simultaneously. We've had a lot of discussions about that particular presidential standard. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of proposals, I want to call them proposals because it's not been made official. They've been thrown around online. We've seen we've seen one with a symbolic wheelbarrow that the deputy president used on his ascent to power.
And most of these, the standards,
yes,
Munene will always speak to the plans of the coming in party or the coming in government as to what they envision for the nation, as to what they desire the nation to be. So it is symbolic, and like we said earlier on, it cuts across the global fraternity that every time there's change of guard, then we'd see the heads of state coming with this that they will consider as their standard, and mostly they are, like that's the reason why perhaps we've seen this, making rounds, and people guessing that it would be one that would probably have a shield and have the wheelbarrow as a symbol. It is because it's what that speaks to the people in terms of what the government that is incoming or the government that is coming then it seeks to do to the people. It speaks of their language. It speaks of their main point of factor that they look at, to express what they want to do to the nation. And the wheelbarrow has been at the heart of the campaigns of these individuals.
The bottom-up economy.
And the bottom-up economy
model that the president-elect has been championing. And so we are eagerly awaiting to see the presidential standard. But just before we even get there, after that presidential standard has been hoisted, 21 gun salute will follow, and President Kenyatta will be given his standard by the Chief of Defense Forces, that is General Kibochi. And then that will, of course, be signifying the change of guard, and a guard of honor will march off the stadium to be followed by a session of entertainment. And as we keep reminding our viewers, is that all this has to happen before 2 p.m. as stated, or rather as it's supposed to be in the Constitution. Live pictures there from Kasarani Stadium. I think I've just seen the former National Assembly Speaker, Justin Muturi, who's already made his way in the stadium. Yeah. And of course, we heard him say that he served. Remember, he was a magistrate. One of his recent addresses, he said that he's already served in 2 arms of government, that is the judiciary as well as the legislature. So because he is also one of the earlier people who joined the president-elect William Ruto during his campaigns, he hinted at having a place, reserved for him in the national government, saying that now it's his time, or rather he feels it's appropriate for him to also serve in the executive, and that is the 3rd arm of government. And also making rounds, like you said. We've had left, right and center of what would be the possible Ruto's cabinet, and his name has featured on these ones that are making rounds. Of course, we cannot base our argument on these online shenanigans, but reality is that also he's been at the heart of the campaigns of this side. Remember, he shelved his own interests to be president under the Democratic Party to cross over to the Kenya Kwanza side so that they can forge forward and work together. And therefore, they always say it's a game of rewarding loyalty, and you'll definitely expect that perhaps this loyalty then in some way will be rewarded. But as you can see somewhere in Karen, Karen is the deputy president making his way now to,
out perhaps. Elizabeth Mutuko should be telling us what then is happening there. It will be very, very important, but also in Kasarani, a couple of heads of states and a couple of leaders as well finding their way into the stadium. We will be telling you who and who in a bit, but then again, a little bit deserted State House, not much of activity, as you can see, but then all eyes set there as we await to see how this historic movement there would be. Remember, this is an event that is well timed, and therefore we'd expect that there'll be that queue that Deputy President William Ruto has already left, Rigathi Gachagua as well has already left, and queue to State House that, now President Uhuru Kenyatta can as well, exit the stage. And we also have our reporters stationed, in the different parts of the roads, that is Thika Road, just as well to give us, updates on the very same moment. Remember, after this whole program that Munene and I have taken you through, there's going to be that moment of, these leaders also, giving their speeches. President Uhuru Kenyatta will give his final speech. We'll also have a representative from all the dignitaries, one of the dignitaries that will have joined in to as well, give us the updates. Definitely the Deputy President-elect who will officially be then the Deputy President will as well give us his speech and then present the same or the mantle to the President, that is William Samoei Ruto, as well to give us his opening speech and also that inauguration speech. Definitely it is a moment to celebrate as dignitaries also are finding their way into the stadium. Yes.
Protocol officers assisting some dignitaries, foreign dignitaries who've been invited for this ceremony. Just seen a former leader of majority in the National Assembly, Aden Duale, who's already there. This is the VVIP area that has been set aside for VVIPs. Remember, 20 heads of state as of yesterday had confirmed attendance, and those are live pictures there.
And that is Malik Agar that we had mentioned about, a member of the Transitional Sovereign Council of Sudan, who's just made his way in, and I think that's where the cameras were focused on, as also he attends this very historic moment. And like you say, some of leaders within, or leaders, local leaders in the country as well, are in the stadium already.
Well, those are aerial pictures, live aerial pictures of what is happening at Kasarani Stadium. Of course, some little activity or none at all at State House as of now. We've seen some vehicles coming out of the current gate, that is official Deputy President William Ruto's residence. We cannot confirm really who the people who came out of that gate were, but I'm sure, of course, our reporter there, we have our very own Liz Mutuko, who's there. She'll be bringing us up to speed with what is happening at Karen. The time now is 8:35, so in about 1.5 hours, the official ceremony should have started. Of course, we have our governance expert in studio with us, Philip Kisia. Will be engaging him with a number of things that we should expect, what really the change of guard in the country means, what Kenyans are expecting of President-elect William Ruto. Remember, the biggest number of those who didn't, the voters who actually didn't vote are the biggest. The number is the greatest because it stands at 8 million people. That is according to the official figures by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. 8 million people failing to vote. What really that means from the eyes of a governance expert? What are the expectations of that number? What that community, and I want to believe the constituency is actually made up of mainly the youth. What are the expectations? And because now the President, William Ruto, will have, he'll take charge of this event. And I understand that we have a very own governance expert, our in-house governance expert. It's our very own,
it's more of in-house now. I mean, so yes.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Morning. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah, you're looking good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You too.
Yeah, thank you.
So, as you can see, we have different reporters spread across the country. A lot of Kenyans are expecting, because the president, this is a change of guard, a change of regime. A lot of Kenyans are expecting some very, very big promises to be delivered. You remember the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, which now is no longer the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. It's a manifesto that will serve all Kenyans. What are some of the things that you think, from your point of view as a governance expert, what are some of the things that you think Kenyans are really hoping that the president-elect and his deputy president-elect are going to achieve, say, in the first 100 days?
Thank you. I think, in my view, as I said earlier, there are about 7.1 million people who voted for the incoming president. There are slightly above 6.9 million who voted for his opponent. There is another 8 million who never bothered to vote. And I think, in my view, those are the most dangerous people, because we don't know what is actually on their mind. Because those who voted for the incoming president were clear, and they bought into his manifesto. Those again who voted for Raila bought into his idea and his manifesto. So those who are in between, the katikati people, are the most dangerous, because we don't know what their problem was. We don't know what stopped them from voting. Yet voting is a fundamental right. I can only guess that that I think we've, as Kenyans, a majority of us have reached a level of desperation. So we see nothing in voting. We don't see the benefit of voting. We don't see any change it brings about in a social, political, and economic environment. So most of them would rather stay at home than waste their time, in their view, queuing for hours to vote, knowing very well that that will not deliver any desired change. So it's an unfortunate situation. I'm only hoping that the new and incoming administration will be able to address that particular issue and inspire hope, not only to those who didn't vote for them, but those who actually failed to queue on that particular day to vote for either side.
Of great concern, Senior, then would be what precedents we're setting. And I'm glad that you mentioned it would be important that then the regime that comes in looks into that matter. Perhaps Kenyans are justified, or those ones that did not go out to vote are justified not to have gone to, because one, they lack faith in the electoral system, because two, they have this general feeling that it is them to go and queue and cast their vote, but only few in a boardroom then will decide who the leaders are. It is a few of them that, the 6 million that voted for Right Honorable Raila Odinga, that will switch gears and join these ones and say, you know what, the justice system is one that is questionable. As the new regime reign seeks to inspire confidence, what are some of the key things that need to be looked into to sanitize this process, to regain that confidence from the people?
Well, first of all, I don't believe that refusing to vote is a solution. In life, you must take a position. You're either on the right side or the left side. You're either on the wrong side or the right side. Okay? So refusal to vote does not help you in any way. But I'm only hoping that the new administration will bring in freshness. The one, in my view, on top of the list is unifying the country, making every Kenyan feel as if they are Kenyan. Okay? Let us not create a situation where a few Kenyans will feel as if they are not part of Kenyans.
Yeah.
Okay? So that, to me, will be agenda number one. Getting everybody to move on the same page, in the same vehicle, because the a time of slogan-rearing and electioneering is all over.
The bottom up.
It is done. It is now done and dusted. We need to move on as a country. We have bigger challenges facing us. So together, we need to come on the same table and address the challenges that are facing this nation from individual level and at collective level.
Well, sir, thank you for that. And we'll continue that discussion in a few. But I want us to engage our very own Apollo Kamau and Moige William, who are live at Kasarani. They are our main people at Kasarani, just to bring us up to speed with what is happening. Moige William, glad to have you back again. What's the latest from where you are?
A good morning to you. Yes, we have set camp here at Kasarani Stadium at the heart of Nairobi, and this is the very place whereby President-elect William Samoei Ruto is set to take oath of office together with his counterpart and also his deputy and also running mate, Deputy President-elect Rigathi Gachagua. But now I'm joined by my colleague Apollo Kamau. Good to see you, man. How is it for you?
Not bad. This is a crucial day. Remember, this is the inauguration of the fifth president to be Dr. Samoei William Ruto. And this morning, he is formally coming here to be sworn in as the country's fifth president, to be given the instruments of power by President Uhuru Kenyatta, who has been serving as the fourth president. And therefore, it's a very crucial moment, as we have seen, starting 4 a.m. this morning, when Kenyans and Kenya Kwanza supporters started streaming in this morning. There has been a lot of excitement, starting from the way we've been seeing police on horsebacks pushing people back, because inside the stadium it's full to the brim, given the expectations and the excitement, and people here looking forward to see this moment, to see their president being sworn in today. So it's a very crucial day for millions of Dr. William Samoei Ruto supporters. And maybe just to look at what is going to happen today, when this process kicks off. Of course, we do expect the president-elect, the deputy president-elect, to come into the stadium. And when they come in, this process will be presided over by the registrar of the Supreme Court, Anne Amadi, in the presence of Chief Justice Martha Koome. And they will oversee a process where President Uhuru Kenyatta will be handing over the instruments of power. This is the ceremonial military sword, the Constitution. They will take the oath of office and also pledging allegiance to the Constitution. And after that, given this is going to be a military process done with military precision, we do expect after that, when the outgoing president comes in, he will be inspecting or doing his last inspection of the guard of honor before we can expect the fanfare, which will follow in form of speeches. But then again, we do expect high-level delegation, and the high-level delegation means more than 10 heads of state, and especially across the African continent. We do expect lots of VIPs who are here to witness this crucial process. And remember, Mwigi, yesterday we had the outgoing president-elect, William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta, promising to hand over power, promising to abide by the constitutional mandate, given Kenya is a democracy, to hand over power to the incoming president. And therefore, starting at 10 a.m. this morning, between 10 a.m. to 2 in the afternoon, we do expect this process to be confined with that time frame.
And Apollo, let me cut you short. It's interesting because we have seen President during the campaign election, the outgoing president was campaigning against his boss, that is Deputy and also the President-elect William Ruto. Quite interesting times we have seen, and yesterday we saw President Uhuru Kenyatta affirming that he will abide to the Constitution and do the constitutional mandate that is handing over to the president. But what do we expect out of the Ruto regime, remembering the campaigns, the tours that he has done across the country, what is it to take stock of, and also a reminder of the promises that Ruto made to Kenyans, noting that he got 7 million votes, and also and we saw President Uhuru Kenyatta saying that he will serve the whole of the country. But maybe a recap of some of the promises that Ruto made to the country.
He has a lot of burden on his shoulders, given the hefty promises that he did make. Of course, we know for the millions of hustlers who prescribe to the bottom-up economic model, they do expect, in talking to the people, going by the last few years, few months on the campaign trail, it's all been about the economy, and therefore people expect when he gets to office to work on the economy. People want to feel money in their pocket. The cost of living has gone way, way, way up, and therefore people are hoping the new administration will lessen that burden of the cost of living. He made hefty promises. There was the issue of the Hustler Fund. The Hustler Fund is meant to cater for women and the youth. This 50 billion fund is the one most people are looking forward to help them start businesses, to help them access loans so that they can be able to move forward. Remember, he is also taking up an economy which is ridden with high debt, given the loans the country has borrowed, and especially from China. And when you talk about China, there has been the question of will he stick or will the Kenya Kwanza government policy stick with what President Uhuru Kenyatta in terms of his policy? Will they define a new chapter in terms of the country's foreign policy engagement, given he has on the campaign trail been on a collision course, sort of castigating China, sort of complaining about the high entry of Chinese in the country, sort of taking over the Kenyan economy at the lowest level, competing with Kenyan hawkers and retail traders. And therefore, speaking to analysts, they are saying there could be a departure in the way Kenya continues to engage with China, and especially as far as the issue of debt is concerned. He is likely to review that policy. There has been talk around that he has been engaging the West, and the West has indeed been supporting him. So there will be a lot to watch out for. Politically, he is also held hostage, let me use the word hostage, by various interests, looking at a host of allies who are eyeing cabinet posts, who are eyeing other state jobs. He made lofty promises, and just to break from this commentary, as if we step aside and our
see a number of dignitaries coming in.
Mumbi can focus, you can see the dignitaries are coming in for this special event. Remember, the official ceremony kicks off at 10 o'clock this morning. According to the law, it's supposed to be constricted between or confined from 10 to 2 in the afternoon. Yes. So what we are saying, and you're watching this event live from Kasarani, is the arrival of various guests. We've seen a lot of them.
And most importantly, Apollo, you can recall that already a number of dignitaries as of yesterday had already arrived to the country. We are expecting more than 20 head of states, prime ministers from different countries to attend this particular event. And also we even have representatives of different nations also making their way here.
Just to interrupt you, Mheshimiwa, good morning. Welcome to the set. You're on TV 47. Kindly come to the set. Good morning. This morning, it's a huge day. It means a lot to a lot of Kenyans. What's your take today as you come to the inauguration of the country's 5th president?
One, I want to congratulate the president-elect with his deputy and the entire team. It has not been easy, but putting God first is very important, and hard work. And secondly, I want to congratulate Kenyans. Our democracy is now mature, and we are happy
in the region and in the entire continent, people are learning something from this country. So we are grateful. We are here to change now power to the fifth government, and we want to believe that the promises that His Excellency has given to the people of Kenya, we are going to deliver. And we believe in him, we believe in his message, we believe in his vision, and we are here to support him to ensure that he delivers to the promises he has made to the Kenyans.
And as you go in, Mheshimiwa, what kind of a government do you anticipate in Kenya Kwanza, and maybe what are your expectations?
My expectation is to ensure that actually the government, the kind of government we need to have, is the government that responds to the issues of a common mwananchi. Because right now, many Kenyans are hurting. The economy is almost crumbling. But we have faith that the mechanism and the strategies that are going to be put in place are going to touch the common mwananchi, so that we raise the standards of our people. We compete with other nations, and this is the time. Kenya has hope, and it's going to generate hope to the entire nation. That is the message I have for the Kenyans. Let's support the incoming government, and we have hope that the message we used to drive our campaign was the common man, Mama Mboka, Boda Boda, and that is the core business of the incoming government.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, for your words. Thank you so much. All the best. We are still camping here outside the VIP point on your way inside the stadium, and I'm still here with my colleagues. Sorry for that interruption. We had to cut off and take Mheshimiwa's take. Muige, I don't know, before we switch to studio. What's your peak points today? What are you watching out for?
For me, I will be watching on especially the body language between the outgoing president, that is Uhuru Kenyatta, and also the incoming president, William Ruto, because we have been having intense inbuilt during the campaign times. We have been having them exchanging words, but today the outgoing president will be handing over power to William Samoei Ruto, and also what I'll be watching out is the acceptance speech of Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who will be taking over the helm of or the leadership of this particular country. Quite importantly, on how these two leaders will be behaving today, and also how this particular ceremony will go down, because it is a historic ceremony, noting that William Samoei Ruto did his first stab to clinch the top seat of the country, and yes, indeed, he did so. He managed to do that. Also, Rigathi Gachagua, it is his first time at this particular level of politics, and the two of them made it to clinch the leadership of this particular country. And also, we expect to see how they'll be running this particular country in the next 5 years or so.
Thank you so much, my colleague Muige Williams. We now hand you over to our colleague Kagwongo, who is on the other side of the events shaping this great day.
Yes, thank you so much. Indeed, William Muige from Kasarani. We are coming to you live from Karen. There is official residence for Deputy President, and actually it has been Deputy President William Ruto for the past 10 years, and maybe it will be the official residence for Deputy President-elect Rigathi Gachagua. And just to inform you is that from this morning it has been a beehive of activities here in Karen, because we've just seen different dignitaries just jetting in, both local and international dignitaries just jetting in to make sure that they get a glimpse of what is happening inside. We were briefed by security officers here in this morning, where they told us that actually there will be a breakfast that contains these leaders, William Samoei Ruto and other leaders. We've just seen Moses Wetangula jetting in, and other official dignitaries just jetting in to make sure that they undergo whatever maybe before the president-elect makes his way to Kasarani. We are here to make sure that we bring to you live coverage on what's happening when he leaves this premise at 11 a.m. That is after Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, elect Rigathi Gachagua, will be making his way to Kasarani. So Uhuru Kenyatta, the current president, will be the last one to arrive at Kasarani Stadium. That is immediately after William Samoei Ruto gets in. And I'm currently joined by Elizabeth Mutuku here, who is actually with me. And actually we were just discussing here about today's itinerary and what will be happening in Kasarani today, this morning. Liz Mutuku, you can tell us, you've witnessed different leaders getting in, Deputy President William Ruto as at now, President-elect, Deputy President official residence here. You've witnessed different leaders getting in. What is your view about this?
Before we go to the leaders who were here earlier on, we witnessed a meeting which we were briefed on by security here, that they had a meeting with those leaders from Speaker of National Assembly, that is newly elect Speaker Moses Wetangula, and also Prime Minister of Israel. They had a meeting and they had to go before him, before the Deputy President-elect comes in. And then later on, we will be given opportunity maybe to see the President-elect in his final moments as he makes his way to Kasarani. That is something maybe we will have a chit-chat as media from various media houses, and we are looking forward for that moment. And what is happening here is various leaders, dignitaries jetting in and out of this place, and we are expecting his motorcade to stream out of this place and snake to Kasarani maybe in 2 hours or so, and it's something we are looking forward to, and their families as well. I believe they're going to be here, Mike, in a few.
Thank you. You've mentioned something about their families, and actually the convoys will involve their families as they head to Kasarani. It's Uhuru's day to make sure that he gives power to William Samoei Ruto. What do you think Uhuru is feeling after he actually welcomed William Samoei Ruto yesterday at State House?
I might not say what he feels, but actually we can speak of his body language, because everyone saw how it was, and we saw some leaders from the other divide their opinions on such. But then it's something also we are looking forward to see when they will be exchanging power tools, that is in Kasarani, and how it will be like. But for the leaders who have streamed in and out of these residents, we've seen how glowing they were and how happy they were, from the National Assembly Speaker to Musalia Mudavadi, who is presumed maybe will be taking a major role in that government. And also matters security. You've seen what is happening from Karen, that is the major roads in this place, the major roads in this place. We've seen the security heightened, among other things which we've witnessed, Mike.
Thank you, Elizabeth Mutuku. As we wind up from studio, is that today will be President Uhuru Kenyatta's day, and when he jets in Kasarani Stadium, he will make one round just to make sure that he gives his last goodbyes to Kenyans and to the military. And by the way, when he gives up the instruments of power, he gives them to President-elect William Ruto. That is when he ceases to be the president of this country. And that is when Lieutenant Colonel Frederick Mutongi will also hand the presidential standard to General Kiboti, who will then hand it to President Uhuru Kenyatta, just to showcase that his power has ended. And in fact, presidential standard for William Ruto will be raised as Uhuru's will be hosted, just to make sure that power has been transitioned from Uhuru to William Samoei Ruto. And that is what we have from current official residence for Deputy President. Will be bringing you more as what is happening from this side. Back to your studio. My name is Mike Kagwango.
Wongo, for that, remember this is our continued coverage of the presidential inauguration ceremony currently happening at the Kasarani Stadium. It's the event, the main event is yet to start, but we'll be here until when it starts, until when it ends actually. But in studio right now we have our very own resident analyst, Philip Kisii, who's a governance expert. Philip, just before we engaged our roving reporters out there, you were talking about something about, you know, this euphoria fizzling out and sloganeering, dying out. There's something very important that the president-elect had in his manifesto, and that is the 50 billion shillings hustler fund. A lot of people are eager to see if that will actually be actualized. What is your take on that? Do you think it's easy for such promises to be actualized?
Well, you see, there are promises you make when you are campaigning, the election mode, and there's the reality. I think it depends on what they find in the coffers. Mm-hmm. And the government has a way of budgeting. But I'm sure that by now the incoming administration has sat down with people in Treasury. Mm-hmm. They have looked at the figures, and I think the law allows reallocation of resources. Mm-hmm. Some of them can be done by the executive, but some of them will need parliamentary approval. Yeah. So it's just a matter of reorganizing the budget so that the new administration can start rolling out the promises they made to the Kenyan people. So it is not something that is impossible. It is something that is doable, depending on whether there's anything in the coffers.
Mm-hmm. Well, and when you say that some things can be moved here and there, do you think the president, if we are to hold him to account to what he said, do you think he has that luxury of backpedaling on some of the promises and tell people, let's be pragmatic. Look here, guys, what I found in the coffers is something that I wouldn't really promise you that some of the things that we told you during the campaign period are going to be actualized, because now, as the media, that is part of our work to really hold him to account to what he said. And
perhaps to even look at the fact, Munene, that you do not want to tell me that the deputy president, or now the president, did not know what the coffers look like even before. So I don't know whether there's any form of realism that he would come with to tell the people that, oh, this is what we said, but this is what is there. He is privy. He has the intelligence. He has the information. He's been part of the outgoing government.
Well, you see, I don't hold brief for the incoming president. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But from where I'm sitting, and we have been around, the incoming president is on record saying that in the last 5 years has not been actively involved in the management affairs of this country, and therefore there are probably certain things that he may not be privy to. But that having been said, there are promises that he made to the Kenyan people. He has to find a way of actualizing the promises that he has made, because you don't want to start on a wrong footing. Because if every promise you made is broken in the early stages, then you are in for some headwinds. And therefore, I'm very confident that His Excellency the President, who is elect, who is being inaugurated today, will find every means and ways of making sure that the promises he made to the Kenyan people are actually actualized. But again, nothing is cast on stone. Yep. We live in this world. Mm-hmm. You set your goals, and only a prudent manager would sit down and say, listen, I know I had set a very high benchmark. Allow me, with your permission, to readjust because of the following reasons. However, I'm not saying that I'm backtracking. I'm only saying that I need more time to implement. So maybe if there are promises that he had made that cannot be attained or not attainable within the first 100 days, I think there's no harm in readjusting, so that, again, with communication with the people you promise, that these things will be done, but I need more time to implement. I think that is prudent. I think that is honest. And what people are looking for in the new administration is honesty. Honesty and open, transparent communication.
Well, I've just seen a protocol vehicle there with Tanzania's flag making its way in Karen at the bottom left screen. Those are live pictures in Karen. We're not sure who that is. Of course, we'll be engaging our very own Mike Kagongo and Elizabeth Mutoko to just tell us who is that representative from Tanzania. But talking about Tanzania, KCM as a governance expert, William Ruto comes on stage now at a time when the region is having its challenges. The war in Ethiopia, our neighbors, our close neighbors, let's say Uganda, Tanzania, they've had challenges with democracy. The world views Kenya as the big brother in the region. What do you think are some of the things that the deputy president can do to improve the democracy and the peace in the region, but also not to cause some diplomatic tiff?
Well, I think we're very lucky as Kenyans to have lived very peacefully. I mean, Kenya has existed, it's been in existence since the time we attained independence under African leadership. And I think we've made strides in many ways. Of course, we've had our own failures, just like our neighbors, but we're not doing so badly. I think in terms of democracy, Tanzania has done extremely well. They may be having their own challenges, but I think it is one country that any developing economy would want to copy from. Our neighbors, Uganda, have had several challenges in terms of democracy. We've seen what has happened to the opposition. I think there's virtually no opposition in Uganda. They have been crushed. We have a president who has been in power close to 4 decades. Whether that is healthy or not, I leave to Ugandans to decide. Ethiopia has had turmoil for some time now. But I think Kenya has something to offer in the region. We have been the big brother. Probably those countries have something to learn from us. And I'm hoping that His Excellency, the President, incoming President William Ruto, will take a key role in the geopolitics of the region. This is something that we've done over a period of years since the time we had the late President Moi. He has been involved in regional politics. I don't see that changing. And in any event, I think William Ruto is a man with a lot of energy, is a man with a lot of ideas. Therefore, let him use that energy and ideas to serve Kenya and by extension to serve the region.
I'm glad you speak about the region and perhaps just in relation to what is happening in the country. We have seen billboards erected to confirm the attendance, of heads of state across the African continent as they join us in this historic moment. To look into the entry and to also the exit files of some of these leaders is one thing that Africans are always keen to understand. First of all, there are others who would want to be presidents for life based on what they find in there. We have seen the difficulties in transitions in countries like Democratic Republic of Congo. We have come to our very own country and we've seen the steps that we've taken 2007, 2013, coming to 2017, the nullification, which was historic, and now coming to this. Just how different will it be for President Uhuru Kenyatta in terms of his exit and the entry of Ruto?
I mean, I think let's give ourselves credit. Of course, the environment was not very certain. It was amorphous. Many things were not very clear because the outgoing president didn't seem to be very clear as to whether, or didn't actually inspire hope that he was prepared for this moment. I think there was some level of uncertainty, but that has come to pass. The events that are following are fairly seamless. Nothing, at least in the public eye, that can give any suggestion that we are facing challenges. We need to give ourselves a pat in the back. And here is where, as a country, as a people, we must appreciate state officers and public servants and our defense forces. These are the institutions that have ensured that the transition is seamless. Because if those institutions were disorganized, indisciplined, you can imagine the amount of chaos that we would have experienced in the last few days. So we are a people, and what we've experienced in the last few days should be something that needs to be emulated across Africa. In fact, probably even, in America, we saw the chaos that the Americans experienced when there was a transition from Donald Trump to the new president, Biden. Okay, there was a lot of chaos. In fact, to a point where Trump failed to attend the inauguration. That is something that we have avoided as a Kenyan people, and we need to give ourselves a pat on the back.
Americans
have done very well. Yet America claims to be a first world, country. Yeah, but there were chaos. In fact, Trump making an effort to hang on to power, yet he had been defeated. That situation didn't play in Kenya, and it's something to be proud about.
Well, Americans can learn from us from that. I understand that the protocol vehicle that we saw earlier on in Karen, our reporter Elizabeth Mutuku is updating us that indeed was actually the President of the Republic of Tanzania, that is Samia Suluhu, who's just made her way in the Deputy President's official residence in Karen, and she will have a brief meeting with the President-elect William Samoei Ruto. We also understand that earlier on we had the Israeli's Prime Minister who was at the current residence of the President-elect William Ruto. Quite significant. That is, if you ask some governance experts like Philip Kisia, he'll tell you the significance of that, and especially in diplomatic ties. Philip, we have Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President-elect. This is the first time he is actually joining the presidency. For the President-elect, he has a clue of what to do, what not to do. What are some of the challenges do you think he'll have to overcome, the Deputy President-elect, in order to now align with his new role as the second most powerful person in the country?
I think the Deputy President has worked in government before at fairly low ranks. A DO is where any university graduate would start from. So having been a DO and a member of parliament, I expect that he will pick up very fast. And in any event, as a deputy president, you are just a principal assistant. So you are assigned duties by your boss, and I'm sure the boss will assign him duties that he thinks and believes that he can deliver. And don't forget that the public service, in Kenya is extremely very experienced. So there is no cause for alarm. He will have a team that will guide him properly and appropriately. So I don't see him having any challenges. So it's up to him to consult widely while carrying out his constitutional duties. We have a strong public service that can guide you. You can only fail if you are not a very good manager, you are not a good listener, you are not a very good communicator. But if you have all those qualities in yourself and skills, I see him being able to settle very, very fast and very, very quickly.
And the reason I'm asking you that is because we saw some people online complaining about his speech, some of the speeches that he made immediately they were announced to have won the election by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, he kept repeating this issue of sisi watu wa mlima, sisi watu ya mlima, and it really left a bad taste in some people's mouths. That's the reason I was asking you that. But I also understand that let me just hold on to that first. I understand that the Speaker of the Senate, that is Amason Kingi, is making his way to Kasarani. And I understand that earlier on we had the Speaker of the National Assembly, that is Moses Wetangula, the former Bungoma senator, who has already arrived at Kasarani. Well, those are live pictures from Kasarani Stadium. We have our reporters stationed there. We have our very own Apollo Kamau and Moig William in Kasarani. They'll be telling us what is happening there. And of course, Toko and Micah Gwongo are the official residents of President-elect William Ruto in Karen. They'll be telling us at what time exactly he'll be making his way now to Kasarani. And of course, we have our reporters as well at State House. They'll be telling us when the president leaves State House for this ceremony. Linda.
Yes, Munene, and we are also delighted to have Professor Macharia Munene joining us briefly. Oh, you know, I said Munene and Professor Prof thought his name. Prof, there's no way I can call you Munene without saying Prof, so I'll just be like Prof Munene, yeah? And Prof Munene will be joining us as well for the very same conversation. I know we won't have so much time here, Eric Munene, because then any moment from now the ceremony will officially kick off. But then, as you have rightfully put it, we have our reporters that will be keeping us up to tabs. As you can see, we have pictures of Thika Road, definitely the main direction headed to the stadium, and therefore in a bit all these updates will be brought to us live and direct from location by our very own. But then again, we are in here engaging the gentlemen as pertaining to this historic moment of transition. Do we have Prof set with a microphone? Yeah. Well, as we're just asking, Senior here, his views, especially on the question of transition and how easy it will be for Deputy President William Ruto, who's now the President-elect, and hours from now will definitely be declared president. He does not come from, a space where he really does not know what is happening. He has an idea. In all this mix-up of trying to, uphold what it is that, his boss has done, and Philip here keeps insisting that there's no way you would want to have a leader who comes in to start from zero. That is always advisable to start from somewhere where your predecessor left it at. And also with that desire to bring on board what he envisions for the country, how does it get to a point where he's going to create a balance for purposes of posterity, for purposes of forging the country forward, and in the best way possible?
Well, to start with, it's a big day for him. There is an air, an atmosphere of excitement.
Yes.
Something that has not been seen since 1963. For some reason, there is that excitement about it, which is good for him, because the expectations are also very high. Yeah. To start with, this is not a man who is new in government. He's been in government. During Moi's time, he was a minister. During Kibaki's time, he was a minister. And he was deputy president to President Uhuru. So he knows government. And so there will not be some adventurous things, because he knows what may need to be done and be careful about some other things. Yeah. He comes up with a vision, an attitude change, that things will change in terms of the way they think and the way people do things. And so to implement that vision, he needs to balance what you're saying there. He needs to balance the expectations and the reality. Of course, he did make some promises which are political promises.
Yeah, okay.
Like, the Unga falling down, it's not going to fall overnight.
You think so?
No, it's not.
He says it's going to be as soon as next week.
Yeah, he's going to lower the price of
fertilizer. Okay.
So that in a few months or a year,
we have the
unga
going
can
down.
come down because
Okay.
there'll be maize.
So, all right.
So those who are expected to go to the supermarket
and
get
find unga worth 100 bob.
100 bob or 70, they should wait a little bit. just
okay.
You know, but these are the reality. You know, we need to.
Because he's been agriculture minister.
Yeah,
okay, well.
probably he's speaking from his experience as the agriculture minister.
Yeah,
former agriculture minister.
He knows them. He talks about cartels, so he knows about them.
Yes.
So maybe some of the prices is because of cartels.
The cartels.
So deal with the cartels, and then the costs in between will disappear. And so there are things that he can do, but the main thing he needs to address now is to restore confidence in the public, to assure people that everything will be well.
Let's talk about these ones that are called cartels. And he says that once I have put the Bible down, tell them if cartel ni ndugu yako, if cartel ni dada yako, patia yeye message. Philip, you've been in Nairobi City and you will understand, you know, the role of cartels. I don't want to say the role because it doesn't sound right, but it's the truth. I remember when Evans Kidero exits the stage and hands over to Mike Sonko, he looks at him and he laughs and he says, you know what, it's not as easy as you actually think. Mike Sonko comes in with that spirit of exposing the cartels. He does that. Before you know it, there are instances we've had that how cartels ndio walimkula. Just how easy is it to deal with these cartels?
You know, Linda, we make these fellows called cartels look very big and impossible to handle.
Okay.
We make them look big for nothing. That these are human beings that we cannot handle. How different are they from Professor Monene? How different are they from you? How different are they from me? These are human beings. Okay? Let's start from that point. What is required is a resolve to deal with the challenge. You have two options. As the person who has been given responsibility at that point in time, there are two options. You either join that group or you decide to deal with them. Of course, when you're dealing with those fellows who have had it, you know, they've had it good for time, for all those years that the institution has been, you know, you must be ready. Because they fight back, they throw dirt at you, but you must be focused. You must be focused and know why and what you intend to do. When I took over City Hall, if you remember, it took me about 4 months. And I remember in that interim period, I went to my boss and I said, you know, boss, who is now the incoming super minister, Musalia Mudavadi, and I said, for me to deal with the agenda that I've set, the 5-point agenda, we must deal with these characters decisively.
Yes.
Okay? And I remember him warning me, and he told me, no, these characters are also dangerous. So move with caution. I stayed another 2 months. And finally, I decided to send all of them packing. All of them. It was news. If you remember.
Yes.
I sent them home.
Yes.
And I said, I can do without you. There are other Kenyans who are more competent than you, who are not corrupt, who are willing to move with me with my agenda. So I'm hoping that since the incoming president, as my professor said, because Professor Munene taught me, as he has said, he has worked in government. Right. He understands how government operates. It must be very easy to him to deal with these so-called cartels. Let us not look at them as superhuman beings, as dragons, as people that you can not deal with. You must just have a resolve of dealing with them and dealing with the challenges that we are facing. It is not impossible, it can be done. So when he says he puts down his Bible, and he's God-fearing man, I am hoping, I'm praying that tomorrow, because he has all the influence of power, that tomorrow he will send all those fellows packing. Not sacking them, just send them on compulsory leave. Keep them away from public offers. Destroy their systems. then he'll be able to work. But if he takes too much time, these guys end up surrounding you and you'll not be able to move.
We live here, Professor Macharia Munene, and therefore we understand all the allegations that have been leveled against Deputy President William Ruto, who is now the president-elect in hours to be the president, and his allies. And all this would be in relation to all this that we call cartelism, the questions of corruption, and so much so. In Kasarani, we can see that briefly. The
new governor, Governor Sakaja, is making his way.
The speaker also, you've seen him there, Moses
The Speaker of the National Assembly, yes,
said,
Moses Wetangula has also taken his position as well, but carry on.
But yes, Professor, how then does he separate this? Because then you are coming in at the backdrop where everyone is looking at you and they're thinking corruption, you're the father of corruption, you're the lord of corruption alongside your allies. How does he create this, of course, a clear line that this is not what you think, and I'm here to deal with those ones that are enemies of progress, and especially worse, if at all these enemies of progress will be, those ones that are under his umbrella?
See, during the campaign, all sides were very busy throwing darts at each other.
Yes.
And they accused each other of everything and anything. So, as presidents, first is to act decisively and be seen to act decisively in a fair manner. You should not appear to be vindictive, but should appear to be acting in a fair manner. Those cartels that he says he knows, because he says he's going to deal with them, then he knows who they are. Then, once he says this is it, and this is the evidence, people will say, okay. Now, there are some other issues that need to be examined a little more, because none of the sides was as clean as it claimed to be. And therefore, there is dirt on all sides. Would there be dirt on his team, the people who campaigned for him? Some of them may be not very clean. So how does he deal with them?
Right.
That would be the question. And people will be watching to see.
Yes.
Is this cleaning up, proper cleaning up, or they are untouchable peoples? Because there's always that problem of the untouchables. They can do anything and get away with it. Will he have a team of untouchables or not? If he does not, then he will be making some progress and people will believe him. If it develops that there are people who are untouchable in this sweeping, then his popularity will start eroding.
Right, yeah.
So he has an opportunity where I think the public is willing to forget what has been claimed and now see the action. Where is the action? And if people are corrupt and they are doing things, then they should be dealt with. And the investigative organs will be very busy providing the evidence. They should, in order to, once you take somebody to court. Don't take somebody to court and then say, I need another 2 months to investigate some more. Something is wrong with that. So you take someone to court, here is the evidence.
Let me just add on what Professor Munene said. 48 laws of power. The first thing you must do when you find yourself in such a situation is to get rid of the people who think they know you very well.
Is it?
Get rid of them.
Okay.
Within the first few days. Those guys who think that you owe it to them. Those guys who want to remind you that they know the color of your innerwear.
Yes.
Those are the guys you must ditch immediately.
Is it
and get
the
a
reason
new
why
crop.
He is warming up to those ones that are coming?
And get a new crop of fellows who will pledge their loyalty direct to you, who will know that they owe where they are to you, not the other way around. So get rid of those fellows very quickly.
Okay.
Let me ask you, in regards to that, KCM, there seems to be trouble already brewing in that Kenya Kwanza camp. There are people who are saying that they stuck with the president-elect in the ditches and the trenches. But now, again, they are complaining that There are others who are the Johnny-come-latelys who now also want a piece of the national cake. In your opinion, don't you think what the Deputy President has done, and probably it was because of self-preservation, if you ask me, just before the Supreme Court confirmed his election, he was getting new alliances, probably thinking that we might go for a runoff or a fresh election. But don't you think all these people that he's brought on board, it will be quite hard? It's a tough balancing act to actually cater for all their needs.
You see, as I've said, the period for electioneering is over. He is now in another less than 2 hours, or whatever, 3-4 hours, he'll be given the sword. So that's a completely different ballgame. It's not about politics anymore. As Professor Monena said, the clock will start ticking from 2 p.m. today. Okay? So forget about those guys who have come late or those guys who are there earlier. He now has a job cut out for himself. He now has to deliver within the next 5 years. And I can tell you, Monene, 5 years is not a long time. It comes and passes like wind. So he has no time to waste. So forget about those people who claim, or who want to remind. In fact, those are the most dangerous. The ones who want to remind, why he not for me, you will not be there. Those are the guys who must ditch. Those are the guys who must get rid of immediately and get a new crop around you. Those guys who will now pledge their loyalty to you directly. And they know, and at any given time, you can keep on reminding them in a subtle manner that, boss, you are there because you owe it to me.
He wouldn't do that. Don't you think he also plays the same kind of politics?
In a subtle manner.
He's been doing that to the president. He's been reminding him, nilikupigia kura.
Yes.
202,
It's important to remind somebody. It's important to remind somebody that, I contributed to what you enjoy.
Since 2002, right? 20 years ago.
It's important. But again, it depends on how you do it. Okay? If you're doing it in a respectful manner, in a manner that is not demeaning, in a manner that reminds everybody that, yes, this is my boss. Yeah? But that, the Deputy President only said that during campaigns. I don't think he really,
in private meetings.
But the reality is, Monene,
yes,
the President, William Samoei Ruto, has a job to do. Get rid of those fellows. Okay? Get rid of the fellows who keep on pulling you back. And reminding you that they really played a part, contributing, that they served you, I don't know, when you're campaigning, they're the ones who brought you water to drink. Get rid of them. They have no use. They have done their bit. Get something that will not affect delivery of your promises. Because there's a lot of work to be done in government. There's a lot of work to be done.
Well, okay? Professor
But where really, where the bolts and nuts are, where energy, where skills are required, please put the right people.
Okay. Well, that will be interesting to watch. One, he has suffered the same fate because he's reminded the president of where they came from. We all witnessed as a country. We have seen his foot soldiers being, frustrated in the same government himself that he served, at least from what it is that they claim. I don't know whether then he will have the audacity to do the same to those ones that were loyal to him, having gone through the same pain, as you take us to understand the significance then of this whole moment of swearing in.
No, there is something to be said about getting rid of some people. Especially those who show their heads and think they are important.
Oh, just hold on to that thought, Prof. I can see, that's the mother to the president-elect. She's making her way also to the stadium to witness this historic moment.
Looking younger, I'm surprised than what we've seen before during the bombers. Yes,
as the fifth president of the Republic, of course, waving her hands to those around her. It's quite a historic moment, I have to say. I can see reporters want to get a word or two from her.
She's pretty eloquent. I think we've heard several sessions where she's spoken to the people in the media, and therefore must be a very, very glorious moment for her. But then again, we'll be crossing over to that. Professor, back to you.
The prima donnas are people who should be very careful. Because they are the ones who might fall into the trap of reminding the president, I helped you. And the last thing the president wants to be reminded is that.
Yes.
So they really have to humble themselves. If they helped him in good faith, then they have nothing to complain to.
Well, look here, Professor Macharia Munene. Isn't Aisha Jumo right in saying that, please do not come to this side. Enough is enough. Can we cut the list of those ones that are defecting to this side, who are trying to come into purport to sell the agenda of the Kenya Kwanza at this very time when we've won? I mean, the space is already crowded.
No, it's not crowded.
Is it?
No, there's space.
And therefore, there's space for the new ones and also for those ones that have been existing. Why let go of them?
There are many mansions there.
Okay.
No, the thing is, I think Aisha has a point. Yeah. Yes, we were in the trenches together. Don't forget us. But that does not restrict the president from looking for the best talent available to do a certain job. If he makes the mistake of appointing people simply because they said I was with you and they're incompetent, it will be a disaster. So it's a balancing act. He has to reward a few people, yes, and be seen to do that. But he cannot appoint people simply because they are cronies or they say they were this and that. So in that, the president really, I'm sure he's been working to look for talent in particular different offices, so that when he says we go, the work is done. Not that you say we go and people go there start looking important and throwing their weight around and say we won. No, that's nonsense. So the balancing is the issue. And if there's no balancing, he will fail.
Prof, there's this issue that a lot of people are not talking about, and if they are, it's in a very subtle way. The issue that we saw that brought together, one of the issues that brought together both Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, and that is the talk of yangu kumi na yako kumi. No one is talking about that from the Kenya Kwanza camp. And of course, Rigathi Gachagua is a man, of course, with his own ambitions. Do you think that talk is being held somewhere privately, or is something that might be...
The kumi came later. These people came together because they were desperate.
Okay.
They were being offered accommodation at The Hague, and they didn't like it. So what you had were Kenyans were tired, and they were very angry, because it looked like a scheme, an international scheme, to move them out of the picture and maybe put their own man. That's the way it appeared. So the reaction to the Kenyans by the Kenyans was, we have to save these two people. And they voted to save these people from The Hague. They also came together because they had a common problem. And so they come together and create a force that people could identify with. Once they were in, it became another matter. Then the exuberance and enthusiasm that was running around there. I remember some politicians competing to see who is going to be identified with the hustler. That's the first time, in some meetings. They were together. It was in that context, in one of those episodes, that President Uhuru said, these people who are harassing us, wangoje, yangu kumi na ya. So it was not there at the beginning.
It wasn't the actual...
It is something that came as a way of reacting to the noise being made by the other side. So mungoje.
So, Prof, as an expert in matters politics, are you seeing an enthusiastic people going on to 2027? I know it's very, very early to even talk about that, even before the president is sworn in. But are we seeing now, moving forward in 2027, politics, issue-based politics, nothing really forcing people to come out and vote? There's no ICC, there's no, dynasty versus hustlers narrative. Are you seeing for the first time in 2027 issue-based politics?
Well, there always will be personalities. The main thing is personality. Issues are attached to the personality.
To personalities.
They don't stand on their own. Yes, we have already started campaigning for 2027.
How?
Okay.
Kalonzo Musyoka is campaigning for 2027. Did you listen to him the other day? He's not in parliament.
Yes.
And maybe Raila may not be a candidate in 2027, so he's taking the claim. So we are going to offer you strong opposition. We are going to see that. He's taking claims.
Okay.
So that people don't forget him. And so he continues that way and gets his people to continue saying, then in 2027 he will appear like the natural candidate to run against William Ruto, who is going to be a candidate anyway.
How sure are you?
Unless he's dead.
He will be. Same applies to Mudavadi.
Yes, no, Mudavadi will not challenge Ruto. Okay? Those who are in the government will not challenge him.
But just what are the possibilities that the government will hold for the next 5 years?
It depends on how he maneuvers.
Okay.
Yeah, and whether they are delivering, and whether they are annoying people or not. If for some reason some politician thinks his chances are higher, then he will bolt. So if Musalia thinks he can win against Ruto, he might do that. But I don't think he will do that.
Okay.
But Kalonzo is already staking it. Raila, if his health allows him, he'll still be a candidate.
Wow.
In 2027. I mean, that is his nature as a politician.
Right.
So the game is already starting. You can see the realignment taking place. And that is why Ruto has a big obligation to deliver and be seen to deliver so that people are happy with him. If he does not deliver, then he might have a problem in 2027. So the expectation is that in his first term, he will work very hard to be seen to deliver.
That's campaign.
That's campaign.
All right.
And it's normal. Yes.
And his number two has gone on record to say that his contract, and that's Rigathi Gachagua, he said, the reason I'm asking you, how sure are you that the president-elect, who's going to be sworn in a few minutes from now, is going to be defending his seat, is because his number two has said before, and he's gone on record to say that he only has a 5-year contract with his boss. And that is a performance-based contract.
Well, maybe it's performance-based because he may not be a deputy running president in 2027, so maybe that's the thing. But I think it is very unwise of Gachagua.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it not what the Constitution states?
No, the Constitution is very clear. There's a 5-year appointment for both of them.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah. Now, to imply, because that's what you are implying, that in 2027, the number two will turn against number one, and they run against each other.
It's just a question, and this
it is a possibility, far-fetched, but a very odd one. In fact, it's a stupid idea in the first place. You know, Daniel Moi, when he was president, he said something very important. Occasionally, he did say some things. At one time, he looked at Kibaki, vice president, and said, "You, stop thinking."
Oh, yes.
Because thinking is a presidential prerogative.
Right.
So when you are president, you can do your thinking, but not now. And he went on to say that when he was vice president, he did not have a mind of his own. So who are you? So Gachagua should be careful about the things he goes around saying.
Again, at the 48 laws of power.
Yeah, because as Philip was saying, yes, those 48, the pattern is leaders have to be very careful about people who praise them all the time. Because, or people who appear to question, to think that they can think better than a thinker. Then they get fixed. So I think Gachagua might have been speaking out of enthusiasm.
Okay.
But the reality is that he'll be careful. He also is the one who said that his job is to say what? Yes, sir, not to question.
Okay. Kesia, Deputy President, at one point, I think it's early this year, around February, he said that he only needs 5 years to prove himself to Kenyans. Professor is of the opinion that Kalonzo is already firmly in the race. Do you think if, for instance, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance leader, that is Raila Odinga, does not vie, do you think naturally Kalonzo will inherit the over 6 million votes that Raila commanded in the last election?
You see, Munene, a day in politics, I can tell you, is a very long time.
Okay.
At least in Kenya. Yeah, you know, in other jurisdictions, I think things are normally very clear, even 5 years in advance. But in our context here, a day is too long. So those who have started campaigning, especially those who are in government, must be careful. Because William Samoei Ruto is not a pushover. He has a political experience. He has been there for some time. He's a hard worker.
Yeah.
And he has avoided what most leaders in Africa partake to. Johnny Mtembezi. Okay?
When you say most leaders in Africa,
you know, most leaders in Africa are partakers.
And his staff, he says, can you stop that thing or at least reduce?
All the energy that he has is normally focused to what he wants to do. There's nothing that is distracting him, at least from what I know, or at least from what the public knows. So, like my prof has said, for those who are in government need to be very measured. In fact, when you're in any government, once somebody has been given the position of leadership, whether you perceive him to be weak, whether you perceive him to be less cleverer than you, you need to be careful. Because this person has all the instruments. This person has all the resources that are required to help him or her deliver to the promise that has made. So, in fact, the only threat, because William is formidable, within the Kenya Kwanza coalition, and now that Raila is likely to exit, I don't even see strong opposition within the opposition. Now, therefore, what can bring or reduce William Samoei Ruto's popularity? There's only one thing: failure to deliver on promises made, failure to manage the high expectations of the Kenyan people. This will bring him down in less than 24 months.
Okay.
So therefore, surrounding himself, doing away with these people who keep on reminding you we are the ones. Doing away with people who will keep on praising him even when things are going south. These are the people he needs to completely avoid.
Yeah.
For Kalonzo Musyoka, of course, for him, he is out of government. He should seize this moment. Okay, if I were him, I would befriend Raila Odinga, who is most unlikely to be as active as he has been, and inherit that 7 million votes. But I can tell you that if they do not work as hard as William Ruto does, okay, because you can see the efforts that he's making to reach out to the people in the other camp, to reach out to the other regions. He's not sleeping. Other people are sleeping and expecting that there will be automatic inheritance. That you have a brother who is a bit sick, and you're already making assumptions that you are likely to inherit his wealth and even his wife. That is not likely to happen. So those who are in opposition have a job to do. They must prove their worth. They must work hard if they are to inherit that particular block. Knowing very well that this guy, William Samoei Ruto, is already in the office. He has all the instruments. He has all the resources. And he's a hard worker.
Professor, of what importance would it be for William Ruto to, try and woo the Right Honorable Raila Odinga for purposes of getting to also appeal to the 6 million voters that believed in him? Do you suppose Kenyans are still at that space where they would look at East as in the lenses of this is a person who's interested in our unity, or it will appear that it is that aspect of politicians taking care of their own selves, and that Right Honorable Raila Odinga again will have gone to perhaps pull a handshake for purposes of his own good, as opposed to the larger fraternity that believed in him?
Well, it is in the interest of Ruto to be conciliatory, to extend the hand, and he has been doing that.
Okay.
And to appeal mainly to the 6 million voters, if not to Raila. Because there is a distinction. Raila is still showing some adamance and not facing the reality. as they should. But the 6 million people who voted for Raila are not with Raila.
Million?
Slightly
6.something million,
7
yes.
million,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, 6, 7 million, whatever. But on the lower side,
Right.
That's why they lost. Those 7 million voters, not all of them agree with Raila. And that's why we have a very nice mood in the country. People are saying, let's work, let's move on. So when Ruto goes out of his way to appeal to those people, then he's doing the right thing. And a lot of them will listen to him. They will. Now, it is up to also the Raila to, of course, give him time to recover, because that's what it is. And then do the right thing to appear to be more of a statesman than a grieved politician. Let me add here, President Uhuru's statement yesterday was good. It was long awaited. And because there was that period of concern that he is not speaking up, that he is not admitting the reality, okay? And it was worrying. So when he came out yesterday very strongly and very jovial and said, this is the president, end of the story, yeah? What he may have felt before is irrelevant. Now the country moves on. It was very good of President Uhuru to do that, because it reduces tension, the frostiness. And Raila also needs to come to terms with that. So it is up to Ruto now to show that goodwill, that he's reaching out to everybody, not just to Raila, but to everybody. And so accommodating and getting the work done is the main thing. He has said repeatedly there will be no handshake, but handshake means one thing and something else. Reconciliation is not the same thing as handshake. The impression with the handshake is that it was actually somebody coming to take over half of the government. Okay? And so he says that one, no. But working with the people, why not? As long as the order is known, and who gets the blame if things go wrong. If they go right, he gets credit. If they go wrong, then he gets the what? And he has no excuse to say that somebody else came and took over.
Right.
So the first 5 years, he has to work very hard to create that confidence. And in comparison in other places, just restore faith.
Okay.
Sometimes I think somebody was trying to compare what happened in the US in the 1930s with Franklin Delano Roosevelt, when the country was real kaput. And just comes up with a very good voice, speaking and assured people that all was well. That's all.
Okay.
All is well.
Okay.
So don't worry. If he can do that, he will have achieved something.
Let's talk about today, Munene, and allow me to shift gears a bit. For purposes of those ones that perhaps would be studying political science, would love to understand the significance of such a day, the processes of swearing in. We have seen this prepared in a very systematic way. This is categorically incorporated in the Constitution, and that is why, while President Uhuru Kenyatta would appear to be disgruntled with the results, how they turned out, he has no choice but to be here and, foresee this historic moment for the country. What is the significance of such a day, of this process?
No, Constitution is very clear that we put in a mechanism for changes, government changes, handing over power. As for President Uhuru, I think he's not doing it just because it's constitutional.
Okay.
I think he likes it.
He likes it already? Well, based on what he said yesterday. Okay.
It is not the way he was a week ago.
Yeah.
Because there is this enthusiasm in the country, and he cannot miss that enthusiasm. He wants to be part of that celebration. And he doesn't want to be seen like another Donald Trump. So I think he likes it. But the fact that it is also part of the constitutional expectation is very good. So he's living now on a high note, as opposed to a low note. Now, the preparations are mandated by the Constitution. We have to have a good ceremony, and it cannot be overnight. That's why there is time to prepare, not what happened in 1992 and 2007. And I think that's why there was that requirement, that in future, there should be a lapse time between the winner and the swearing in. In case there are disputes, you have time to.
Yeah.
In 1992, Moi was sworn in without announcement. Just as soon as he was declared the winner, they swore him in. And part of the reason, it said, was to forestall the possibility of somebody going to court. In 2007, Kibaki was announced, and he was sworn in. And the circumstances under that is another matter. But so the 2010 Constitution tried to stop that kind of thing. That we have an orderly transition that everybody can and should participate in. If somebody doesn't want it, that's another matter. But there is a provision for it, and everyone who is doing what at what time. Even the time for it, between 10 and 2. You go beyond 2,
Okay.
you start earlier, no. So this statement by the Constitution is very good for the country.
Okay.
And so people can know, and they anticipate, and they prepare. And so it's a good occasion, and like almost the way I think, Philip, you were there in 1963 as a baby. The mood that was there in 1963.
I had just been born, Prof.
All right, well,
That's the reason
baby
why you're
now.
comparing it to 1963.
And maybe we've borrowed largely from what happens across the global fraternity. Perhaps not 100%, but some of this we witness in these other countries. That is why we speak of the standard, as a symbol of transition, and this cuts across the global fraternity. The significance of it, according to you, Philip, away from our very own constitution, away from the fact that we're celebrating change of guard as a country, the global perspective as to such occasions.
Well, you see, nothing is actually very different from what happens in other civilized jurisdictions. You've seen what happened in the UK, yeah? The programming is very well documented.
Okay.
What follows, what at what time, and who is responsible. So we seem to have copied from those best practices, and we seem to be doing fairly well so far. There's been no hitch. And what does it symbolize? I think just a change of guard. That we are changing from red to yellow. That red had their own policies. This yellow will have its own policies. The red had their own programs. The yellow is coming up with new programs. The red had their own hopes and aspirations. The yellow has something different to offer. So it signifies the difference between the two, that we are going to do things differently, but hopefully better than we found them. So that's why you're transitioning. When you're transitioning, you do not transition to a situation of hopelessness. You transition to a position of hope. Yeah? So people look forward to a brighter future. That's why you're transitioning. And that's why I'm assuming that those people who came up with these rules and regulations and laws decided that this thing will be done in broad daylight. It's not done in darkness. Because things that are done in darkness, are really dark. Okay? So you want them to be as clean, as white as a peeled potato. Okay? So, those are some of the, I would imagine, that is the thinking that goes behind some of these protocols that we are indeed experiencing. I think it's a beautiful moment for the country. Those of you who have been following the transitioning in the UK, you see how things are so seamless, things are so organized, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful moment. It's something to remember.
Okay. Yeah. Well, time to remind you now that you're watching live pictures in different parts of Nairobi City County, the State House, the top left corner of your screen. Live pictures from Karen there. Earlier on, we saw the head or the chief of staff in the deputy president's office, that is William Ruto, who's now the president-elect, Davis Chirchir, consulting with the Foreign Affairs CAS, Ababu Namwamba, a few minutes ago. On your bottom left screen is Thika Road traffic there flowing smoothly. And then, of course, some live pictures from Kasarani. You can see, or rather we've seen some protocol vehicles at Kasarani bring in some dignitaries. We'll be telling you who those are as and when we find that information. Casey, there's something that is very important that Prof has raised up, and this is the issue of the drafters of the Constitution and ensuring that the transition is, well, is smoothless. It's smooth, actually.
Smooth, yeah.
Well, the transition
smooth
is
and seamless. Yeah.
Seamless, yes.
Yeah.
The transition is smooth and seamless. Let's talk about institutions and our institutions and the way we've come a long way to ensure that we've strengthened our institutions. When the Supreme Court was upholding the win, the president's win as the president-elect, there's something that is known in the legal circles as obiter dictum. There is it's just a comment that is made by a judge, but it's not legally binding. We had some things said in that courtroom. It was the issue of hot air, wild goose chase. Do you think that was really necessary?
I think, let us not, first of all, let us appreciate the institutions that we have. Mm-hmm. They have come a long way indeed, all of them. If you look at the Judiciary, if you look at DCI, if you look at ethics and anti-corruption, even if you look at the presidency, we have made milestones, we made progress. Mm-hmm. So let us not all the time be negative. Let us not look at the small little things that happen in the judiciary or in the Supreme Court. Mm. Those, the language may be regrettable, but have they said jurisprudence? Mm-hmm. Okay? I think that is a bigger picture. I would avoid looking at the smaller picture. In fact, I think as Kenyans, we must be proud of the Supreme Court. Mm-hmm. It shows its independence, that we're independent. In fact, those who are now holding public office must be extremely careful. Mm-hmm. Must be extremely careful. The judiciary has proved that we are separate. Yeah? Mm-hmm. That we are one, but we are separate and independent. And if you appear before us, it doesn't matter who you are. It does not matter what institution you are coming from. We shall deal with you fairly, mm-hmm. firmly, and squarely. And therefore, especially those who are in the political space, mm-hmm. must be worried. This thing that we call recall,
yes,
this thing that we call a vote of no confidence, mm-hmm. you can imagine if it now was to be presented in a court of law, that the same courts who are now proving and showing Kenyans and giving us confidence mm-hmm. that they're independent, be sure that they will deal with those matters fairly, firmly, and squarely. So there is need to celebrate. In fact, this one gives us more hope mm-hmm. that as we move into the future, that Kenya indeed is going to be a great country. Mm-hmm. Kenya is going to be a country that people admire. Kenya is going to be a country that everybody wants to live in because of what the judiciary and especially the Supreme Court has done, mm-hmm. proving the independence. I'm not a lawyer, mm-hmm. but I from where I sit and how I feel, and what most people feel, that institution has really shown that they're independent. And you see, there are 7 judges. Mm-hmm. It is not possible, because some of them are very, very well known to me, very close to me. Mm-hmm. It is not possible that they sat down and agreed that let us rule in favor of so and so. In fact, I think some of them were paid. Do you know some of them have been in the struggle for the second liberation? Mm-hmm. Do you know some of them are so close to the people on the other side at a very personal level? Mm. So I'm sure that judgment from a personal level, from a human being's level, mm-hmm. could have pained them. Yes. But they decided to do the right thing. Mm-hmm. So let us celebrate.
We come from a space where it wasn't easy for the judiciary and the executive, and there were battles day in, day out as to these arms of government, you know, at some point being labeled Wakora, at some point, you know, the president or the executive saying that, you know, we shall revisit these talks of slashing of their budgets. Deputy President William Ruto was part of this presidency. Do you suppose that upon the uphold of his win, then he comes with some essence of goodwill in terms of making sure that there's a streamlined way of operation across the three arms of government as to what the you know, the Constitution says that, you know, they should complement each other, but above everything, any adjustments that would be in favor of the judiciary moving forward that would be expected?
Well, in his campaign, I think he implied that.
Yes.
That institutions will be empowered to do their work without worrying about undercutting. So we hope he lives up to that because whatever we say, the money comes from the parliament and the president, the executive, somehow they organize because the budgeting process and all those things. So that one, in terms of capacitating, that one is likely to happen, which is a very positive thing. And just to add, right on what Philip was saying, the judgment this time by the Supreme Court, what was good about it, in my view, unlike in 2017, other than being unanimous, in 2017 it was not. The judges gave reasons for why they decided that way. That's what I was interested in. What are their reasons for deciding the way they are deciding? And they gave reasons. They made arguments for what they had from both sides, and then reasoned decision on each of the items. And they came to the conclusion that really William Ruto won that election. In the process of giving their reasons, there might have been a little bit of hyperbole in order to hammer the point.
The obiter dictum.
Yeah, so because from what they were saying, some claims that were made in court were far-fetched.
Okay.
You know, that's what they were saying. Some of these things, look, you don't have to be assigned something to see this is what. If you could even see the questions they were asking during that time, they could see they were not believing some of the things that. So the reasonings, the reason they gave is what makes the court stand out.
And coincidentally, we're talking about the judges, and I can see the Chief Justice vehicle making its way in to Kasarani. And well, I think we've switched. But,
and pretty early than the usual
yes.
time that was stipulated for this,
yes,
because we're supposed to come in at around 11:05.
Yes, CJ1, and definitely that's the Chief Justice there. But Professor, as we watch her make her way to the main dais, this issue about the judiciary taking its place in history and making its statement quite firmly. And it's already set the pace to show that institutions in the country can be quite independent. But then again, there's the issue of legislature, the parliament. Oh, there she is, donned in her official dressing. She's going to be a witness as the president-elect is sworn in. But back to what we are talking about, institutions being independent, there are those of the opinion that only members of parliament in the opposition are supposed to check the government. How can we shift our mindset from that and ensure that people really understand that even if I got the speaker's seat courtesy of the coalition that got the presidency, even if I got whatever parliamentary leadership positions that I have to be honest and true to the Constitution and hold the executive accountable. How do we move from what currently is the norm right now? Because people are expecting that the Azimio MPs are the ones who are going to check the executive. How do we move from that?
Also, as you acknowledge the presence of the DCJ, who has joined in as well. Yes. Professor, to you.
Yeah. Now, the Speaker of the House or the Senate, yes, is elected by all members, usually following a partisan way. There's nothing unusual about that. What is expected of them is to grow out of that and then become proper speakers. And I think last time we were here with Farah.
Yes.
He was looking for the same job again. He didn't get it.
The deputy, unfortunately.
The deputy of the National Assembly.
And you know, in silence also, Luo Chair, Isaac, was also going for it, but he's not told us.
But I've talked to Farah a few times. And say, once you're in that office, you're in charge of the whole what? And there are some things you will not do on partisan. No. Because everyone is looking up to you. So whatever decision you give should be fair and be seen to be fair. And they work that very conscientiously, which is good. So I have no problem with that the speakers will behave properly as speakers.
Yes.
All over the world, that's what happens anyway. It's only if the speaker becomes kind of awkward and does funny things. So we have no worry about the speakers. Now the members of parliament, whether they're in this side or that side, their job is, one of them is to do what? Oversight.
Yes.
Oversight has got nothing to do with agreeing with everything. If the government, the executive side is wrong, individual MPs should be able to say no. Okay? Whether they are in this side or... Now the people on the other side have a belief that they have to be saying no all the time, even when it doesn't make sense, which is kind of not very good. Being an MP is to represent people, to do the oversight and those sort of things, and requires individual awareness, consciousness. The stories we had of MPs getting facilitated in the toilets in order to vote one way or the other is terrible. And that was not a partisan issue. It is the morality of the MP, the cheapness of the MP. So we would hope that they would rise above that cheapness and be able to do the right thing. Of course, most of the time they'll vote their party on small issues. But on critical issues, it's an individual. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. And they should be able to say that. That is how the parliament will show its independence.
We've seen pictures there of the CJ and the deputy CJ. And I remember the first time the Chief Justice, Martha Koome, spoke for the first time after that ruling upholding President-elect William Ruto's win. She attributed their success and having that unanimous decision to God. Philip, how hard was this? How hard do you think it was to bring all these judges come to that unanimous decision? To the point that the Chief Justice herself now says ni Mungu.
I think there are two ways to look at it. One, from a constitutional perspective, it was easy. Because the law is a law, you follow the law. Okay? The law is written in black and white. It doesn't give you room to maneuver if you are doing the right thing. So when it came to the law, I think it was fairly easy for them to sit down, to caucus as a group, to conference, and agree to make a ruling based on the law.
Yeah.
Okay? Remember that every judge makes an independent ruling.
Yeah.
But they seem to all have agreed that this was the right judgment to render. But I think on a personal level, they must have suffered, because they're human beings. I know for sure that in that bench, there are those who fought for the second liberation.
Yeah.
There are those who are somehow related to the people on the other side of the political divide. There are people who are friends. There are people who have been together for long in one way or another. So from a personal level, it must have been a very painful decision to make, because you are dealing with a human being. Because how do you relate after that judgment from a human being? Because a human, I most likely would be able to now look at you from a different angle. An angle of not being a friend or a relative or a second liberator comrade, but an enemy. But I think the Supreme Court judge, in my view, they did the right thing. I don't think, for heaven's sake, that 7 people with a high level of integrity could have sat down and made a judgment that favored the wrong group. I think we must learn to accept and respect the institutions that we have. Because we have given them that space. These people are trained. They are not quacks. If they were quacks, I would have been worried. But these are trained people. And these are people who are not tainted. These are people, I have dealt with them. I know majority of them. These are men and women with a high level of integrity.
Philip, I want to ask you a question, and this is on a lighter note. You've mentioned this issue about the second liberation severally in this show. Are you saying when it comes to Kenya Kwanza, there's nothing to write home about liberating this?
You see, no, listen, listen, Munene.
That's why I said it's a
listen, Munene.
Yeah.
You know, these are historical facts. Those who fought for the second liberation are all Kenyans. But there are those who spearheaded the struggle for the second liberation. It's all well documented. Haminwa is still there. James Orengo is still there. Raila is there. God rest is a soul in eternal peace. Martin Oyondi, Mwana wa Shikuku is there. So these are facts that you cannot run away from, however painful, Monene, they may be. And as Africans, as Kenyans, we must learn to embrace the truth. The truth sometimes is not very favorable. It pains sometimes, but we must learn to swallow the pain, swallow the pride, and accept things as they are.
You know, at one time, William Mutunga, when he became Chief Justice, and he was part of that,
that group that fought for the second liberation,
part of that, with Akina Kevuda Kibwana. One time he commented, some people think that he's in their pocket. You know, that he should do what they want because they used to be together. And he says, no, it doesn't work that way. They to agree with the field. You know, when you are there as a judge, your honor is at stake. It's not your friendship which is at stake. It's your honor. And so when he noticed some people trying to push him to do things he thought were unbecoming, he verbalized it and said there's something wrong with some people thinking that they order him or tell him do this, and he does because they used to be together in the trenches, that sort of thing. Let me also add something that happened on the 15th, a tragedy. The attack, physical attack on those commission officials was a terrible thing. Whoever organized it really made a big mistake. And even here, we could see the judges were saying, who the hell was that? Why are you beating up Chebukati? Why? It did not make sense. It could only be compared to what happened in 2007. In 2007, there was another scenario stopping the chairman from announcing the results. It happened. And it appeared to be almost the same arrangement. Only that this time it became worse because there was actual injury in the process. We'd hope that it will not happen again. Because that is a lack of respect for institutions. And if institutions are not respected, we are going to have a problem. So people who go about beating officials for whatever reasons and stopping them from doing their work are doing a disservice to the country.
Well, those are live pictures from Kasarani. I've seen the president's sister, Christina Pratt Kenyatta, is also in attendance. I've seen the Nairobi Metropolitan Services boss, that is Mohamed Badi, who incidentally happens to be to have a chance when it comes to the next chief of the defense forces. He stands a chance in that line of succession. He's also in attendance. Nothing much going on at State House, one of the gates at State House. We're not sure where the president, which gate the president will use. I don't know if it's that. I think this is gate D. There's also the ceremonial gate, the main gate. Nothing much going on there, but we've seen some protocol vehicles, of course, making their way in there. And of course, at the bottom screen on your left is the Deputy President's official residence in Karen. Our reporters are there. This is our wall-to-wall coverage of Kenya's change of guard. The last time something like this happened was in 2013 March, but Professor Munene here is of the opinion it was in 1963, but he has his valid reasons for that. Of course, we'll keep you posted on what is the latest. Professor, you've talked about respected institutions. There's something that the Chief Justice mentioned that is quite worrying. People calling them when they were deliberating on the issues that had been brought before them. Isn't that quite worrying, if you ask?
Well, no, it is worrying because, and it kind of reinforces the impression that actual judges do get some advice. And sometimes the judgment is written somewhere else and they're given to them to read. Yeah. It is a terrible thing if it happens. And it's something, the people doing that then do not respect those particular institutions. They do not respect the officials in those the judges. They're supposed to make their own judgment. Of course, we know they have clerks who help them write things and do some research. But that's the far they can go. But getting phone calls on how to think about a particular issue is not very helpful, because that's what gives them rise to the belief that the courts are not fair. And if you look at this constitution, one of the premises behind it was belief that the judiciary was rotten to the core. So it had to be cleaned up. And the first thing they did is to get rid of the Chief Justice and the whole thing and create a new system. So you don't want to create an impression that the new judiciary that was created after so much struggle is also compromised. And when people call the judiciary officials and give advice, then it does not augur well for the institution and for the country. So the Chief Justice made that comment. If she made it, then it must have happened. And it is not good. So whoever was calling should stop it.
Yep. Well, Philip, I know your time is over.
He's out, yes. He's looking at his watch. He's wondering, did I not communicate clear?
He probably is.
I was allow him some parting shots, it's very important so we can release him.
He's probably one of the people who've been invited. You should have shared, extra cards, Philip. Sisi ni watu wako.
Hapana, wale wameinvitiwa tayari masaa yao kuisha.
Yeah.
Kama hujaingia, hakuna kuingia.
We were supposed to have been seated by 8 o'clock, according to...
No, 10 a.m., 100%, okay. Yes.
If that happened, then I would not have been here because I was here at 8. And I think now the only people who...
Swatini president. Sorry, not the president.
The only people who are checking in, of course, are now...
not the king.
The Prime Minister, perhaps.
Heads of states and heads of delegation. But let me say this, that as a country, we have everything to celebrate about. I just want to pick on what Prof said.
Yep.
We've had, I think, Lady Martha Koome is what, the third one? Chief Justice since the new constitution. The first one was William Mutunga, the second one was
Maraga.
Justice Maraga, and now Koome. Yep. And I think the three have done us proud.
Just to comment on what our viewers are seeing on the screen, Prof, and Philip, you'll hold on to that thought. We'll come back to you. That is a representative from the Kingdom of Eswatini, Linda.
Cleophas Lamini is the Prime Minister.
Okay.
Yes, Prime Minister Cleophas Sifo Lamini of Eswatini, walking into the stadium also, amongst the dignitaries that had confirmed attendance at official indeed. That attendance being received by Rachel Omamo.
Yes,
Rachel Omamo, right.
And Nairobi Governor, the new Nairobi Governor
Johnson Sakaja
speaks a lot about the countries and probably the government, the new government's foreign policy. I'm sure foreign policy experts who will engage on later on can tell
international us. Relation expert is here with us.
What really that
Professor
means.
Yes.
But Philip, carry on. You're saying that the Chief Justice has done a splendid job so far.
The Judicial, and in particular, the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
I think the judgments that they have rendered so far have set precedents, not only in Kenya, Africa, but in the entire globe. Okay? And from where I sit, and I know that's what many Kenyans have, and view the judiciary to be is that the judiciary is one of the strongest, or actually the Supreme Court is one of the strongest institutions that we have. And if that can permeate in the entire judicial system up to the magistrates court, then we have hope that indeed we can clean up the entire judicial system. And if that is done, one arm of government is cleaned up completely, total cleanup, then we are left with parliament. And you heard Prof saying that there is a word in the streets that there are times that envelopes change in the bathrooms. If that is happening,
including
to influence decisions to be made, if that is happening there, it's a very sad state of affairs. And also, Prof also talked about, because once we are there, you've sworn by the Bible or the Quran to uphold the Constitution, to defend the Constitution as a member of Parliament. There are decisions that you as an individual make, not because you belong to green, yellow, or blue, but you are representing 52 million Kenyans.
Yes.
So the Constitution, the people of this republic expect you to do the right thing when the moment presents itself. Okay? So there's hope for this country. If it has happened in the judiciary, one of the institutions that was considered to be most corrupt, there's cleanup going on. Yes. There's hope we are being inspired. I'm hoping that the same can be reflected in the executive. The same can be reflected in the legislature, so that we have a Kenya where everybody has hope, where everybody knows that you see, I think, why do we fight to become people in government? People fight because they know unless you are part of government, you cannot access a tender. It's a fact.
Yeah.
You cannot access a job. That the guy at the top will make sure that 70% of the jobs are given. There's a constitution that bars you from doing that. But you've seen in this country that you are given a position of influence and you are defiling the Constitution. You are doing what the Constitution forbids you from doing with impunity. So this impunity going forward, I hope, is what the new president, William Samoei Ruto, will deal with decisively. That he will respect all the institutions that we have, that will uphold the Constitution, that by the time he's leaving, in 5 or 10 years, that will leave us a better country than he has found. Yeah. Well, he has made history. First term, and he's got it. He is considered not to be part of the big boys club. That he has come from a space that is not known. So I'm hoping that those are the changes that we hope to see moving forward.
Philip, let me just ask you this. You've talked about cleaning up institutions. The legislature, which is given that mandate, that very, very solemn mandate of one of the roles is to come up with our laws. Let's talk about the recall clause. And I don't wish any of them, to perform badly to that extent that, his constituents or her constituents will consider recalling them. But you look at, let's say the governor position. It's very easy to mobilize members of a county assembly and, muddy the governor to the extent of, removing them. And just before we continue, that's Somali president making his way to Kasarani. Sorry for that. Yeah, those are live pictures. The Somali president being received there by Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja, as well as the head of the public service. He's making his way to the official dais. We're talking about strengthening institutions, Philip, and you've talked about the legislature. It's very easy, as I said, to mobilize. Well, if you have the financial muscle, you can mobilize members of county assembly and muddy a particular governor to the point that now they have troubles and they are facing Senate. They're about to be impeached. You can mobilize members of parliament and That's the National Assembly, and then later on the Senate, if you want to to pass a vote of no confidence on a president. But then again, it becomes quite a huge task when we talk about the recall clause. And the reason I'm talking about this is because we've had elected leaders saying that in those washrooms in Parliament, worse things have happened than just exchanging money changing hands, the use of banned substances. We've had members admit to that. What do you think should be done to strengthen that particular clause in our constitution?
I think there is no need for elected leaders to get worried. If you are doing your job to the satisfaction of the people who put you in office, be it at whatever level, you have the confidence of the people who elected you. That's the biggest court that you have. That's the biggest defender that you have. It doesn't matter what maneuverability any other person would want to bring that in your space. Yeah, this big court will repulse any move in that direction.
Okay.
So when you are given responsibility, do your job diligently, knowing very well that the person you report to is a mwananchi. They are your shield and defender.
I'm sorry I keep interrupting you, because these
Mama Samia Suluhu
these are live coverage. These are the challenges of live coverage. That is Samia Suluhu, the president of the United Republic of Tanzania. Of course, she is flanked there by Kirinyaga Governor Anne Waiguru. That is the latest that we have from Kasarani. So, Philip, your last comments.
Yeah. So you see, and then of course the other constitutional and legal that insulate somebody has been put in office. That even if it's Parliament that has a vote of no confidence, you still have the Judiciary that can confirm whether actually the threshold to remove you from office was actually attained.
Okay.
So even if you do your monkey tricks in the county assembly, monkey tricks in Parliament, monkey tricks whatever, you still have the Judiciary.
Okay.
But I think the most important institution you have are the people who elected you into office. It doesn't matter what somebody tries to do. If you are not just a popular leader, if you are somebody who is exercising leadership, and somebody who has kept to the promise you are delivering, you have no cause to worry. You have cause to worry if you are not delivering on the promises that you made, if you are a total failure, if you are corrupt, you are a thief. You have every reason to get worried, because Mwananchi are waiting for you. And the axe that Mwananchi has now, now that the jury has proved that you can deal with people decisively, I am telling you, Mwananchi will land on you. And it will be a terrible situation.
Well,
Professor, as you close it up for us.
Professor, wrap it up for us.
Well, I agree with Philip. The court is the public. Well, the public is the court. This recall clause, the idea of recall, usually is for desperate people. then there's sometimes losers trying to find a way of fixing the winners by going through. Now, the problem with that recall is that if I won in an election with 1,000 votes, and my friend here got 800 or 900 or 500, it's always possible to mobilize 400 people to launch a petty, it becomes frivolous.
Yeah.
Now, if an elected official has committed crimes, that's a different matter. Yeah, because crimes are what? So the police take them to court and have them decided that way. Now, we have this impeachment thing, which is supposed to be applied in extreme circumstances.
Yeah.
Not just anyhowly. But sometimes we've seen in the last Parliament or so, sometimes the impeachment processes have been jokes. Martin Wabora survived for 2 terms, despite those
Being
things.
impeached, yeah.
And actually, it is not very clear how it's supposed to be done. So some people wake up one morning and say, let's impeach him, or her. And they can marshal enough votes to say so. But you say, now, why did you do that? You know, exactly where is the evidence for doing this thing? It is a political thing. Impeachment is a political thing. And so it can only be handled politically in a respectable way. And it should be very difficult. It should not be easy. Impeachment should be made very difficult.
Okay.
So that people don't play jokes with it. Because when you are impeaching somebody, the work of the county, of the state, or anything is held back.
Okay. Well, thank you. And as you can see on your screen right now, and we want us to hand over to the team at Kasarani. That is a protocol vehicle belonging to representatives of the island nation of Seychelles. Well, thank you very much, Professor Macharia Munene, as well as our very own in-house political analyst and governance expert, Philip Kesia. The two have really helped us dissect matters pertaining this current event at Kasarani. Asante sana for making time for us.
Thank you so much.
And I'm Eric Munene.
Yes, of course, I am Melinda Alela. It's been that seamless coverage right from 6 a.m. in the morning up until now, and in the able hands of the rest of the team. Then we accord this to you. That should be the President Wafel Rama Kalawan. Yes, it's quite a tongue twister right there of Seychelles marching in to the stadium. And any moment from now, I'm sure then these proceedings will begin officially. Like you rightfully put it, our team in Kasarani, Moige William, as well as Apollo Kamau, then will be taking the mantle from us. But as we have kept on saying, we have our correspondents across the different parts of the country, of the city, of Thika Road, right from the homes of these leaders that we are expecting, right from State House, right from Karen. And indeed, you will not miss out in any form of coverage and in terms of the events that will be playing out. And therefore, we happily say asante sana for keeping us company.
Yes,
and for the immense feedback. Let's keep watching this. I'm sure we'll all be following up on the same until that time.
Till
the
it
ceremony
concludes.
process. Yes.
Yes. So we'll hand it over to the Kasarani technical team, of course, led by a very able, we call him Jijo.
Yes, Jijo.
Doing a splendid job right there at Kasarani. Time now to say goodbye, but keep it TV47 for the wall-to-wall live coverage of Kenya's.
And exactly, we leave you with the pictures there. Thank you, gentlemen.
Very good. Thank you.
shangwe Mheshimiwa Evariste Ndayishimiye, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Burundi. Tumkaribishe kwa shangwe mabibi na mabwana, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Burundi. Tuendelee na muziki. Wenzangu, tumkaribishe kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Malawi. Tumpongeze kwa makofi anapoungana nasi hapa uwanjani. His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi. Welcome, Your Excellency. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais. Welcome, sir. Band. Band, naomba tumkaribishe sasa Mheshimiwa Umaro Embalo, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Guinea-Bissau. We now welcome His Excellency Umaro Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. Welcome, Your Excellency. BAMBA. May we now welcome His Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of Comoros. Tumkaribishe Mheshimiwa Rais wa Muungano wa Comoros. Welcome, Your Excellency. Music.
Sisi wa Kenya lazima tuelewane, lazima tuelemeshane, lazima tuheshimiane, ndugu na jamaa yetu tufe
Kenya Berneno, Onisore Kenya Berneno, Biurune Kakawakarore, Biurune Kakawakarore, Akweda onge wadakagira, Akweda onge wadakagira,
ya itulise ya mashujoka neba pigano katibu nande tiganya saya tolende atogitera tuagate botambe nchi yangu jukumu langu mimi ni shujaa
Sauti. Naomba sasa tumkaribishe kwa shangwe Mheshimiwa Felix Tshisekedi, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kidemokrasia ya Kongo. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi jameni. Welcome Your Excellency, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Welcome, sir. Basi wa Kenya wenzangu, tumkaribishe sasa Mheshimiwa Julius Maada Bio, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Sierra Leone. Tumkaribishe kwa shangwe anapoungana nasi hapa uwanjani. Welcome Your Excellency, sir.
Ili unapoba
Tuendelee kuimba tukisherehekea kwa pamoja wananchi. Asante sana, na tunapoendelea kuimba tumkaribishe sasa kwa shangwe Mheshimiwa Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Zimbabwe. Tumkaribishe kwa shangwe wananchi, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, as he joins us in the stadium. Welcome, Your Excellency. Tuendelee na huo wimbo na tuko na ruhusa ya kuimba wananchi.
Wakati wa kuomba, ni wakati wa kuomba, dunia inapotikiswa, ni wakati kanisa wa kuomba. Simama kanisa tukiomba, mauaji yatapungua kanisa tukiomba, ukabila tutamaliza kanisa tukiomba. Natangaza ni wakati wa kuomba, ni wakati wa kuomba, ni wakati wa kuomba, dunia inapotikiswa, ni wakati kanisa wa kuomba. Zetu zitasimama kanisa tukiomba, wakati utapungua kanisa tukiomba, na watoto wetu wapone kanisa tukiomba. Tunataka wakati wa kuomba, ni wakati wa kuomba, ni wakati wa kuomba, dunia inapotikiswa, ni wakati kanisa wa kuomba. La 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 mtaka asubuhi kiza kitengia, subiri aibu yangu kama mlivyozoea. Ina maana mjui imebaki historia. Kati ya watakaofutwa machozi na mimi nimechaguliwa. Kilio changu cha muda mrefu amekisikia. Hakuna tena cha mikosi, ni kufanikiwa. Wa zamani si wa sasa, mambo yamebadilika. Imekula kwewe, namjua ninayeongea, namjua ninayeongea. Falme wa wafalme, funguo ya maisha yangu. Nilicheka sana mpaka kudiriki kusema, namwamini Mungu asiyeona. Na niliposema nitajenga majumba.
Asante sauti. Basi wananchi, kwa heshima niombe tumkaribishe kwa shangwe Mheshimiwa Ibrahim Gali, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Sahrawi. Welcome, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Sahrawi. Welcome, sir. Karibu sana. Music.
Sasa mambo yamebadilika, mlipanga nife imekula kwenye kwa zamani si wa sasa.
Asante wananchi, niombe tumkaribishe sasa His Excellency Faki Mahamat, Chairman Africa Union Commission. Tumkaribishe kwa shangwe His Excellency as he joins us at this venue. Welcome, Your Excellency. Karibu. We continue with music. Asante sana Wakenya wenzangu, kwa shangwe tumkaribishe sasa Mheshimiwa Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Mozambique. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi jameni, anapoungana nasi tumkaribishe. Asante, welcome Your Excellency. Ombea adui yako, tuendelee. Basi wananchi wenzangu, tumkaribishe sasa Mheshimiwa Salva Kiir Mayardit, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Sudan Kusini. We welcome Your Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of South Sudan, of the Republic of South Sudan. Karibu sana. Welcome Your Excellency. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais. Tuendelee na wimbo. Basi wananchi wenzangu, tumkaribishe sasa kwa shangwe Mheshimiwa Ismail Omar Guelleh, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Djibouti. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi jameni, na tumpongeze kwa makofi anapoungana nasi. Welcome Your Excellency sir. na kwa kweli akisema atakubariki hakuna atakayezuia. DJ, more music.
Chakula sili maji sinywi. Yesu ninakupenda, kweli ni mapenzi. Yesu ninakupenda. I don't know what to do. I know I'm in love with you. Ni mapenzi. Yesu, Yesu ninakupenda hasta. Mani yobeni pone pasta. Ninamugana mama na baba wanipea mawaida. Amani yobeni star. Nifungue mpya chapter. 'Cause I don't think I'll live another day without you. Kweli kweli ni mapenzi. Yesu ninakupenda. Kweli ni mapenzi. Ni mapenzi kweli. Yesu ninakupenda. I don't know what to do. I know I'm in love with you. Ni mapenzi. Yesu, Yesu ninakupenda.
Basi wa Kenya wenzangu, tumkaribishe sasa kwa shangwe Mheshimiwa Paul Kagame, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Rwanda. Tumkaribishe tumpongeze kwa makofi anapoungana nasi hapa, His Excellency Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. Welcome, Your Excellency. Music.
Mimi sitaki upotee, mimi sitaki uangamie.
Basi wa Kenya wenzangu, tumkaribishe sasa kwa shangwe Mheshimiwa Denis Sassou Nguesso, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kongo. May we welcome His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo. Welcome, Your Excellency. Welcome, sir. Tuendelee taule. Asante. Niwakumbushe wananchi, wanajeshi karibu kuingia uwanjani, na niombe nilivyoomba pale mbeleni, wakati ukifika wa wimbo wa taifa, sote tutaimba kwa shangwe na kwa sauti. Naomba sasa tumkaribishe kwa shangwe naibu wa rais mteule wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua. Welcome, Your Excellency, the Deputy President-elect of the Republic of Kenya, accompanied by Pastor Dorcas Rigathi. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa naibu wa rais mteule, pamoja naye Pastor Dorcas Rigathi. Karibu sana, Your Excellency. Welcome to this ceremony. Karibu sana. Tunakukaribisha. Wananchi wa Kenya wanakukaribisha. Welcome, Your Excellency. Asante kwa asante. Welcome, Your Excellency. Karibu sana. Tuache mziki kidogo. Tuache mziki, wanajeshi waweze kuingia uwanjani.
Wenzetu, wanahabari wenzetu ambao tuko hapa mbele, kwa heshima tunawaomba tuweze kujitenga ili tuweze kupata gwaride letu la heshima kuweza kuingia hapa uwanjani. Tutawaomba wananchi tafadhali, wakati gwaride litakuwa linaingia hapa uwanjani, tuweze kuwa watulivu ili mkuu wa gwaride aweze kuendelea na gwaride. Basi nitampisha mwenzangu aweze kuendelea. Tutulie wananchi tafadhali.
Tutulie tafadhali, naomba kwa heshima tuweze kutulia. Ningependa kutambua kuwasili kwake mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Generali Robert Kibochi pamoja na service commanders ili kuweza kupokea gwaride rasmi hapa uwanjani. Waandishi wa habari tafadhali tuondoke, tupishe majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya kuweza kuandaa gwaride la heshima, kisha tutaweza kuendelea. Wananchi tutulie tafadhali, tunapopokea rasmi gwaride la heshima hapa uwanjani. Tuondoke tafadhali. Kwa heshima naomba sote tusimame kwa ajili ya bendera ya kikosi kinachoandaa gwaride ya siku ya leo.
Hapa.
Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza kuketi tafadhali. Niombe tutulie tafadhali, tusimtatize kamanda anapotoa amri zake tafadhali. Basi baada ya kuhakikisha kwamba gwaride liko tayari siku ya leo, ni zamu ya mkuu wa gwaride hili kuweza kuchukua usukani kutoka kwake marehemu Dignitary. Anaondoka kwa muda mfupi sana aliyopewa kuweza kutoka nje kabisa kujiunga na maafisa wenzake tayari kwa gwaride. Naomba tutulie wananchi. Mkuu wa divisheni ya kwanza, divisheni ya pili, divisheni ya tatu, divisheni ya nne pamoja na marehemu Dignitary kuweza kuingia ndani ya gwaride, tayari kwa gwaride siku ya leo. Nao pia sharti kuweza kuwekwa sawa. Naam, itifaki zote zikizingatiwa. Karibuni leo tarehe 13 Septemba mwaka huu 2022 kwa sherehe ya kumwapisha na kumtawaza Rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto. Wima uwanjani. Asante. Wima uwanjani ni gwaride la heshima linaandaliwa na majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya. Mavazi mekundu jeshi letu la nchi kavu, mavazi ya samawati jeshi letu la wanaanga, na mavazi meupe jeshi la wanamaji. Mkuu wa gwaride hii ni Luteni Kanali Gilbert Kinanga. Kikundi cha kwanza cha jeshi letu la nchi kavu kiko chini yake Meja Paul Josh Ide.
Naomba kwa heshima kutangaza kuwepo kwetu nasi Mheshimiwa Yoweri Museveni, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda. Tumkaribishe na tumpongeze kwa makofi. Ameungana nasi kwenye jukwaa kuu. Ameungana nasi pia na ako kwenye jukwaa kuu Waziri Mkuu Dr. Abiy Ahmed Ali, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. Welcome your excellencies. Tuwakaribishe sana kwa makofi. Asante.
Kikundi cha pili, kikosi cha 21 cha jeshi letu la nchi kavu kiko chini yake Captain Douglas Onkoba Ntabo. Kikundi cha tatu cha jeshi letu la wanaanga kiko chini yake Meja Douglas Wanjohi Mwangi, na kikundi cha 4 cha jeshi la wanamaji kiko chini yake Meja Daniel Mogaka Nyakamoro. Parade Adjutant Captain Kelvin Mwenda Kamodo, anayebeba bendera iliyo fahari ya kikosi cha 21 cha jeshi letu la nchi kavu Luteni Amon Lechipan. Parade RCM Warrant Officer 1 Omar Mwinyi Sururu. Mziki unazidi kuporomoshwa na bendi za majeshi ya ulinzi. Chini yake mkurugenzi wa mziki Captain Joseph Mthuri, Senior Drum Major Warrant Officer 1 David Maina, akishirikiana naye Warrant Officer 2 Ben Murray, Sergeant Mwai Gatama na Corporal Emmanuel Gituma. Parapanda za kumkaribisha Mheshimiwa Rais ziko chini yake Captain Kelvin Kabudhi Nyaga. Kuondoa jukwaa la rais liko chini yake Sergeant Kennedy Njeru. Basi wananchi wazalendo, kuwakumbusha tu atakapowasili mgeni wetu rasmi Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, sote tutaweza kusimama kumkaribisha kwa shangwe, fijo na nderemo, tukiongozwa na bendi yetu ya Maroon Commandos, na baada ya hapo tutabaki tukiwa tumesimama kwa wimbo wa taifa, wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Basi ningeomba tuweze kurudi studio, tuweze kupata burudani kutoka kwa bendi yetu ya Maroon Commandos, tukisubiri kuwasili kwake Mheshimiwa Rais na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi ya Kenya. Bendi tafadhali.
Nibunyani mkubwa ujenzi wa taifa, kwani hicho kiasa kisababisha choja. Ewe ndugu yangu, amka kumekucha, kamata jembe na panga, twende shamba. Hata ewe mwanangu, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ni sasa za kwenda shule. Hata ewe karani, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ni sasa za kwenda kazi. Nibunyani mkubwa ujenzi wa taifa, kwani hicho kiasa kisababisha choja. Ewe ndugu yangu, amka kumekucha, kamata jembe na panga, twende shamba. Hata ewe mwanangu, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ni sasa za kwenda shule. Hata ewe karani, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ni sasa za kwenda kazi. Uvivu ndio adui wa ujenzi wa taifa, jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa. Ndugu yangu, kumekucha, amka wende shamba. Jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa. Wanangu, kumekucha, amka wende shule. Elimu ndio msingi wa maendeleo. Karani, kumekucha, amka wende kazi. Jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa. Uvivu ndio adui wa ujenzi wa taifa. Jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa. Ndugu yangu, kumekucha, amka wende shamba. Jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa. Wanangu, amka wende shule. Hiyo elimu ndio msingi wa maendeleo. Karani, kumekucha, amka wende kazi. Jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa.
Wananchi wazalendo, tungependa kuwakumbusha kwamba katika sherehe ya siku ya leo tutaweza kupokea mizinga 21 kutoka kwa jeshi letu la wanamaji kwa ajili ya rais atakayekuwa anachukua hatamu za uongozi siku hii ya leo. Mizinga hii hutoa sauti kali, japo haitaweza kumdhuru yeyote. Turudi kwa Maroon Commandos waweze kuendelea na burudani.
Ingelikuwa Mungu anauliza mwanadamu jinsi ya kumtendea mwanadamu, basi mimi nisingekuwa jinsi nilivyo, hata tena nisingekuwa mahali nilipo. Ungeambiwa sifai, wangekukanya vikali, ungekumbushwa dhambi zangu za kale. Baba yoyo, unabariki unayependa, unabariki unavyopenda. Mimi nahitaji ndio yako Yesu tu, ndio yako. Nahitaji ndio yako Yesu tu, ndio yako. Ninataka ndio yako Yesu tu, ndio yako. Ndio yako ndio itanisimamisha, ndio yako. Ndio yako itanifungulia milango. Sikio lenye funiko jamani, wale sijaona jicho lenye pazia. Adui zako angelikuwa na uwezo, angefumba macho, angefunika masikio, wasikuone ukiwa juu, wasisikie umebarikiwa. Meza utaandaliwa mbele yao, utakula utakunywa mbele yao. Nasema ndio, ndio ya Bwana. Nahitaji ndio yako Yesu tu, ndio yako. Nahitaji ndio yako Yesu tu, ndio yako. Ninataka ndio yako Yesu tu, ndio yako. Ndio yako ndio itanisimamisha, ndio yako. Ndio yako itanifungulia milango, ndio yako. Ndio yako ndio itanisimamisha, ndio yako. Ndio yako.
Asante sana Maroon Commandos. Wakati wowote kuanzia sasa atajiunga nasi rais wa 5, rais mteule Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto, na atakapojiunga nasi tuwe wakarimu, tumkaribishe kwa shangwe, vifijo na hata nderemo. Ningependa tuwe tayari wakati wowote kuanzia sasa atajiunga nasi. Niombe sote tusimame kwa heshima, wakati ambao tuliusubiri kwa hamu na gamu unafika sasa, tunapomkaribisha kwa shangwe na vigelegele rais wa 5, rais mteule Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Naomba tusimame sote tuweze kumkaribisha. Ni siku aliyotujalia Maulana, siku tulioingoja. Ndiye huyo sasa, rais wetu wa 5, rais mteule Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Wapi makofi mabibi na mabwana, wapi shangwe na vigelegele anapojiunga nasi siku ya leo, rais wa 5, rais mteule Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto na mama taifa Mheshimiwa Mama Rachel Ruto. Tuwapongeze kwa makofi wanapojiunga nasi. Wapi shangwe? Karibu. Karibu Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya 5, rais mteule Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Daktari Joseph Kinyua. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais, Rais wa 5 mteule, Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto na Mheshimiwa Mama Taifa in waiting. Wapi makofi? Wapi shangwe? Wapi furaha mabibi na mabwana? Rais wetu wa 5, Rais mteule. Jameni, tuendelee kumpongeza Rais wa 5 mteule, Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto, akiungana na viongozi wengine kutoka dunia nzima wamefika kuwa mashahidi. Tuendelee kumpongeza hadi afike kwenye jukwaa rasmi, na kisha akishaketi tuendelee na utulivu ili gwaride liweze kuendelea. Tuendelee kumpongeza anapowasalimu viongozi mbalimbali. Anawapongeza marais, wawakilishi wa serikali mbalimbali ambao wamefika siku ya leo kama mashahidi kuona kwamba taifa nzima na hata ulimwengu kwa ujumla tumedumisha amani yetu kama wananchi. Hongera, hongera Kenya, hongera Mheshimiwa Rais mteule, Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto na Mama Taifa. Hongera Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais mteule na Mchungaji Dorcas, mumeipa taifa letu la Kenya heshima. Tumeheshimika katika ramani nzima, tuwasema asante. Tuendelee kumpongeza Mheshimiwa Rais mteule anapowasalimu viongozi mbalimbali na hata viongozi wa nchi ambao siku ya leo wamekuja kama mashahidi kuweza kuhudhuria, kwamba anawasalimu na kuwapongeza viongozi mbalimbali ambao wako kwenye jukwaa, wakuu mbalimbali. Asante.
Welcome, Your Excellency, sir. His Excellency, the President-elect of the Republic of Kenya and the First Lady in waiting, Mama Rachel Ruto, joining us now at the Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani, and being introduced and welcoming world leaders who are here with us today. Karibuni sana Mheshimiwa Rais. Karibuni sana. Welcome, Your Excellency, sir.
Maroon Commandos, tuendelee tafadhali. Waandishi wa habari mtupe nafasi tafadhali.
Waandishi wa habari tusonge nyuma kidogo sasa. Tumepata nafasi ya kutosha. Asante. Tunashukuru, tunafanya kazi njema.
Maroon Commandos, tuendelee na burudani tafadhali. Asante sana Maroon. Thank you Maroon. Basi tutapata burudani kutoka kwa bendi za majeshi ya ulinzi, wimbo Usiniache. Waandishi wa habari tafadhali, tunaomba kwa heshima mturuhusu tuweze kuendelea nasi pia na majukumu yetu. Bendi tafadhali. Asante sana bendi za majeshi ya ulinzi na wimbo Usiniache. Basi tuweze kurudi kwao Maroon Commandos tunaposubiri kuwasili kwa Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya anayeondoka mamlakani siku hii ya leo. Maroon Commandos.
Sina dada, uko wapi? Nakutafuta sikuoni, nimejaribu sana kukutafuta, na kila nifikapo sikuoni, lakini kwa bahati umenikumbuka, kwani barua uliyoituma nimeipata. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sina dada, uko wapi? Nakutafuta sikuoni, nimejaribu sana kukutafuta, na kila nifikapo sikuoni, lakini kwa bahati umenikumbuka, kwani barua uliyoituma nimeipata. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sina dada, uko wapi? Nakutafuta sikuoni, nimejaribu sana kukutafuta, na kila nifikapo sikuoni, lakini kwa bahati umenikumbuka, kwani barua uliyoituma nimeipata. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Siku gani dada utakuja nikugoje? Sitesheni, ningekuwa na uwezo ningekutumia nauli ya ndege ili ufike haraka. Nimekukosa mama, nimekukosa siku nyingi, nimekukosa mama, nimekukosa siku nyingi. Siku gani dada utakuja nikugoje? Sitesheni, ningekuwa na uwezo ningekutumia nauli ya ndege ili ufike haraka. Nimekukosa mama, nimekukosa siku nyingi, nimekukosa.
Asante sana Maroon Commandos, asante Maroon Commandos. Thank you, shikilia Maroon. Thank you, thank you. Tutulie wananchi tafadhali. Tutulie wananchi. Wananchi watukufu, ningependa kutambua kuwasili kwa mama taifa wanne, Mheshimiwa Mama Margaret Kenyatta. Karibu Your Excellency. Tupongeze kwa makofi mama taifa anapojiunga nasi. Welcome Your Excellency.
Niliomba wananchi kwa heshima tuwe kimya sasa, ili parade commander aweze kusikika na wanajeshi. Kwa heshima sana wananchi, naomba.
Basi kwa parapanda hizo ni dhahiri shakiri kwamba anajiunga nasi Mheshimiwa Rais. Maroon Commandos, twende kwa pamoja tunapomkaribisha Mheshimiwa Rais wa 4 anayeondoka ofisini, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu. Tumpongeze kwa makofi Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Moja. Karibu. Moja. Mbili. Karibu Mheshimiwa Rais kujiunga nasi kwa sherehe ya leo ya kumpa mamlaka Rais wa 5 Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Karibu. Karibu Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, utuongoze kwa sherehe ya leo ya kumwapisha Rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Punga. Karibu Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta unapojiunga nasi kwa sherehe ya leo. Punga, pungoa. Tuendelee kuwa watulivu tafadhali.
Asante sana mwenzangu, niombe kwa heshima tubaki tukiwa tumesimama kwa wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, na wananchi naomba tujumuike na bendi za majeshi ya ulinzi na hali kadhalika kwaya kuweza kuimba wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Tutulie tafadhali.
Wananchi tutulie tafadhali. Mkuu wa gwaride sasa akija kumwomba kwa heshima Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa majeshi yote ya ulinzi idhini ya kuweza kukagua gwaride la heshima lililoandaliwa na majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya.
Your Excellency, Guard of Honor, mounted by the Kenya Defence Forces, present and ready for your inspection, sir.
Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza kuketi tafadhali. Anayemsindikiza Mheshimiwa Rais ni Mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Jenerali Robert Kibochi. Mkuu wa gwaride hivi sasa akiomba idhini kutoka kwake Mheshimiwa Rais ya kuweza kuendelea na gwaride. Mheshimiwa Rais kwa nafasi yake kwa
tafadhali. Wananchi tutulie. Thank you.
Stand up! Yes! Stand is up!
Tutulie tafadhali wananchi. Nitampisha mwenzangu Bwana Wanjohi aweze kuendelea.
Naomba sote tutulie kwa maombi. May I most humbly request that we observe a moment of silence as we are led in prayers, starting with Mzee Olen Karu, an elder of the Maasai community. Tuombe wananchi.
Namashu nama yana Kenya, nama yana serikali ya Kenya. Arasa yang kaya, basnai, nai nama yana la presiden oloito, Uhuru Kenyatta. Ndio mehemanganya nere ndio dishu, ndio mehemabere ngere nyana residai, meranga saking ngere nyana, meranga saking doro bungkung. Meranga saking kadoro duan, memala bila kadu beishu. Ibu iranda mononenye, facility, Margaret Kenyatta, arasaya. Na ijana ke kularin domon, woro riko kinyani rejo sodua, arasaya angayai, aromono la president, yeduligi noto. William Samoei Ruto, na inje mbugoto, jome robiko, jome ramayana serikali yenye, njorura yenye, ramayana ngare nyana, ramayana na serikali nadi, na inda yosodua, arasaya ngayai, aromono, arasaya, aromono angayaya omoni ro president wadi deputy president Gachagua meru wasinya Kenya rosodua na inje bigoro na inje osodua endobir nengiyewu enda melono endorobilo ro yela na yumbe Ndorobileno sendu lemedo. Endo bigana odonyo. Endo bigana odonyo ko. Endo bigana odonyo geri. Endo bigana odonyo le koy merek. Arasaya. Aromon. Ashole.
Atafuata sasa Kano Father Dr. Benjamin Mwasweli wa majeshi ya ulinzi.
In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Almighty ever-living God, you are the Lord of the universe, gracious and merciful to your creation. You are God of power and might, wisdom and justice. Through you, authority is rightly administered, laws are enacted, and judgment is decreed. We come before you seeking for blessings upon this great nation. Bless His Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of Kenya Defense Forces. We pray for his entire family, safeguard them, send your Holy Spirit so that through your precious blood, you help them to live a life guided by you. Send your angels to walk with them, hold times and shield them from all that is evil. Grant them health of mind and body. May your power and protection be with them now and forever. And now for His Excellency, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and all his elected leaders, send your Holy Spirit upon them, grant them your divine wisdom, so that they may seek to preserve peace, promote national happiness, and continue to bring us blessings of unity and prosperity. We appeal to your compassion. Stay close to those whom you have chosen and lead them to lead this great nation. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Atafuata sasa Sheikh Faisal ambaye ni Director of Religious Studies SUPKEM.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kila jinsi ya sifa njema ni yako wewe Allah, mlezi wa walimwengu wote, muumba wa mbingu na ardhi. Unamuinua unayemtaka na unamdhalilisha unayemtaka. Ni wewe pekee mfalme wa siku ya mwisho. Tunakuomba ulijalie taifa letu la Kenya lidumu katika amani, upendo, undugu na maendeleo. Tunakuomba katika hii siku ya leo, wakati tunamuaga rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta, Mungu tunakushuhudia umbarikie katika maisha yake. Kazi yake ilikuwa ni mzuri, na tupo hapa kushuhudia uapisho wa rais wetu mteule, naye ni Rais William Samoei Ruto. Tunaomba Mungu umsaidie rais huyu pamoja na wasaidizi wake na wote waliochaguliwa katika kuendesha nchi yetu. Wainue uchumi na wakomeshe ufisadi, wainue uadilifu na wakomeshe unyanyasaji, wafanye yale unayoridhika nayo wewe Allah uliowatuma manabii wako. Sisi ni waja wako, tunakuasi, tusamehe madhambi yetu, na vile vile usituadhibu kwa makosa wanayoyafanya wale wasiokujali. Mwisho, nawatakia rehma na amani watumishi wako, mtume wetu Muhammad, mtume wetu Isa Masih, mtume wetu Musa, mtume wetu Ibrahim, baba yetu Adam na manabii wote. Mungu ibariki Kenya. Amin. Asanteni.
Atakaye tufungia kipindi hiki cha maombi ni Reverend Teresia Wairimu Kinyajui, founder of the Faith Evangelistic Ministry.
Father, we thank you. The psalmist says, "This is the day that the Lord has made, that we may rejoice and be glad in it." Father, we want to thank you for this great day that you have made. We are so grateful for what you have done in the nation of Kenya. Thank you, God, for the peace of God that surpasses the understanding of man. God, you have held us together in unity. And God, how I pray this day that Kenya will be a nation under God, and the peace of God will continue to prevail in this nation. Dear Lord, I thank you for the great people of this nation of Kenya. I ask that your hand will continue to be upon them in the name of the Lord, and that God, this nation would know it is a dawning of a new day. It is a new season. This is the day that the Lord has made, that we may rejoice and be glad in it. Heavenly Father, we thank you for our outgoing President Uhuru Kenyatta and his lovely wife, Excellency Margaret Kenyatta. We speak a blessing over them and their family, their children, Almighty God. We thank you for entrusting him to serve this nation for the past 10 years. We give you glory and we give you honor. And now, dear Lord, we want to thank you for the incoming President of the Republic of Kenya, our fifth President. We thank you, God Almighty, for granting us Dr. William Samoei Ruto to be our fifth president, and his deputy Gachagua and Pastor Dorcas. God, we thank you for them. We pray that God, your hand will be upon them. We ask that God, they will have grace of leadership, that they will take this nation to the next level, Almighty God. We pray that this will be days of peace and joy. how I ask you, God, that this time you will unite our nation, that we will come up together, and together we shall stand, because together we shall never fall. We give you honor and we give you praise. I ask that, God, you will remember the judiciary, Almighty God, that God Almighty, they will continue to expand and extend their services so that the Kenyans will enjoy the services of justice in this nation in the name of the Lord. So we thank you for our CJ, Justice Mother Koome, the President of the Supreme Court, and her entire team in the name of Jesus. We ask God Almighty, you remember the Court of Appeal. You remember the law courts, oh God. You will be with them and teach them and show them how to serve this great nation in the name of Jesus. And now, dear Lord, we want to remember and dedicate our 47 counties before the hand of the Almighty God. We pray for every county in the name of Jesus. We pray, Almighty, that the hand of God will be upon every governor, the House of the Senate, the members of Parliament, the women representatives and the MCAs, oh God. Let your hand be upon them. Dear Lord, we also want to thank you for the great friends of this nation of Kenya. We thank you for every president, every prime minister, those that you have granted to come and celebrate this day with us. We ask that your hand will be upon them and their nations, and your blessing will come upon them. So Heavenly Father, we also ask you to bless every diplomat, every ambassador, every commission in the name of Jesus. And God, as we come to the swearing part of this ceremony, we ask that, God, you grace this occasion with your presence, Almighty God. Let your hand be upon this nation in the name of Jesus. For we pray and ask this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. We pray and we believe. And everybody say amen.
Asanteni sana Askofu. Your Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, and Your Excellency First Lady Mama Margaret Kenyatta, Your Excellency Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President-elect of the Republic of Kenya, and First Lady-in-waiting Mama Rachel Ruto, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency the Deputy President-elect Honorable Rigathi Gachagua and Pastor Dorcas Rigathi, Excellencies, Deputy Presidents, Deputy Prime Ministers and Heads of Delegations, the Honorable Speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate, the Honorable Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court, elected leaders, wananchi wa Jamhuri tuipendayo, mabibi na mabwana. Your Excellencies, it is now my distinct honor and privilege to invite the Deputy Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Honorable Paul Demo, to take his position at the inauguration arena and guide the proceedings. Honorable Demo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the commencement of the official swearing-in ceremony of the President-elect and the Deputy President-elect of the Republic of Kenya. And to commence these swearing-in proceedings, which is a judicial function, I would like to invite all of us to be upstanding as we have the Judiciary mace placed in position. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The mace bearer is Honorable Joseph Were, Senior Principal Magistrate. The Judiciary mace signifies judicial authority. Under Article 159 of the Constitution, judicial authority is vested in the people, but is exercised by the judiciary. On top of the head of the mace is mounted the coat of arms, which is one of our national symbols. On the sides, it is emblazoned with the Judiciary logo and the scales of justice. Thank you very much. May I kindly ask us to take our seats. At this juncture, I'd like to welcome the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Honorable Anne Amadi, to take her position at the inauguration arena in order to administer both the oath of allegiance and the oath of due execution of the office of President. Honorable Chief Registrar.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered today for the swearing-in ceremony of the President-elect and the Deputy President-elect. This is following the general election that was held on 9th of August 2022. This ceremony is conducted in accordance with Article 141 of the Constitution, which requires that the swearing-in of the President-elect shall be in public before the Chief Justice. It also requires that the President-elect shall be sworn in on the first Tuesday following the 7th day, following the day on which the election is declared to be valid. It also requires that the President-elect assumes office by taking and subscribing the oath or affirmation of allegiance and the oath or affirmation for the execution of functions of the office as prescribed in the third schedule of the Constitution. This ceremony is therefore conducted in accordance with Section 13(2) of the Assumption of the Office of President Act, which provides that the oath or affirmation shall be administered to the President-elect by the Chief Registrar before the Chief Justice, not earlier than 10 a.m. and not later than 2 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, today, 13th day of September 2022, is the first Tuesday following the 7th day, following the date on which the election was declared to be valid. I also confirm that the time now is within the prescribed time and within the provisions of the Assumption of Office of the President Act. May I now request the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Justice Martha Koome, to take her place at the inauguration arena. May I also ask the President-elect and the First Lady in waiting to come forward so that you may be formally introduced by the Chief Justice to the nation. Mr. President-elect. Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all Kenyans, I have the honor and privilege to introduce the President-elect of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, to the nation. In this regard, I wish to state as follows. Whereas Honorable Dr. Ruto William Samoei was on the 15th of August 2022, declared as the duly elected President of the Republic of Kenya, pursuant to the provisions of Article 136, 138(4) and 138(10)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya, in the presidential election held on the 9th August 2022, and whereas the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission delivered a notification of the result of the election to the office of the Chief Justice on the 15th of August 2022, pursuant to the provisions of Article 138(10)(b) of the Constitution of Kenya, I, Martha Karambu Kome, Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, do hereby introduce to the people of Kenya the President-elect, His Excellency, Honorable Dr. Ruto William Samoei, and invite him to take his place in the inauguration dais.
Tutulie, tusikie kiapo. Wananchi tutulie, tusikie kiapo cha Mheshimiwa Rais.
May I call upon the President-elect to come forward together with the First Lady in waiting. We will begin with the first oath, which is the oath of allegiance of the President. Mr. President, please repeat after me. I,
William Samoei Ruto,
in full realization of the high calling I assume as President
of Kenya,
of the Republic of Kenya,
do swear
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Kenya, that I will obey, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution of Kenya, as by law established, and all other laws of the Republic, and that I will protect and uphold the sovereignty, integrity, and dignity of the people of Kenya. So help me God.
Tumpongeze kwa makofi anapoendelea kuchukua kiapo. Asante. Tutulie kwa kiapo cha pili.
We will now take the second oath, which is the oath of due execution of office of the President. Mr. President-elect, please repeat after me. I,
William Samoei Ruto,
swear that I will truly and diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya in the office of the President of the Republic of Kenya, that I will diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the office of President of the Republic of Kenya, and I will do justice to all in accordance with this Constitution as by law established and the laws of Kenya without fear, favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
Tumpongeze tena kwa makofi Rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Tumpongeze wananchi. Asante. Pongezi Mheshimiwa Rais. Tutulie ili tuendelee na kutia sahihi. Na kwa sasa Mheshimiwa Rais anatia sahihi kiapo cha utekelezaji wa majukumu ya ofisi ya Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Thank you very much. The President is now appending his signature to the first oath. That is the oath of allegiance of the office of President. After the President is done, he will then sign the oath of due execution of the functions of the office of President. The Honorable, the Chief Justice, is also appending her signature
on the first set of documents, that is the oath of allegiance. Once the Chief Justice has appended her signature, the oaths are then sealed with the seal of the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya. His Excellency the President is now signing the last set of documents, which is the certificate of inauguration. This certificate confirms that this ceremony today has taken place. His Excellency the President has now finished signing the 2 oaths of office and the certificate of inauguration. The Honorable the Chief Justice is signing on the last set of documents, whereupon they will be sealed with the seal of the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya.
May I ask the Honorable the Chief Justice to come forward for the presentation of the certificate. Your Excellency the President, please, for the presentation of the certificate.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, tumpongeze kwa makofi, tumpongeze His Excellency, the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya. Ni muombe ainue certificate juu, wananchi waweze kuona cheti ambacho ametia sahihi. And there we have it, His Excellency Honorable William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya.
We will now proceed with the swearing-in ceremony for the Deputy President-elect. And may I ask the Deputy President-elect and Pastor Dorcas to come forward to take the oath of office. May I request that you place your left hand on the Constitution. And we will begin with the oath of allegiance of the Deputy President. And may I request Mr. Deputy President-elect to repeat after me. I,
Rigathi Gachagua,
in full realization of the high calling I assume as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Kenya, that I will obey, preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution
of Kenya
as by law established, and all other laws
of the Republic,
and that I will protect
and uphold uphold
the sovereignty,
integrity,
and dignity of the people of Kenya.
and the dignity of the people of Kenya.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Tumpongeze kwa makofi Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais.
Okay, we will now take the oath of due execution of office for the Deputy President, and I'll ask that you repeat after me, please. I,
Rigathi Gachagua,
do swear
that
I will
always
truly and diligently truly and diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya
and the Republic of Kenya
in the office of Deputy President
in the office of the Deputy President
of the Republic of Kenya
that I will diligently
serve the people,
discharge my duties, and perform my functions in the said office.
May I request that we take it again, please?
To the best of my judgment.
I'm sorry, let's take it again. Let's take it again.
Asante, tutulie.
Rigathi Gachagua,
do swear
that
I will always truly and diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya in the office of the Deputy President
of the Republic of Kenya,
that I will diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the said office to the best of my judgment, that I will at all times when so required faithfully and truly give my counsel and advice to the President of the Republic of Kenya, that I will do justice to all without fear, favor, affection, or ill will, and that I will not
directly
or indirectly reveal such matters as shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my duties and committed to my secrecy. So help me God.
Tumpongeze kwa makofi Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais.
Thank you very much. The Deputy President has also taken the 2 oaths of office. He is appending his signature now to the first oath. That is the oath of allegiance to the office of the Deputy President. The oath in terms of wording is exactly the same as that taken by His Excellency, the President. The second oath that His Excellency, the Deputy President, took is the oath of due execution of the functions of the office of Deputy President. The Chief Justice is now appending her signature to to countersign the first oath. And just like the oaths and the certificate that was signed by His Excellency the President, once the Chief Justice appends her signature, they will be sealed with the seal of the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya. His Excellency, the Deputy President, has finished signing the 2 oaths. The Chief Justice is signing the last set. Unlike the President, His Excellency, the Deputy President, does not sign the certificate of inauguration. The one that is signed by His Excellency, the President, suffices and covers both offices, as it confirms that this ceremony has taken place today. The oaths are They may now be joined with the First Lady, Her Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, and Her Excellency Pastor Dorcas Rigathi. Thank you very much. We will now, thank you. Thank you very much. We will now have a photograph of His Excellency the President and the First Lady, just the two of them. Thank you very much. And finally, we'll have a photograph of His Excellency the Deputy President together with Her Excellency Pastor Dorcas Rigathi on their own. Your Excellency President and First Lady, I request you to retreat to your ceremonial table. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now have the last photograph taken His Excellency the Deputy President together with Her Excellency Pastor Dorcas Rigathi. Your Excellency the President, you may retreat to your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I now wish to invite the Honorable the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary to hand over the briefcase containing the oaths and the certificate of inauguration to the head of the public service, Dr. Joseph Kinyua. Thank you very much. May I now kindly invite all of us to stand as we have the mace lowered to signify the end of the judicial part of this ceremony. And I wish to invite the Master of Ceremony to continue with the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Basi naomba sasa kwa heshima sote tuweze kusimama kwa kipindi cha kupeana zana za mamlaka na uongozi kwa Mheshimiwa Rais anayeingia mamlakani, Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto, kutoka kwake Rais anayeondoka mamlakani, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Standing kindly, all upstanding kindly for this session. Tampisha mwenzangu Captain Alfred Mwabili aweze kuendelea.
I wish to now most humbly request His Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta to proceed to the inauguration arena to hand over instruments of power to His Excellency Honorable William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. he will be escorted by the Chief of the Defense Forces, General Robert Kibochi.
Tutulie tafadhali.
Kikatiba katika Jamhuri ya Kenya, rais mteule anapoapishwa hukabidhiwa zana mbili za mamlaka na uongozi kuashiria upito wa mamlaka. Zana hizo ni Katiba ya Jamhuri ya Kenya na kitara cha kijeshi, ukipenda Presidential Ceremonial Sword kwa kizungu. Mwanzo kabisa, Mheshimiwa Rais Daktari William Samoei Ruto atakabidhiwa nakala ya Katiba ya Jamhuri ya Kenya iliyopitishwa mwaka 2010. Nakala hii ya katiba ikiwa ni ishara kuwa taifa litaongozwa kwa uongozi thabiti ambao utazingatia kanuni zote zilizoorodheshwa katika katiba hii.
May I now request Your Excellency Honorable William Ruto to move forward and receive the instruments of power. Tumpongeze kwa makofi anapopokezwa Katiba ya Jamhuri ya Kenya. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais.
Asante wananchi wazalendo, tuweze kutulia, tuendelee na ratiba ambapo tukimalizia kipindi hiki cha kukabidhiwa zana za mamlaka na uongozi, Mheshimiwa Rais Daktari William Samoei Ruto sasa atakabidhiwa kitara cha kijeshi, yani Presidential Ceremonial Sword. Kitara hiki kimetengenezwa kwa mpini wa chuma cha pua ama stainless steel, halikadhalika ncha yake imepambwa kwa dhahabu. Kitara hiki kinadhihirisha kudhibiti nchi na ulinzi wake. Kwa kawaida kitara hiki hukabidhiwa rais anayechukua hatamu ya uongozi kuashiria uhamisho wa mamlaka na usimamizi wa vyombo vya dola. Kama ilivyo kawaida, kama kamanda wa kijeshi waendapo vitani hukibeba kitara kuashiria wao ndio wanatoa amri. Hivyo basi, kwa kukabidhiwa kitara hiki, Mheshimiwa Rais Daktari William Samoei Ruto anakuwa kirasmi ndiye amiri jeshi mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi ya Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Tumshangilie Mheshimiwa Rais kwa makofi anapopokea kitara hichi. Na ni dhahiri shahiri kwamba anakuwa amiri jeshi mkuu wa majeshi yote ya ulinzi ya Kenya.
Asante sana. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais. And now, the fifth President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Honorable William Ruto. Niombe Mheshimiwa Rais kwa heshima, niombe tuwe na kipindi kifupi cha picha. Picha ya kwanza ni yake Mheshimiwa Rais wa tano wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa William Ruto. Your Excellency the President, kindly your photo. Asante. Picha ya pili ni ya Mheshimiwa Rais wa tano wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Rais wa nne wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kindly, Your Excellency. Naomba sasa picha ya tatu ni muombe Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais Rigathi Gachagua aungane nao kwa picha ya tatu. Naomba sasa niwaalike Mheshimiwa Rachel Ruto, Mheshimiwa Margaret Kenyatta na Pastor Dorcas Rigathi waungane nao kwa picha ya mwisho. Asante sana. I wish now to most humbly request Your Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta and former First Lady Margaret Kenyatta to retreat and take our position at the main arena. Asante, niombe turudi kwenye jukwaa rasmi. Niombe tena kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais Rigathi Gachagua, Pastor Dorcas Gachagua na Mama Rachel Ruto tuweze kurudi kwenye viti rasmi, kwenye jukwaa rasmi. Tuende tuketi kwenye jukwaa rasmi kwa heshima. Na sasa nitaomba Chief of Defence Forces aweze kumsindikiza Mheshimiwa Rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa William Ruto aweze kwenda kuchukua asante. Kabla ya kwenda Mheshimiwa Rais, naomba kabla ya turudi kwa jukwaa, Mheshimiwa Rais, kabla ya turudi kwa jukwaa, naomba tuwe na maombi rasmi na spesheri. Maombi spesheri na rasmi. Ni muombe Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua and Pastor Dorcas kindly if we could join the prayers. Kindly for prayers.
Stand up!
Nitaomba Bishop Mark Kariuki aweze kuja kuongoza maombi rasmi to dedicate the presidency and the instruments of power to the Lord. Niombe kwa heshima tuweze kuwa na maombi rasmi to commit their excellencies to the Lord and also the instruments of power. Bishop Mark Kariuki.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, and your Deputy, the first thing that you do after being inaugurated as the President and the Deputy of the Republic of Kenya is to ask God to help you. For in your oaths you said, "So help me God." And we are gathered here to stand with you and pray. May I ask you to kneel down right there where you are. And all the Kenyans who are watching from home, those of you who are watching from different places on the media, I would like you to join us as we pray. If you could go on your knees, let the whole nation go on its knees as we pray to God. Our Father and our God, we bow before you this moment because you are the Lord God who answers prayer. Lord, we cried out to you and you heard our prayers. And today you have proved to the world that you are the God who can change a chicken seller to a president. That you are the God who is not a respecter of persons. And this day we thank you for the peace you have given us in this republic. We thank you for the president you have given to us. Lord, we pray that upon this altar, you will give him the wisdom that is required to lead this nation. That you will give to him the wisdom you gave to Daniel in the land of Babylon. That you will give to him the wisdom you gave to Joseph in the land of Egypt. You will give to him the wisdom to fight corruption. You will give to him the wisdom of forgiveness. That you will give to him the wisdom of mending and repairing the economy of this nation. I pray, oh God, that you will order his footsteps, that you will keep them united, that they shall not be separated, but in your fear, O God, they shall serve the people of this nation. Lord, I pray that you will give to the president the tongue of the wise and the tongue of the eloquent, that as he addresses this nation, your favor will be upon him. We pray that your favor will be upon him, even as he talks to world leaders, that he will speak that which you have spoken. I pray that in the name of Jesus, you will cause him to be an example of forgiveness in this nation, that there shall be no revenge because of what may have been said or what may have been done to him. But forgiveness shall reign from every corner of this nation, that those who did not win, Lord, will not feel intimidated, but they shall feel there are people in this nation. And those that have won shall not feel superior to the people. Father, I pray for their families, that you will keep them in perfect health, that you will protect them, and that, Lord, your favor will be upon them. We thank you and we bless you as we dedicate our president, William Samoei Ruto, and his family, and the Deputy Rigathi Gachagua into your able hands, that, Lord, you shall be glorified in their lives. We thank you and we bless you, because we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Amen.
We would like to blow the shofar. You may now arise, Your Excellencies, and I want to read this scripture to you. It is found in the book of Joshua, chapter number 1, from verse number 1. And it says, after the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord spoke to Joshua, the son of Nun, Moses' assistant, and said, Moses, my servant, is dead. Therefore, the time has come for you to lead these people, to the people of Israel or the people of Kenya, across the river Jordan, into the land which I am giving to them. Wherever you set your foot, that will be land that I have given to them. Be strong and courageous, for you are the one who will lead these people to possess the land. Be strong and very courageous. Be careful to obey the instructions Moses gave you. Do not deviate from them, turning either right or to the left. Then you will be successful in everything you do. Study this word of instructions continually. Meditate on this on it day and night, so you will be sure to obey everything written in it Only then will you prosper and succeed in all you do. And Your Excellency, sir, the first gift that you receive on your inauguration is this Bible that I have read to you.
Tumpongeze kwa makofi anapopokea Biblia kutoka kwa Bishop Mark Kariuki. May I now most humbly request Your Excellencies Rachel Ruto, after that one photo. Asante sana. May I most humbly request Your Excellencies Rachel Ruto, Your Excellency the Deputy President, and Pastor Dorcas to retreat to the main dais. May I most humbly request that we retreat to the main dais. Alafu niombe mkuu wa majeshi aweze kumsindikiza Mheshimiwa Rais kwenye jukwaa kuu. His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Republic of Kenya now being escorted by the Chief of the Defense Forces to take his place in the inauguration arena. Waandishi wa habari tusonge kidogo.
Basi Mheshimiwa Rais na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa majeshi yote ya ulinzi anapochukua nafasi yake kwenye jukwaa maalum, niombe kwa heshima tuweze kusimama kwa wimbo wa taifa. Na wakati wimbo wa taifa utakapokuwa unachezwa, bendera ya Mheshimiwa Rais anayeondoka mamlakani itaweza kushushwa, huku bendera ya rais anayeingia mamlakani ikiweza kupeperushwa juu, na kwenye jukwaa rasmi picha ya Mheshimiwa Rais anayeondoka mamlakani kuweza kuondolewa, huku picha ya rais anayeingia mamlakani kuweza kuwekwa kwenye jukwaa rasmi. Na baada ya hapo nitaomba tubaki tukuwa tumesimama kwa ajili ya mizinga 21 kwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto. Tutulie kwa wimbo wa taifa tafadhali.
God of nation, shoulders, arms. God of national salute. Preserve
tafadhali tutulie. Asante sana, tutulie tafadhali, tutulie tusiweze kumtatiza parade commander tafadhali. Tutulie wananchi. Thank you. Hivi sasa military police RSM military police warrant officer 1 Chege akimkabidhi Luteni Kanali Mtugi bendera aliyokuwa anatumia Mheshimiwa Rais ili aweze kumpokeza mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Jenerali Robert Kibochi aweze kumkabidhi Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta na kumshukuru baada ya kutumikia taifa kwa miaka 10 kama rais na amiri jeshi mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi. Tumpe makofi Mheshimiwa Rais anapopokea bendera hii. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais kwa kuweza tumikia taifa la Kenya kwa miaka 10 kama rais na amiri jeshi mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi. Basi tubaki tukiwa tumesimama, mkuu wa gwaride hii hivi sasa akija kumwomba kwa heshima Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya idhini ya kuweza kuondoa gwaride hili uwanjani baada ya kuandaa gwaride la kufana siku ya leo.
Your Excellency, may I have your permission to march off the guard of honor, sir?
Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza keti tafadhali. Basi wananchi tutulie gwaride linapoondoka uwanjani.
Form 3 ranks. Form 3 ranks. Guard of honor will march off in divisions. Move to the right in 3s. Right turn.
Kwa desturi za kijeshi, sharti bendera ya kikosi kuwa mbele ya gwaride unavyoshuhudia hivi sasa, toka kwake Kala Officer pamoja na Parade RC wakichukua nafasi yao.
To your duties, by the left, quick march.
Basi Mheshimiwa Rais, na huo ndio utakuwa mwisho wa tamasha za kijeshi kwa pamoja, na ningependa kuwashukuru waliofanikisha makala haya: Kanali James Kirumba, Captain Alfred Mwambili, Warrant Officer 1 Fanuel Mahebo, Warrant Officer 1 Dennis Talengo, Naval Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Bwana Haji Omar, bila kuwasahau wenzangu Koplo Jabiri Banzi, Koplo Masi Chitai. Jina langu ni Sergeant Misango Mbae, nikiweza kuwarejesha moja kwa moja hadi kwake Bwana Peter Wanjohi aweze kuendelea na ratiba ya siku.
Asanteni sana wenzangu, Your Excellencies, on behalf of the assumption of the office of the President Committee, I wish to request that we lay on a brief moment of entertainment. I will now invite my colleagues, Artist Chipukizi and Artist Garuya, to take us through this session. Chipukizi.
Asante sana Bwana Wanjoi. Mheshimiwa Rais, all protocols observed. Nikubalie kwa heshima kwanza kwa niaba ya mahasla wote nikupe pongezi kwa kuchaguliwa kuwa rais wa 5 wa nchi ya Kenya. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. Basi Mheshimiwa Rais, the entertainment program brings together a group of artists that have been drawn from all regions of Kenya. Mahasla hawa wanaoingia hapa jukwani ni wasanii kutoka sehemu zote za nchi ya Kenya. Siku ya leo wanaenda kutuimbia nyimbo 6. They are going to sing 6 songs, and the first song is a song about prayer entitled Usikiae Maombi. Wimbo huu ni wa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kujibu maombi yetu. Sagodi ametuchezea kama yeye, ama namna gani majamaa? Wimbo wa pili ni wimbo wa Kenya. Wimbo huu is a song to celebrate Kenyans for their hard work, resilience, and calls to all Kenyans to come together and unite in order for our country to move forward. Kisha wimbo wa tatu ni Twafurahia Leo, wimbo ulioimbwa na Sanaipe Tande, Nadia Mukami na Bridget Kioko. Kisha wataimba wimbo wa 4 ambao unasema Mungu abariki Kenya. Wimbo huu, it's a thanksgiving song that celebrates our country, our leadership, our patriotism, and a prayer for the country. Wimbo wa 4, wimbo wa 5 samani, ni wimbo Twasema Asante, a patriotic song and a thanksgiving song to the Almighty God for peaceful election and for giving us a new president and other great leaders. This song will be led by Anastasia Mukabwa. Kisha ngoma ya mwisho, Your Excellency, ambayo niko sure is your favorite song, ni wimbo ulioimbwa na Zablon Singers kutoka Tanzania, wimbo wa Nimeuona Mkono wa Bwana. Wasanii kama mko tayari, chezeni kama nyinyi.
Uhimidiwe Mungu wetu mkuu, usiyekataa maombi yetu, usiku na mchana sikio lako li wazi, unajibu maombi ya wenye haki. Nguvu zako tunapoomba, usikiaye maombi wako binadamu watakuja, unayejibu maombi wako binadamu watakuja. tutakukumbushia rehema kama ngao, kwa wingi wa fadhili zako tutakuja kukusubiri, kwa kusali na kuomba pasipo kusumbuka na jambo lolote.
Kenya is a land we go to love it and protect it. Tukizika tunachizika wenyewe. Promise respect Kenya, show love to Kenya. Peace, love and unity in a lovely land Kenya. Kenya is a land we go to love it and protect it. Tukizika tunachizika wenyewe. Akina mama hoe, akina baba hoe, vijana hoe, akina mama hoe, akina baba hoe. Wananchi
pepe, mbele twasonga, bega kwa bega twatembea. It's a party, Kenya tujiba. Kenya ni baba, Kenya ni mama yo.
Tumshukuru Mungu sababu ya Kenya, tumshukuru Mungu sababu ya rais wetu.
Kenya imayana, Kenya engoma isidai, Kenya nchi yangu ni nchi teule, amani na umoja ndio ngao yetu. Jehova Shalom, Mungu wa amani, hero kama nona tukora kelelimi, isegwido Kenya ratega miyango, anatingi malo ine miroma paka, anatingi malo ine miroma paka, netuoka omode netuoka kweraga inende. Tunayo sababu ya kufurahia na kurukaruka kama vile ndama. Kenya yetu Mungu anatupenda, Kenya yetu inasonga mbele. Tusherekea,
wakonye nina kendo cha okonenga ateo nyendi tunga ngalo na tuikwinea. Umecheza kama wewe baba, na ndiposa twasema asante.
Mwezi uya mondo, abagami mwezi uya mondo. Asante baba, baba, somoto owatani uya mondo. Asante baba,
tata weito torakogonga, tata weito torakogonga, abakuya bonswe barakogonga, abakenya bonswe barakogonga.
Emengo Kenya nenyita chego, emengo Kenya nenyita kumya. Kongoi baba, kongoi Yesu, wewe ni mwema kwa nchi yetu. Umwami wa dhambi, Nyasaye wetu ngulu, wakushukuru wa rais wetu na viongozi, uwape hekima ya kuongoza Kenya. Asante, 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 twasema asante.
Umetenda mema kwa Wakenya wote, ndio maana
Asante baba, asante, asante, asante baba.
Twashukuru umetulinda vyema,
Twasema asante.
Mengi mazuri tumeyaona, Mungu umetenda, ni kweli wewe muweza. Ulitamka vitu vikawa, neno tulatosha, ukisema umetenda. Aisha Israeli, uliwavusha, kawatoa utumwani. Watumishi wako umewapa yote waombayo, ikiwa umependezwa.
uamualo hakuna wa kulipinga, hakika we ni Mungu
wa vyote.
unatawala dunia na vilivyomo, makuu umeyatenda Jehova. Hakika tumeona
Tumeuona Baba, mkono wako Bwana, kweli matendo yako Bwana ni makuu, na umetutoa mbali kweli, ukatushika mkono Mungu mahali uliona pekee. Chini hata chini yao watu unawainua Mungu, sifa na utukufu ni zako milele. Na tutakusifu
umetuwezesha, tunaimba na kusifu. Walio haki hutoacha, uliwaahidi hata mwisho wa dahari.
Watu wako umewapa mamlaka kwa jina lako Yesu,
waponye.
Una ubaguzi wote ni sawa kwako, umetuita Yesu,
tupone.
Hakika wewe ni mwema,
tumeuona Baba, mkono wako Bwana, kweli matendo yako Bwana ni makuu mno, na umetutoa mbali kweli, ukatushika mkono Mungu mahali uliona pekee, chini hata chini yao watu unawainua Mungu, sifa na utukufu ni zako milele, na tutakusifu jina lako Baba, milele tutakusifu kweli, daima wewe mwema, tutaishi kwako.
Wapi makofi yao, wapi shangwe, wapi vigelegele? Mheshimiwa Rais Daktari William Samoei Ruto, hao wamekuwa waimbaji wa hapa kwetu Kenya na Tanzania. Nyimbo zao ni kuombea Kenya, kukuombea na kuombea viongozi. Wapi makofi ya hao waimbaji tafadhali, wapi nduru, wapi shangwe? Sasa nataka kualika mwenzangu Mr. Wanjoy ili atuletee our Deputy President Jabayawira, kijana wa Mau Mau, Rigathi Gachagua. Wapi vigelegele?
Asante sana, na kwa onyesho hilo Mheshimiwa Rais, ndipo tunalikuja jamvi la kipindi chetu cha burudani. Naomba kwa heshima na unyenyekevu unikubalie sasa niweze kumwalika Naibu wa Rais Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua aweze kuendelea na ratiba itakayofuata. Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Commander-in-Chief of Kenya's Defense Forces, William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the First Lady, Mama Rachel Ruto, Your Excellencies, visiting heads of state and government, Your Excellency, our retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, Your Excellency, the former First Lady, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, Honorable Chief Justice, Speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate, all protocols observed. God is good, and all the time. Nisalimieni kwa hewa. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe tena. Wow, wow, what a moment. What a day. Your Excellency, President William Ruto, my friend and brother, I want to take this opportunity to be the first one to congratulate you on being sworn in as the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya. Congratulations, my brother. You fought a hard fight. The obstacles that have been placed before you on your path to leadership were insurmountable. But because there is a God in heaven, today, an ordinary child, born by ordinary parents, brought up in an ordinary village, brought up in an ordinary way, growing up in an ordinary manner, because there is God in heaven, he is the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I want to tell the people of Kenya, President William Ruto and all of us who have worked with him, take no credit for this victory. It was not possible for us to win this election. It was through the hand of God that today an ordinary child has been sworn in as president. I want to thank the people of Kenya for their resilience and for their determination, for rejecting to be intimidated, for rejecting to be coerced, and for saying that the will of the people is supreme in this republic. Your Excellency, President William Ruto, I must tell these people the truth. Despite the fact that you are a hard worker, you have passion to serve, you are zealous, you are a go-getter, the journey ahead of you is not rosy. And I want to ask the people of Kenya, the way you prayed for President William Ruto to be elected as president, please continue praying for him and his team to be able to start the economic transformation of this great republic. Our new president and his team have a difficult task ahead. The truth of the matter is that we have inherited a dilapidated economy that is facing almost an economic shutdown. We have a 10 trillion public debt. 6 million Kenyans have no employment. 14 million Kenyans are in CRB. We have a demoralized public service. It is your prayers that will help our president to put up a team and start work from day one to liberate this country economically and put it back to where President Mwai Kibaki left us 10 years ago. Your Excellency, the President, I want to tell the people of Kenya that today is a great day. Freedom is here with us. Freedom is here with us. I want to tell the people of Kenya that finally you are free. Kenya is now a democratic country. You don't have to look back when you do something. All Kenyans are free to associate with whoever they want. It became a crime in this country to be afraid of William Ruto. It is only that it was not put in the penal code. From today, I want to tell the people of Kenya that you are finally free. I want to tell public servants, I want to tell all the people of Kenya, from now, you don't have to talk with each other through the WhatsApp for fear of being recorded and persecuted by state agencies. Your Excellency, our President. Your Excellency, our President, you have told us, and we believe you, that you shall never in your presidency use the criminal justice system to manage politics. You have told us that you'll manage politics the conventional way through persuasion and reaching out. I want to give a word on behalf of our president that you are free to criticize his government without fear of reprisal from state agencies. Your Excellency, Mr. President, as I wind up, I want to assure you of my resolve and commitment from the bottom of my heart to be available to assist you to manage the affairs of our great nation. I'll serve you with loyalty and dedication. And the job ahead of us is not a joke. I and the team behind you, we shall be available and will try to keep up with your pace. I know I am getting in shoes that are almost impossible to fill. The performance of William Ruto in his first term, when he was allowed to serve the people of Kenya, was on another level. Please, I beg the people of Kenya, not to measure me with the performance of William Ruto, because you might get disappointed. I'll try. I may go up to 60 or 70%, but filling the shoes of this man is no small feat. And as we move forward, I want to ask the people of Kenya to work hard. We don't have a choice. Once we try to fix this economy and create a good working environment where we don't criminalize enterprise, where ordinary Kenyans are allowed to work, where businessmen are not harassed by KRA, where goods belonging to the people of Kenya will never again be touched by overzealous public servants. Where again poor people will never again be evicted in brutal evictions by state agencies. And I say, freedom is here. Let every Kenyan be prepared to work hard. Let us give our new president a chance. And I beg you to be patient with him. We have come to the treasury and the coffers are empty. We have to start from scratch. We ask for people of Kenya to be patient and give us a chance to try to get things working. Finally, as a Christian, I take this opportunity to thank my wife Dorcas, Pastor Dorcas, for being a prayer warrior, for praying for me in difficult times, for standing by me. I want to thank my children, Kevin Gachagua and Dr. Keith, that even when state agencies came for me with brutal efficiency, you never abandoned me. My family, I will ever cherish you for standing with us. And I must tell the people of Kenya, please take care of your families. Those are the only people you can rely on. Friends abandoned us. Business associates betrayed us. But family will always be there for you. The story of William Ruto is one of inspiration. Today, millions of Kenyans are looking forward that if an ordinary child could be president, even them working hard and praying to God, one day there will be some people in this country. It is now my privilege to introduce the people of Kenya a man of great resolute, a true warrior of the Republic of Kenya, a man who is committed to public service, a man who believes that every hustle matters, a man who believes that every Kenyan must be given a chance, a man who has committed his life to the service of the people of Kenya. I want to invite the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya, the one and only William Samoei Ruto.
Thank you very much, my brother Rigathi Gachagua. Let me request all of us to be seated, please. Thank you. Your Excellencies, heads of state and governments, representatives of heads of state and government, my brother, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, and Mama Kenyatta, Madam Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, ministers present, Your Excellencies, governors and deputy governors, all leaders, and the dear people of the Republic of Kenya, good afternoon. Hamjambo. Hamjambo. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Assalamu alaikum. Hebu tusalimiane hewani niovyo. Asanteni sana. This moment is a moment like no other. By the grace of God, we got here. And let me say, that standing here today is testimony that there is a God in heaven. And today, I want to thank God because a village boy has become the President of Kenya. I want to thank my wife and family for always praying for me and praying for my team. I want to thank the friends who have been with me in this journey. Many have gone through difficult times because of their association with me. Friends, I want to say thank you very much. In our midst, we have friends of our nation. we have presidents from around our region. Allow me, with a lot of humility, to introduce the presidents that are in our midst, because they have taken time out of their busy schedules to come and celebrate this moment with us. Allow me introduce the father of our region, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda. That is the old man always in a hat. Allow me to introduce His Excellency President Denis Sassou Nguesso, the President of Congo Brazzaville, my father who is here. Allow me to introduce His Excellency Ismail Omar Goulet, President of the Republic of Djibouti. Allow me to introduce my elder brother, His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda. Allow me to introduce His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, the President of the Republic of South Sudan. Na karibu sana miwa. Allow me to introduce His Excellency Filipe Nyusi, the President of the Republic of Mozambique. Allow me to introduce His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Allow me to introduce His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, the President of DRC. Allow me to introduce His Excellency Azali Assoumani, the President of Comoros. Allow me to introduce my elder brother, His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Abiy Ahmed. Allow me to introduce President Omari Sissoko, the President of Guinea-Bissau. Allow me to introduce a man who knows this country very well, and a pastor, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, the President of Malawi. Allow me to introduce our neighbor and the chair of the East African Community, the President of Burundi, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye. Allow me to introduce His Excellency Wavel Ramkalawan, the President of Seychelles. Allow me to introduce our neighbor, President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, the President of Somalia. Tafadhali nawaomba vile vile nimkaribishe mama wetu, shangazi wa East Africa, Mama Samia Suluhu, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Tanzania. Karibu sana mama wetu. In our midst are many other leaders, including vice presidents, other prime ministers, and other leaders
senior government officials and representatives of friendly governments who've been sent to us. Among them, delegation from the United States of America, a delegation from Israel, a delegation from China, a delegation from Korea, and a delegation from many other countries who have come to celebrate this moment with us. Before I make my very brief statement, with a lot of respect, I want to ask, on behalf of the other national leaders who are here, presidents from our neighboring countries, let me request Mzee Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to make just a few remarks. Karibu Mzee.
Your Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellencies, heads of state and government who are here, His Excellency Vice President of Kenya, Mr. Gachagua, and all the other leaders na wananchi wa Kenya. Kwanza, hongera kwa Mheshimiwa William Ruto kushinda uchaguzi. Pili, namshukuru Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kwa kuongoza Kenya kwa miaka 10 iliyopita. Hongera. Kawaida, normally I don't watch television stations in the neighboring countries. But whenever there are elections like in Tanzania or Kenya recently, I started watching your television channels. And there is one television, I was scanning through them, but I watched something called KTN News Chivumbi. That, and I'm glad with the statement of the Vice President who has been elected, because he was talking here about the real challenges of African countries and leadership. Now, in this Chivumbi, most of the time, they were talking about don't involve me in your internal affairs. Me, I just want to observe a few things. The first, they were talking mainly about sharing power and sharing resources. Then there was one young man with a lot of gray hair, a young man with a lot of gray hair. At one time he came and made a good point. And the point was the politics of identity versus the politics of interests, of issues. I said these young people are beginning to get somewhere. But then another one said, you are talking of distributing resources. Where will these resources come from? So all of the political class in Africa, I would appeal to you to answer that question. Where does prosperity come from? Ustawi wa jamii unatoka wapi? According to my experience of 60 years, I would advise Africans to know that prosperity comes from wealth creation. You must create wealth. And wealth is not the same as natural resources. You may have natural resources, but you don't get wealth out of them. The wealth means commercial agriculture, manufacturing, services, hotels, like hotels, and ICT. Now, if I own a hotel, it is my wealth. But that hotel creates jobs for Kenyans or Ugandans. The linkage between wealth and jobs. Because when I watch these TVs, I get a bit concerned. You see, people are talking, and the neo-colonial social science is also very dangerous. Because people don't link. So, I have not read, of course, the manifesto of Kwanza, Kenya Kwanza, nor have I read the other one of Azimio. But I know His Excellency Ruto. I've met him a number of times in Uganda, and I know he likes ideas and frank talking. Now, what I found a problem in that KT News Chivumbi was in all the things they were talking about, they were not talking about East African integration. They talk about Kenya, 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 Kenya. But I can tell you, and then one of them, the other evening, one of them was quoting the example of American President Roosevelt. Roosevelt started a program in 1934 which created jobs and so on. But Roosevelt was utilizing the huge market of the United States, which had already been created by some people who had a vision. So therefore, I congratulate His Excellency Ruto I thank His Excellency Uhuru on behalf of the presidents who have come here. I did not come here to give a lecture about this or that, but I thought that in order for Uganda and Kenya and Tanzania and Congo and Burundi and Rwanda and South Sudan and Somalia, which is coming now, in order for us to catch up with the United States, we need also to look at the issue of the regional market. Because when you produce, who buys? The more people that buy from you, the better for the business, and the better for job creation. I thank you, and I wish you good luck. Congratulations, Kenyans.
Asante sana mzee. With a lot of apology, I have been informed that in our midst we have other friends who I did not mention. Allow me to introduce my good brother, His Excellency Julius Naado Bio, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and you're most welcome to Kenya. Let me also introduce the President of Sahrawi Republic, His Excellency Brahim Gali. And in our midst as well, the Chairperson of Africa Union, my good brother Musa Faki. Let me now introduce, again to speak to us briefly, the President of Burundi, our neighbor, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Mheshimiwa Rais William Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, and the First Lady, Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Mheshimiwa ndugu yangu Uhuru Kenyatta, viongozi kwa ngazi mbalimbali za nchi ya Kenya, Head of Delegations, members of Diplomatic Corps, wananchi wote wa Kenya, hamjambo? Hamjambo? Kenya oye! Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki oye! Waheshimiwa, nianze kwanza kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu aliyetuwezesha kufika salama katika nchi nzuri na yenye amani ya Kenya. Nina furaha sana, Kenya kabisa, hakuna matata. Nichukue tena fursa hii niwapongeze Wakenya wote kwa kufuata mioyo yao wakati wa kupiga kura na kuthibitisha kwa mara nyingine ukomavu wao wa hali ya juu na kuonyesha ulimwengu viwango vya demokrasia yao.
Kenya imeshinda na mafanikio yenu ni kiburi ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Mumeshinda shetani ya vita. Hongereni sana. Hongera sana ndugu yangu mpendwa Mheshimiwa William Ruto kwa kuteuliwa kuwa rais wa Kenya. Ni prestige nzuri, unakuja bila ubishi kama mtoto mzuri, na nakutakia kila laheri. Wakenya na Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki kwa ujumla wanatazamia kwa hamu uongozi wako ndugu yangu Ruto, ambao utachukua sio tu kuipeleka nchi yako mbele kwa kimaendeleo, bali pia kuimarisha ushirikiano wa kikanda. Nikiwa rais wa Burundi na mwenyekiti wa mkutano mkuu wa marais wa nchi za Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, ninatarajia kufanya kazi na wewe ili kuimarisha maendeleo kwa kanda letu. Na upande wa Burundi, tunafurahia uhusiano mzuri ambao kwa bahati nzuri upo kati ya Kenya na Burundi miaka mingi, na ninaweza kukuhakikishia Mheshimiwa ya kwamba undugu kati ya Wakenya na Warundi utaendelea kusimama imara, na undugu ufurahia Mheshimiwa Uhuru utaendelea kwako ndugu Ruto. Ningependa tena kutoa pongezi kwa ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kwa uongozi wako. Furaha iliyokutambulisha imekuwa furaha ya Wakenya wote, na hapa unamaliza muda wako kwa furaha na utulivu, na kupongeza sana. Mungu aendelee kukubariki na hili libaki akilini mwako. Kanda letu litaendelea kutegemea ofisi zako nzuri kusaidia kurejesha amani mashariki wa DRC. Ningependa kuhitimisha hotuba yangu kwa kupongeza kwa mara nyingine tena Mheshimiwa Rais William Ruto na kukutakia afya njema na mafanikio mema. Ninaomba kwamba Mwenyezi Mungu awape nguvu na uwezo na kuipeleka Kenya katika kiwango kipya kabisa. Mungu abariki sana Mheshimiwa Rais Ruto. Mungu abariki Kenya. Mungu abariki Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Asanteni sana.
Wa mwisho, na kabla sijamuita wa mwisho, let me recognize the presence of the Prime Minister of Eswatini. Tumpigie makofi. The heads of regional economic blocks, EAC, COMESA, and IGAD, together with ECOWAS, congratulations, and the Deputy President of Equatorial Guinea. Nataka sasa nimuite the first ever President of East and Central Africa, our dear sister, the President of Tanzania, President Samia Suluhu. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais. Tunakuenzi, tunakuheshimu.
Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Mama Ruto, Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, Naibu Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Mama Gachagua, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Rais mstaafu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Mama Kenyatta, waheshimiwa wakuu wa nchi na serikali tuliokuja kuunga mkono shughuli hii leo, waheshimiwa mabalozi na wakuu wa taasisi za kimataifa, wageni walikwa, wananchi wa Kenya, mabibi na mabwana. Kenya we! Kwanza kabisa niungane na viongozi wa dini kumshukuru Mungu kwa kuweza kukamilisha shughuli hii adhimu na ya kihistoria ya kumwapisha rais mpya wa Jamhuri ya Kenya pamoja na naibu rais. Kwa niaba ya serikali na watu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, tunawapongeza sana. Tunawapongeza sana ndugu yetu William Samoei Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, pamoja na ndugu yetu Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, Naibu Rais wa Kenya, kwa kupokea rasmi jukumu la kuiongoza Kenya leo. Katika hatua hiyo ya pongezi, tunamshukuru na kumpongeza sana Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kwa kumaliza vyema kuitumikia nchi yake na kuitumikia kwa mafanikio makubwa. Hongera sana. Ndugu zangu wa Kenya, tunawapongeza nyinyi kwa kuonesha ukomavu wa demokrasia na kumaliza uchaguzi salama, na leo tuko hapa pamoja kama Wakenya na wa East Africa tunashangilia uapisho wa rais wetu mpya. Nataka niwaambie ndugu zetu wa Kenya, kama kuna zawadi mlioitoa kwa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki mwaka huu, ni zawadi ya amani mlioiweka katika uchaguzi. Tunawashukuru sana 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 kwa zawadi hiyo muhimu. Ndugu zangu wa Kenya, uchaguzi umemalizika. Sasa ni kujenga taifa la Kenya. Na hapa niungane na walioimba hapa kwamba wananchi wote wa Kenya sasa mshikane mikono kuijenga Kenya. Mwisho, kama dada, nitumie fursa hii kuihakikishia Kenya dhamira yetu ya dhati ya kufanya kazi kwa kushirikiana kwa karibu zaidi katika kuleta maendeleo ya pamoja ya kijamii na kiuchumi baina ya nchi zetu, lakini na ukanda wote wa Afrika Mashariki. Namwomba Mwenyezi Mungu amwezeshe ndugu yetu Ruto pamoja na serikali atakayoiunda, awatie nguvu ili waweze kutumikia vyema nchi hii katika kiwango kinachotarajiwa na wananchi wa Kenya. Mwisho kabisa, nimwombe Mwenyezi Mungu aibariki Kenya, Mwenyezi Mungu aibariki Afrika Mashariki, na asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Asante sana.
Asanteni sana, and thank you very much for your comments and your words of encouragement. To the people of Kenya, this is a momentous occasion for our country. Our politics and our elections have never failed to be emotive, engaging, and dramatic. The most recent installment, however, showcased our most exemplary democratic performance. This day comes on the back of a peaceful election following an intense issue-based campaign in which major coalitions made up of strong political parties canvassed their agenda and took it for examination by the people of Kenya. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission stewarded a transparent and credible election whose result faithfully reflects the democratic will of the people of Kenya. Dissatisfied parties exercised their right to petition before the Supreme Court, whose proceedings and determination not only gave comfort to the doubtful, but also restored faith in our electoral and judicial institutions. Many countries aspire to have moments like this, and we as Kenyans should not take ours for granted. This is the third election under the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and the second peaceful transition. We have had a robust conversation about this moment and what it demands of us. And we have sought to answer the question whether this is a constitutional moment or an economic moment. In this process, we have demonstrated the maturity of our democracy, the robustness of our institutions, and the resilience of the Kenyan people. My competitors and I mobilized vigorously to offer the citizens of Kenya the most appealing agenda as well as the best roadmap to achieving it. I remain firm in the conviction that all sides in the last election did their best to present a pathway to actualize the people's aspirations. The just concluded election was a choice between competing ideas towards the Kenya we want. Elections and democracy entail unifying competition, not divisive rivalry. The performance of our security services, the performance of the IEBC, and the judiciary was put to severe test. By and large, these institutions lived up to our expectations. We can only aspire to do better in future, and I give my undertaking that my administration shall work to ensure that the bar is raised even higher for the next general elections. A significant dividend of our electoral and democratic process is the tremendous achievement we made in breaking the glass ceiling by enhancing the participation of women in leadership. 7 women were elected as governors, up from 3 in the last election. 29 women were elected as members of the National Assembly, up from 23 in 2017. 7 women deputy governors and 3 women senators were elected as well. It is very clear that this election had many winners, far exceeding those who were actually elected. By far, the largest winners of this election is the people of Kenya. We have done well as a nation. We have blazed the trail in an increasingly challenging environment where democracy is consistently on trial. We have come a long way in our nation's journey to freedom, and going by our most recent performance in these elections, we conclude in confidence that we are almost home. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to single out the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission for special commendation for the courage to do the right thing under exceptionally challenging circumstances. As an institution, they have set a new standard in public service that is uncompromising, professional, and exemplary, while raising the bar of integrity of our public officials and public institutions. It is appropriate to single out for special mention the chair of the IEBC, Wafula Chebukati, for standing firm, resisting bribery, resisting intimidation, and resisting blackmail, and doing the right thing. It is also appropriate to celebrate our judiciary for sustaining its tradition of boldly giving much-needed guidance, especially in allaying post-election anxieties and resolving grievances in a sensitive, credible, and authoritative manner. Judiciary's articulation of the aspirations and standards enshrined in the Constitution has deepened our democracy and institutionalized our rule of law. Our judiciary is now, without a doubt, Kenya's biggest constitutional dividend. The judiciary has successfully arbitrated 3 election disputes and defended the nation against formidable onslaughts on our Constitution. Our judiciary has demonstrated transparency in its proceedings and decision-making, thereby consolidating its independence, authority, and legitimacy. I also take this opportunity to say a special word of appreciation to our security services for a commendable job at a critical moment in our nation. Their services and heroic sacrifices they have made beyond the call of duty has kept our nation safe. I am aware that our uniformed services effectively resisted concerted attempts to foment unrest and subvert the will of the people. My special commendation also goes to all our candidates who contested various positions. Their participation enhanced competition and enriched public debate that underpins democratic choice. Special recognition goes to my worthy competitor and friend, the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, and his running mate, the Honorable Martha Wangari Karua, and all the other candidates who mounted a vigorous and determined campaign. I assure them that their supporters will be my constituents. I will work with all Kenyans, irrespective of who they voted for. Our special gratitude also goes to millions of Kenyans in the Hustler movement for tirelessly Very good. Very good. Our special gratitude also goes to millions of Kenyans in the Hustler movement for tirelessly mobilizing for the campaign and executing a historic revolutionary feat, perhaps as great as the daring exploits of our legendary freedom fighters. This includes all our campaign volunteers, agents, mobilizers, and those who contributed whatever they could in whatever form to keep the movement going. I also appreciate our religious community and institutions for their support, their prayers, and encouragement. I commend the Church in particular, and in equal measure, the Islamic religious leadership for their considerable support to us and our campaign. We also appreciate them for continuously exploring avenues for interfaith understanding and solidarity, which have gone a long way to enhance tolerance and cohesion in Kenya. Faith-based institutions continue to play a noble and indispensable role in our communities, and I commit that we will enhance our partnership, build on our collaboration, and enhance our support to them. At this juncture, it is important for me to speak directly to the youth, and especially those who participated in one way or another in the election campaigns. I commend you for resisting pressure and enticement to be misused as agents of conflict and disruption during the electioneering period. I also congratulate those who went out to seek various roles within campaigns and elections, thus playing their part in keeping Kenya's democracy robust. Even if your candidate did not win, your participation in the activities of our political parties, campaigns, and elections is the beginning of political internship. My political journey, similarly, began as a young campaign volunteer, fresh out of university in 1992. Your experience and lessons learned should form the basis for your leadership journey going into the future. We have all, therefore, emerged out of this contest stronger, more united, and alive to the issues that are common to all of us. We should remain conscious that we have all been elected to work together in ensuring that our children go to school, our people have food and decent health care, and our young people have jobs, and our workers have dignified livelihoods. For we believe strongly that every hustle matters. Dreams and ambitions live in the hearts of Kenyans who struggle daily against daunting odds, often with nothing except stubborn hope. Some succeed, others fail, while others also do not even get a decent chance. Before the nation and the world today, I stand with great humility and profound joy as a living testimony that with faith in God, willingness to work hard, and a commitment to a vision, dreams can become reality in the fullness of time. I promise to throw open every door of opportunity and to keep every door open until success stories become the norm rather than the exception, and urge all other leaders to do the same so that we can together expand opportunity and chance for many of our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, we should consolidate our success in the just concluded elections and enhance the capacity and performance of our governance institutions. The innovative deployment of technology to secure election results has been the Electoral Commission's pioneering breakthrough. Going forward, we will support the IEBC's institutional capacity so as to expand the deployment of technology to cover all elections, from those of MCA to those of the President. I also believe that there is tremendous opportunity for IEBC to support electoral processes in our political parties as part of the broader democratic development. To consolidate the place of the judiciary in our constitutional and democratic dispensation, my administration will respect judicial decisions while we cement the place of Kenya as a country anchored on democracy and the rule of law. Our campaign for financial independence of the judiciary has paid off with the implementation of the Judiciary Fund on July 1 this year. My administration will scale up the budgetary allocation to the judiciary by an additional 3 billion shillings annually for the next 5 years. These resources will support the bottom-up scaling of justice by increasing the number of small claims courts from the current 25 to 100. We will also work with the judiciary to build high courts in the remaining 7 counties and magistrates' courts in the remaining 123 sub-counties and support their ongoing digitization program. These interventions will empower the judiciary to adjudicate and expeditiously conclude corruption cases, commercial disputes, and all other matters, thereby enhancing access to justice and efficiency in our judiciary. To further demonstrate my commitment to the independence of the judiciary, this afternoon I will appoint the 6 judges already nominated for appointment to the Court of Appeal, which was done 3 years ago by the Judicial Service Commission. And tomorrow, I shall preside over their swearing in so that they can get on with the business of serving the people of Kenya. As required by Article 245 of the Constitution, the Inspector General of Police is mandated to exercise independent command over the National Police Service. The service's operational autonomy, however, has been undermined by the continued financial dependence on the office of the President. This situation is going to change. As I address you, One moment. Good. There we are. As I address you, I have instructed that the instruments conferring financial autonomy to the National Police Service by transferring their budget from the Office of the President and designating the Inspector General as the accounting officer be placed on my desk for signature this afternoon. Financial independence of the police will give impetus to the fight against corruption and end the political weaponization of the criminal justice system, an undertaking I made to the people of Kenya. I understand the deep fissures and low morale in the public service. The intimidation that was visited on IEBC commissioners and staff during the election was also meted out on various other agencies and staff in public service. This is now in the past. I assure all public officers that my administration will respect their professional service, and no public servant, even chiefs and their assistants, will be required to run political errands for any political party or formation. Ladies and gentlemen, we anchored our campaign on the platform of the economy premise on job creation and the well-being of the people of Kenya and we have been working continuously on the measures to bring down the cost of living. Our people are confronted daily with increasingly unaffordable prices, especially food and transport. In our economic forums across the country, during the campaign, citizens consistently shared their anxiety, their pain, and their fury on this matter. It therefore calls on us for urgent and decisive resolution. The interventions in place have not borne any fruit. On fuel subsidy alone, the taxpayers have spent a whopping 144 billion, 60 billion in the last 4 months alone. If the subsidy continues to the end of the financial year, it will cost taxpayers 280 billion, equivalent to the entire national government development budget. Additionally, there was an attempt to subsidize unga in the run-up to the election, a program that cobbled up 7 billion in 1 month. In addition to being very costly, consumption subsidy interventions are prone to abuse. They distort markets and create uncertainty, including artificial shortages of the very products they seek to subsidize. The cost of living challenges are related in our respectful submission to production. Our strategy to bring down the cost of living is predicated on empowering producers. The forecast for maize harvest this year is below 30 million bags against a normal production of 40 million bags. The main cause of the decline in production is the high cost of farm inputs. Our priority intervention, therefore, is to make fertilizer, good quality seed, and other agricultural inputs affordable and available. For the short rains, we have already made arrangements to make 1.4 million bags of fertilizer available at Kenya shillings 3,500 for a 50-kilogram bag, down from the current 6,500. This fertilizer will be available from next week. I appeal to county governments in eastern, central, and western regions, where we are expecting short rains, to work with us in making sure that this fertilizer is available to all farmers in that region so that we can begin the journey to increase our food production initiatives. Additionally, to cushion tea farmers, we have made arrangements with KTDA to immediately supply tea farmers with fertilizer at 3,500 shillings, down from Kenya shillings 5,600. This is our initial intervention. We will be doing more in the medium term and in the long term. We are alive to the challenges of drought that face 7 counties, which are now at alarm, or 13 that are at alert stage, respectively. We are determined to ensure that no county slips into emergency phase, and will coordinate with county governments, which are the first line of our response. And I want to ask my colleagues, governors from Kenya, and especially those regions, to work with us in this endeavor. We are mobilizing resources to reverse this situation. Our goal is not just to provide relief and recovery to restore the situation, but to invest and unblock the huge economic potential of rangelands that constitute 2/3 of our country. Jobs, ladies and gentlemen, is our other priority. It is time for us to stem the tide of youth unemployment. Every year, 800,000 young people join the workforce, and over 600,000 of them do not find opportunities for productive work. Moreover, our young people in cities and towns face very hostile environments, many times treated as a nuisance and their hustles criminalized. Those who seek to set up formal businesses are faced with a bureaucratic monster that is multiple licenses. Our immediate agenda is to create a favorable business and enterprise environment, decriminalize livelihoods, and support people in the informal sector to organize themselves into stable, viable, and credit-worthy business entities. This is the essence of the bottom-up economic model, which creates a path for traders and entrepreneurs to build linkages, experience safety, and enjoy security as they go about their enterprises. We will work with county governments to create frameworks that provide secure trading places in our cities and in our towns. We have committed specifically in the city of Nairobi to work with the county government of Nairobi to build an additional 20 markets in the city of Nairobi alone as we work with other counties to achieve their plans. Financial inclusion and access to credit are critical in addressing the fundamental factors of cost of living, job creation, and the people's well-being. We shall take measures to drive down the cost of credit. Our starting point is to shift the Credit Reference Bureau framework from its current practice of arbitrary, punitive, all-or-nothing blacklisting of borrowers, which denies borrowers credit. We will work with credit reference bureaus on a new system of credit score rating that provides borrowers with an opportunity to manage their credit worthiness. This will eliminate the culture of blacklisting. In our engagements, traders also complain about the onerous burden involved in cash transactions exceeding 1 million. Many have reverted to storing money under their mattresses at great risk, which is clearly not the intention of the anti-money laundering regulations. While we remain fully committed to mitigating this risk, we believe that there is scope to make compliance. Sorry, again. Very good. While we remain fully committed to mitigating this risk, we believe there is scope to make compliance less burdensome on genuine business transactions. I have been assured by the central bank that work is ongoing on how to ease this burden without compromising the security of our financial system. Shortly, I will be announcing to the country what we have agreed with the central bank so that Kenyans can go ahead and facilitate their transactions without unnecessary impediments. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall implement the Hustler Fund, dedicated to the capitalization of micro, small, and medium enterprises through chamas, SACCOs, and cooperatives to make credit available on affordable terms that do not require unnecessary collateral. To implement all these interventions, we shall establish a Ministry of Cooperatives and SME Development mandated to ensure that every small business has secure property rights, access to finance, and a supportive regulatory framework. Furthermore, to deal with the huge challenge of youth unemployment, we will roll out our social and affordable low-cost housing program, targeting an average of 250,000 units every year. This will create opportunities in the entire job market. We will engage TVET institutions to provide necessary skills to enable the Jua Kali industry supply standardized products for our housing program. We will leverage on our competitive advantage in the leather and textile industry to roll out our labor-intensive agro-processing industrialization program. This will start in Naivasha Industrial Park and Dongokundu Industrial Park. This afternoon, I will be issuing instructions for clearing of goods and other attendant operational issues to revert to the Port of Mombasa, as I made a commitment to Kenyans. This will restore thousands of jobs in the city of Mombasa. Ladies and gentlemen, we must stabilize our public finances. This year, we will spend 60% of our revenues to service our debt. We are faced with Kenya shillings 60 billion in pending bills for goods and services supplied to government. Clearly, we are living beyond our means. This situation must be corrected. I am aware that many individuals, families, and their businesses have been driven to ruin and forced to shut down over government unpaid bills. We shall give priority to the expeditious resolution of our pending bills so that the government can meet its obligation and facilitate better economic performance. In the coming weeks, we shall advise government creditors on the mechanisms for the resolution of their outstanding payments. We are committed to ensuring that they are paid in the shortest time possible. Additionally, we urgently need to expand our tax base. Our job creation agenda and the capitalization of our SMEs will go a long way in broadening our tax bracket. We will make KRA more professional, efficient, responsive, and people-friendly. I urge taxpayers to respond by undertaking their patriotic duty and pay their taxes. In furtherance to this, oversight institutions such as the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget will be adequately funded to execute their mandates. On the matter of gender parity, I am committed to the two-thirds gender rule as enshrined in our Constitution. We will work with Parliament to fast-track various legislative proposals and establish a framework that will resolve this matter expeditiously, as I promised in our manifesto. The participation of women in our governance does not make us lesser, it makes us greater. And their role can no longer be nominal, it must be substantive. Ladies and gentlemen, our health agenda is premised on fundamental reform in the way health is financed and provided. We shall reform the National Insurance Fund to make it a social health insurance provider, improve procurement of medical supplies, deploy an integrated, state-of-the-art health information system, and most importantly, provide adequate human resources at all levels. Contributions to the National Hospital Insurance Fund will now be graduated and will depend on people's income. There is a robust conversation, ladies and gentlemen, in the country on education, and in particular, the implementation of CBC curriculum. Public participation is critical in this matter. I will establish an education reform task force in the presidency, which will be launched in the coming weeks. It will collect views from all players in line with the constitutional demand of public participation, and we are particularly alive to the anxieties of parents on the twin transition of the last 844 class and the first CBC class in January next year. I assure all that there will be a solution to the matter before then. We have elevated our diaspora to the 48th county. The complaint has always been that the diaspora does not receive adequate attention and attention they deserve. The focus has been on remittances, while the fundamental rights as citizens have been neglected. To correct this oversight, I pledge to elevate diaspora to a ministry level, strengthen diaspora services in all embassies, work with Parliament to set up a committee that will exclusively deal with diaspora issues, and set up a mechanism for public participation by Kenyans living in diaspora. Equally, I will work closely with the IEBC to expand and enhance diaspora participation in all our elections. Ladies and gentlemen, devolution and sharing of power and resources is not just a national value, but a principle of governance in our Constitution, but it also is the ground jewel of our constitutional dispensation and the proudest achievement of the citizens of the Republic of Kenya. Every part of our country has experienced the positive impact of this invaluable institution, and Kenyans yearn for better performance of all our devolved units. One of the best ways of accelerating national development is through collaboration with county governments. As Deputy President, I witnessed firsthand the tremendous potential of intergovernmental synergy and look forward to scaling up our capacity to harness these bountiful possibilities. Because of this realization, I have no hesitation in accelerating the transfer of outstanding functions to counties together with the attendant resources. To promote budget efficiency and minimize disruptions and delays in devolved service delivery, my administration commits to take necessary measures to secure the timely disbursement of revenues allocated to county governments. The success of devolution depends on sound intergovernmental relations. There is a template which incorporates lessons from successes as well as failures in past engagements, and we stand a stronger chance of making devolution work better. Kenya will continue, ladies and gentlemen, to be a dedicated partner to peace, security, and prosperity of East Africa region. We look forward to deepening our integration. We welcome our newest member, the DRC, whose entry now extends our region from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic. Kenya is fully committed to the implementation of the East African Community Treaty and its protocols of free movement of people, goods, and services. Equally important is our commitment to the full actualization of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya will continue playing its role in international diplomacy at the bilateral and multilateral levels, appreciating that we are host to major international agencies, including the United Nations. I commit on the peace initiatives in our country, in our region, including both in Ethiopia and in the Great Lakes region. I have asked my elder brother, President Uhuru Kenyatta, who has done commendable engagement with those regions, and he has graciously agreed to continue chairing those discussions on behalf of the people of Kenya. I have committed that the government of Kenya, and myself in particular, will support those initiatives that will be chaired by President Uhuru Kenyatta. And I want to thank you, Your Excellency, for graciously agreeing to support us and to help me in those interventions. Among the central concerns of my government will be climate change. In our country, women and men, young people, farmers, workers, and local communities suffer the consequences of climate emergency. It is not too late to respond. To tackle this threat, we must act urgently to keep global heating levels below the 1.5 Celsius, help those in need, and end addiction to fossil fuels. Africa has the opportunity to lead the world. We have immense potential for renewable energy. Reducing costs of renewable energy technologies make this the most viable energy source. Kenya is on transition to clean energy that will support jobs, local economies, and sustainable industrialization. In Kenya, we will lead this endeavor by reaffirming our commitment to transition to 100% clean energy by 2030. We call on all our brothers and sisters in our continent to join us in this journey. As members of the international community, we shall support a successful climate summit in Africa in November by championing delivery of finance and technology needed for Africa to adapt to climate impacts, support those in need, and manage the transition. My administration is ready to work with global partners to fight pandemics and other health emergencies. We are also committed to promoting Kenya's vigilance and efficacy in responding to emerging public health challenges. We stand ready to play our role in the collective effort to keep the public safe. I call upon countries that have developed vaccines to make them available to us. Ladies and gentlemen, my government commits to create a business-friendly environment, eradicate barriers that hamper business development and growth, and make Kenya one of the most compelling and attractive business destinations. We are an open, democratic society founded on freedom and justice. We take pride in receiving visitors and offering them our legendary hospitality. Kenya is a land of immense natural beauty and unforgettable delights. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here on my day one as president. I make a commitment that in the days ahead, I will make pronouncements that are going to better define the trajectory of my administration. I promise to make every Kenyan proud and to ensure the economic well-being of all of us. Without exception, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for being patient with us, and I want to commit that I will work hard for all the people of Kenya, irrespective of who or how they voted. I also promise to work with all the leaders, young and old, present, retired, and coming, so that we can build one nation and harness every talent, every effort, all energies in driving our republic forward. I make my commitment to all those who have served in government that their place in our nation will be secured. To our friends in our region, in Kenya, you have a reliable partner, and we look forward to building on the success of the leaders who came ahead of us. God bless you. God bless Kenya. May the very good Lord bless all of us. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Tusimame sote kwa wimbo wa taifa. Niombe tutulie kwa wimbo wa taifa, na baada ya wimbo wa taifa nitaomba sote tubaki tumesketi kwenye dais. I wish to most humbly request Your Excellencies and all those in the presidential days that we remain seated as we prepare departure protocols. Most kindly, we remain seated until we prepare for the departure protocols. Na niombe ya kwanza tulete msafara wake Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, the immediate former president of the Republic of Kenya. Tulete msafara wa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kwanza, as the rest of us remain seated at the main dais most humbly. Msafara wake Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Baada ya msafara wake Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, the ceremonial Land Rover will be brought in, and His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, will take a lap of honor in the stadium akisalimia wananchi. Thank you. Tulete msafara wake Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. May the rest of us kindly remain seated at the presidential dais. May the rest of us kindly remain seated at the presidential dais so that we prepare a smooth exit from the stadium. Anaondoka uwanjani sasa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, the immediate former president of the Republic of Kenya, and Her Excellency Mama Margaret Kenyatta. Wapiga picha tafadhali tupeane nafasi ya kutosha ili magari yaweze kumove smoothly. Wapiga picha kwa heshima. I most humbly request our leaders to kindly get seated. Those in the presidential dais, kindly, we all remain seated so that we have a smooth transition from here to the next venue. Na baada ya msafara wake Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, I most humbly request that we bring in the ceremonial Land Rover. The ceremonial Land Rover. Faster, please, most kindly. Thank you. If we could kindly move faster, thank you. Wapiga picha niombe tuondoke sababu Land Rover itatembea pahali mko. Wapiga picha tuondoke because the ceremonial Land Rover will move from where you are. May I now welcome Your Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya to board the ceremonial Land Rover and take a lap of honor inside the stadium ukisalimia wananchi. The rest of us kindly remain seated at the presidential dais. We bring in the ceremonial Land Rover so that His Excellency the President is able to greet Kenyans as he takes a lap of honor inside the stadium. Ili Wakenya wapate nafasi kumsalimia Mheshimiwa Rais, we bring in the ceremonial Land Rover. The rest of us, we remain settled in the presidential days, kindly. Wapiga picha niombe kwa heshima tusonge so that we have a clear path. Kindly, wapiga picha. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya mounting now the ceremonial Land Rover aweze kusalimia wananchi na kuwapungia mkono wananchi wa Jamhuri ya Kenya waliopo hapa. Haya, tuweze kwenda, asante. Tumpungie mkono wananchi wakati Mheshimiwa Rais anapita karibu na pahali tumeketi. Tumpungie mkono Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Wapiga picha niombe tena turudi nyuma jameni. Let us kindly facilitate a safe and smooth exit. Tumsalimie Mheshimiwa Rais, tuweze kumpungia mkono akizungushwa uwanjani in the ceremonial Land Rover. Tumpungie mkono wananchi in the ceremonial vehicle. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. Tumpungie mkono wananchi. Tumpungie mkono Mheshimiwa Rais, tumpungie mkono wananchi. Your Excellency Mama Ruto, Your Excellency the First Lady Mama Ruto, kindly if you could calm down so that we... Thank you, Your Excellency. Wale wengine tumeketi kwenye jukwaa so that we prepare departure protocols kindly. Tulete msafara wake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Tulete msafara wake Mheshimiwa Rais sasa. Msafara wake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Na Mheshimiwa Rais atakapoondoka uwanjani, niombe tulete msafara wake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda. We prepare the motorcade for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Waandishi wa habari bado naomba turudi nyuma so that we follow the proceedings kindly. Bado turudi nyuma kidogo niombe kwa heshima. The motorcade for His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya departs. Asante, tuweze kusonga sasa kwa haraka kidogo, so that we bring in the hands of state and government most kindly. Niombe sasa tulete msafara wake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda. Let us praise bring the motorcade for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. The motorcades, kindly, faster. The hands of state and government will be seen off by the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Tuondoe magari kwa heshima mpaka tulete ya Mheshimiwa Rais wa Uganda. Haraka kidogo jameni. The motorcade for His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, followed by the motorcade of His Excellency, the President of Congo-Brazzaville. Your Excellency, kindly. Yes. Msafara wake Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kongo.
Na bila shaka mtazamaji, ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka katika uwanja wa Kasarani ambapo Rais William Ruto pamoja na msafara wake tayari ameshaondoka na viongozi kadha wa kadha ambao wamekuwa wakihudhuria hafla ya leo ya kuapishwa kwa William Ruto. Imekuwa ikifanyika kuanzia mwendo wa asubuhi hadi kufikia sasa. Kumbuka amezungumza mengi tu kuhusiana na kubadilisha uchumi na vile vile kulainisha sekta tofauti mtazamaji. Bila shaka kwa sasa ni ruhusu tuungane na waandishi wetu wa habari ambao wamekita kambi katika maeneo tofauti humu nchini kutueleza tu ni kipi ambacho wanatarajia ndani ya siku 100 ya uongozi wa William Ruto. Lakini kwa sasa mtazamaji, wacha tuungane naye mwanahabari wetu Chichi Josephine na tueleze hali iko namna gani katika eneo ambalo yupo kwa sasa. Chichi Josephine, kama unanipata kwa njia iliyo safi zaidi, je, Wakenya wanatarajia nini kutokana na hotuba ya Rais William Ruto haswa kutoka nyumbani kwake eneo la Sugo? Chichi Josephine.
Na Mkirobi, kama unavyosema, na kujia mubashara kutoka eneo la Sugo ambacho ni kijiji chake William Samoei Ruto. Elewa kwamba kutoka hapa ni kilomita tu 2 kuweza kufika katika boma lake hapa katika kijiji cha Sugo. Na hivyo basi ni kuelezea kwamba siku ya leo tumekuwa tukikita kambi katika eneo hilo, pale ambapo tumeweza kuona ni upweke kidogo, manake wenyeji ama wanakijiji wa eneo hili walikuwa washaenda kwenye uwanja wa Kasarani ambapo walitaka labda kuona ama kudhibitisha yule ambaye ni naibu wa rais ambaye sasa ndio rais rasmi akiweza kuapishwa na pia kuanza kupatiwa kitara cha kijeshi na pia kuweza kukabidhiwa ile ambayo ni katiba ya Kenya. Na hivyo basi hii leo nina wanakijiji ambao waliweza kusalia, ambapo wamekuwa wakifuatilia swala hili ama wakifuatilia zoezi hili lote kwa runinga, ambao nitaweza kuwashirikisha waniambie wanatarajio yepi kutokana na serikali ya yule ambaye sasa ndiye rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, ambaye ni Rais William Samoei Ruto. Niruhusu niweze kuwashirikisha. Basi nianzishe na wewe tafadhali. Karibia hapa, nieleze jina lako. Wewe ni mwana kijiji cha Sugoi. Huonekani kuwa na raha. Kwanza kabisa, rais wa 5 anatoka kwenye kijiji chako. Nieleze unahisi vipi? Tumemwona akiapishwa na kuwa sasa ndiye rais rasmi wa 5. Nieleze unatarajia nini kutoka na serikali yako?
Kwa majina ni Steven Kogo. Mimi kwanza nafurahi sana, niko na furaha kabisa kwa sababu mahasla sisi sasa hapa mahasla wa Sugoi na Kenya mzima kwa jumla tunaenda sasa kufaulu katika hii Kenya ambayo inakuja sasa. Rais ambaye anaingia ni rais ambaye anaenda kutenda makuu, rais ambaye anaongozwa na Mungu, rais ambaye aliteuliwa na Mungu. Tutasema nini ingine? Karibu we baba, kuja nyumbani tufanye kazi wote. Asante.
Baadhi ya masuala ambayo labda ungetaka aweze kuangazia kwa undani hususan katika kijiji hiki cha Sugoi ni kama yapi?
Ningependa aweze kuangazia sana mambo ya ukulima, aweze kuangalia pia mambo ya biashara, security pia na hudumia wa Kenya wote pia kwa jumla, sio Sugoi peke yake. Pia ningependa pia kushukuru watu wa Mount Kenya. Kongoi wewe pia Mount Kenya. Asanteni kabisa. Asante. Kama sio nyinyi, hatungekuwa hapa saa hizi tunasherehekea hivi. Asante sana Mount Kenya. Asante.
Shukrani kwa muda wako. Niweze kuzungumza na wewe. Karibia hapa, unaonekana mwenye furaha. Yes. Nieleze unahisi vipi baada ya kuona kwamba rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya anatoka Sugoi kijiji chako?
Nimefurahi sana kiwango ambacho leo ninahisia ni kama masekondi chache yamebakia niwezi kutoka ulimwengu huu kwa sababu ya furaha. Nimeshuhudia makubwa sana ikiwa kiongozi wetu William Ruto Samoei akiwa president ameapishwa. Tumefurahi kiwango ambacho tunasikia kweli kila kitu imebadilika. Maisha imebadilika. Everything it has been changed. Even the working style it has been changed. Even living style imechange. Kwa hivyo kiongozi wetu ambaye ni rais kwa sasa hivi tumefurahi, hata tumesikia tayari umebadilisha maisha kwa mbolea ambayo umezusha hadi 3,500. Wewe ni mwanaume ambapo tunasema tunakutambua sana Sugoi na tunakupenda. Licha kwamba ya hayo yote uweze kuona mambo na masomo. Hii CBC imetuchanganyisha kiwango masuala kama sisi hatuwezi kufikia kulipisha watoto 3, 4 shuleni. Kwa hivyo Wakenya tushirikiane, tushikane pamoja, tuitikiane, tuchape kazi. It is actually a nation that actually asolas wako wengi na tunatumainia Mungu. Asante sana. Asante sana. Asante sana.
Uweze kuzungumza na mwingine, nieleze furaha yako pale ambapo tumeona rais wa 5 ameweza kuapishwa na sasa ni Rais William Ruto. Unahisi vipi kwanza kutokana na lile jambo ambalo mnatoka kijiji kimoja?
Kwanza kwa majina naitwa Steven Kibet. Niko na furaha sana kupata president anatoka area yetu. Tunajua maisha itakuwa mzuri, uchumi itaenda chini, gharama ya maisha itakuwa sawa kwa kila mmoja wetu.
Na nyinyi kama vijana mnatarajia wafanyie nini?
Sisi kama vijana tunataka tupatie job creation, employment, kazi kidogo kama masolas, aone maisha yetu vile inaenda. Mtu kama mimi kwanza nauza malaini za Airtel usiku asubuhi mpaka jioni, aone maisha yetu. Na hiyo ni furaha kubwa.
Shukran sana. Nizungumze na wengine. Tafadhali karibieni hapa. Nani mwingine atazungumza? Msipotee. Nieleze iwapo una furaha kuona pale ambapo Rais William Ruto ameweza kuapishwa hii leo na hususan unatarajia nini kutoka na serikali?
Kwanza waje nianze na majina. Kwa majina naitwa Rono. Mimi ni mkazi wa eneo hili la Sugoi. Niko na furaha kwa sababu tuko na president katika kijiji chetu. Ni furaha iliyoje. Ni furaha kweli. Isipokuwa na kifaa. Niko na furaha kweli na ningependa tu mheshimiwa rais wetu Deputy William Ruto fenye sasa ataendesha kazi isipokuwa na upendeleo. Niko na hiyo mayoni peke yake.
Shukran. Basi Kirobi, kama ulivyosikia, hao ni wanakijiji wa Sugoi, na ieleweke kwamba kama nilivyokueleza ni kwamba Sugoi ndiko ambako William Ruto anatoka, na hususan katika eneo la Kamagut ambapo tumekuwa tukienda kutoka sehemu moja hadi nyingine. Tumetembelea shule yake ambayo aliweza kusomea, tumeweza kwenda katika nyumbani. Na hivyo basi kama ulivyoweza kusikia ni kwamba wanasugoi wanafurahia kwamba rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ameweza kutoka katika eneo hili, na hivyo basi wanatarajia kwamba serikali ya William Samoei Ruto itaweza kuhakikisha kwamba uchumi umeimarishwa, pia ajira kwa vijana kama alivyoahidi katika kampeni zake ambazo alipigia debe mfumo wake wa bottom up. Hivyo basi Kirobi, niko hapa, bado nitazidi kufuatilia, bado nitazidi kuzungumza na wenyeji wengine ambao wamesalia katika eneo hili. Kama nilivyokuambia ni kwamba wengi wako katika eneo la Nairobi ambapo wamekuwa wakifuatilia swala nzima, mazoezi zima la kuweza kuapishwa kwa yule ambaye ni Rais William Ruto. Hivyo basi kwa sasa niruhusu niweze kurudisha usukani kwako Kirobi, wakati ambapo ninazidi kuzoa taarifa zaidi, ambapo tutazidi kuwajuza kutoka eneo la Sugoi ambalo liko katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Kwako Kirobi, jina langu ni Chichi Josephine.
Na asante sana Chichi Josephine kutoka eneo la Sugoi, nyumbani kwake William Ruto ambaye ni rais wa sasa, rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, baada ya kuchukua hatamu za uongozi rasmi siku ya leo katika uga wa Kasarani, ambapo maelfu ya watu walikuwa wamekusanyika katika uga huo kuona jinsi ambavyo shughuli nzima itakavyokuwa inaendelea. Kumbuka rais ambaye ameondoka madarakani anafahamika kama Uhuru Kenyatta, ambaye alikuwa ni rais wa 4 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Hivyo basi kumbuka kwamba uhusiano wa wawili hawa haijakuwa ni uhusiano mzuri baina ya Rais William Ruto na anayeondoka madarakani ambaye anafahamika kama Uhuru Kenyatta. Hivyo basi kuna mengi tu ambayo yanatarajiwa, na usisahau kwamba siku ya leo, hata wakati ambapo sherehe ilivyokuwa inaendelea, yule mgombeaji wa urais ambaye alikuwa amealikwa kuhudhuria hafla hiyo katika uga wa Kasarani, Raila Odinga, ambaye alikuwa ni mpinzani wake Rais William Ruto, hakuweza kuhudhuria, na hivyo basi akawa amesafiri nje ya nchi. Hivyo basi kuna mengi tu ambayo yanatarajiwa kujitokeza hata baada ya Rais William Ruto kutoa uongozi wa taifa. Na kumbuka katika hotuba yake kuna mengi tu ambayo ametaja yeye pamoja na yule naibu wake ambaye anafahamika kama Rigathi Gachagua, wakisema kwamba taifa imekuwa ikizorota kiuchumi, na hivyo basi wao kuchukua uongozi wa taifa hili, uongozi wa 5 au Rais William Ruto kuwa rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ataweza kuboresha uchumi wa nchi na vile vile kuhakikisha kwamba ile bei ya mbolea inaweza kupunguzwa. Kumbuka ametaja kwamba marekebisho haya yatafanyika ndani ya siku 100. Hivyo basi ni swala la kusubiri tuone ni kipi ambacho kitakuwa kinajiri ndani ya siku 100. Usisahau kwamba leo imekuwa ni siku ya ndovu kumla mwanawe, ama siku ya siku kwa wale ambao ni wafuasi wa chama cha UDA, chama ambacho kinahusishwa na Rais William Ruto. Na usisahau pia vile vile mtazamaji, wakati wa kupokezana madaraka au mamlaka katika uwanja wa Kasarani, kuna mengi ambayo Wakenya walikuwa wanatarajia labda huenda yakajitokeza, lakini kuna wengi ambao hawakuwa wanaelewa kwa kina zaidi ni kipi ambacho kilikuwa kinaendelea. Hivyo basi mtazamaji, tutazidi kukuandalia taarifa kwa kina zaidi fikapo mwendo wa saa 1 na saa 3 mtawalia, lakini kumbuka kwa sasa tunakupeperushia matangazo haya moja kwa moja kutoka hapa katika jiji la Nairobi, na ambapo tutakuwa tunaungana na waandishi wetu wa habari ambao wamekita kambi katika maeneo tofauti tofauti, ikiwemo katika uga wa Kasarani ambapo shughuli nzima imekuwa ikiendelea kuanzia mwendo wa asubuhi. Kumbuka unafuatilia matangazo haya kupitia tovuti www.tv47.co.ke, na pale kwenye mtandao wa Twitter ni @tv47ke, kwa mtandao wa YouTube ni TV47 Kenya. Kwa sasa mtazamaji, wacha tuvuke moja kwa moja hadi katika ngome yake kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga katika kaunti ya Kisumu. Tuungane naye mwandishi wetu wa habari atufahamishe hali iko namna gani, na je, hotuba ya Rais William Ruto imekuwa vipi ama wameipokelea namna gani?
Asante sana mwenzangu Kirobi. Kama ulivyosema, tuko katika kaunti ya Kisumu hii leo. Tumeweza kufuatilia, tumeenda maeneo tofauti katika kaunti ya Kisumu kuweza kuangalia tu kile kinachoendelea, na tumeona wakazi waliendelea na shughuli zao kama kawaida. Wale ambao wanashughulika na masuala ya usafiri, maduka yalikuwa yamefunguliwa kama kawaida. Ni wachache tu ambao tuliweza kuona walikuwa wanafuatilia hiyo hotuba ya ama ule na shughuli ambayo ilikuwa inaendelea kula kiapo ya Rais William Ruto na vile vile naibu wake Rigathi Gachagua. Katika kaunti ya Kisumu tumeweza tu kuzungumza na baadhi ya wakazi ambao wanasema japo yale yote yameweza kufanyika na vile vile wameweza kumwapisha William Ruto, wanasema kwamba ni kuteguka, waliweza kuteguka, lakini kunacho kizazi ambacho bado wanaamini ya kwamba kitawapa kiongozi ambaye ataweza kuongoza taifa hili hata baada ya Raila Odinga kujaribu mara 5 na kukosa fursa hiyo. Vile vile wanajua kwao, wanaamini kwamba Raila Odinga atasalia kuwa kinara ama msemaji wa jamii ya Luo hata baada ya yeye kukosa nafasi hiyo ya kuwa kiongozi wa taifa hili. Wacha niweze kuzungumza na wakazi hapa katika kaunti ya Kisumu. Hisia zao ni zipi hata baada ya William Ruto kuweza kutawazwa kama rais wa 5 wa taifa la Kenya? Kakangu, majina yako, unaitwa nani? Hisia zako ni zipi?
Korieko, mkazi hapa Kisumu.
Hisia zako ni zipi? Leo tumeweza kumwona Ruto ameweza kutawazwa kama rais wa 5.
Tumekubali matokeo. Sisi tutafanya kazi na vile ameteuliwa kuwa rais wa Kenya hivi.
Matarajio ya wakazi wa Kisumu ni kama yepi haswa?
Matarajio ya watu wa Kisumu ni kama asiwe na ubaguzi. Asiwe na ubaguzi. Hasa sisi watu wa Nyanza huku. Mmoja kulikuwa na mshika hapa na pale, lakini tufanye kazi pamoja tu.
Ipo miradi ambayo ilikuwa imeasisiwa kwa serikali zilizopita kwa chini ya Kibaki na vile vile Uhuru Kenyatta. Ameweza kuasisi baadhi ya miradi hapa katika kaunti ya Kisumu. Ni ipi hasa ambayo mnatarajia kwamba Rais William Ruto ataweza kuendeleza katika kaunti ya Kisumu?
Katika ukosefu wa ajira wa vijana, alituahidi kuwa, walikuwa wameahidi kuwa watachangia pakubwa sana create job opportunities za vijana hasa sana kwa ma youths. Naomba asikufe moyo. Akuwe na ule moyo, akuja na ile nini, akuja na agenda yake alikuja nayo kabisa.
Sawa sawa, asante. Acha nizungumze na mwanadada hapa. Songa kidogo, tueleze majina yako na wewe tueleze leo William Ruto ameweza kuapishwa. Kuna wewe, hisia zako ni zipi kama kijana?
Mimi naitwa Valerie. Yes, I can't say that I have any bad feelings because we must always embrace change. Mimi nimefurahi sana. I'm okay with it. If you can't beat them, join them, yeah. So the only plea yenye tunaomba pale, like when ako pale kwa seat, at least atusaidie kwa ile, naona barabara zingine hazijamalizika, at least aweze kukamilisha. Yeah.
Upande wa vijana matarajio ni yapi?
Maybe jobs creation. Kwenye tuko like unapata there is a lot of just gambling around and idling. Kama unaweza ongeza any other thing, niseme kama job opportunities, hata kama ni farming, any other thing, tutafurahi.
Labda ulichokichukua kimoja ama mawili katika hotuba yake ni ipi hasa?
I loved his speech. Mimi nilikuwa tu sawa nayo. Unajua most of the time I learn to be positive despite everything. Naweza kuwa nilikuwa na support ile mwingine lakini hajapata, lakini for now I'm so positive about him. I love him, nataka like ikuwe tu sawa. Hiyo ni like I just love everything.
Ujumbe wako kwa Wakenya?
Kwa Kenya tukue united, so long as something has happened hakuna haja tuanze kuwa na like hiyo tofauti, because we also need people from Nandi County, wale wa Kikuyu, any other person as 47 tribes tunafaa kuwa like sasa tuko na ile unity. Hakuna haja ya kuanza ile chuki, haitatusaidia kwa sai. Tukue tu pamoja, to embrace the love, to support penye anahitaji, atu support na nivo. Tutakuwa tu sawa.
Asante sana Valerie. Ujumbe wa amani kutoka kwa viongozi tu hapa Kisumu, vile vile wakimtaka rais ambaye ameweza kutawazwa hii leo kuweza kufanya kazi na kila mmoja na kila jamii, na vile vile watu wote ambao wanatoka kila sehemu, waliompigia kura na wale hawakuweza kumpigia kura, waweze kushirikiana kufanya kazi pamoja ili kuhakikisha kwamba kunakuwa na umoja na mshikamano wa taifa, na vile vile kuweza kuwa na mazingira mazuri ya kufanya miradi ya maendeleo hapa nchini Kenya. Kutoka hapa mimi sina la ziada, narudisha kwako Kirobi, sijui kama una swali.
Naam, mimi swali labda ambalo ningependa kuuliza ni je, wakazi wa kaunti ya Kisumu, aswa jamii ya Luo, na kunradhi mtazamaji, naarifiwa kwamba itakuwa ni vigumu kuwasiliana naye, lakini mtazamaji usisahau kwamba tunakupeperushia matangazo haya moja kwa moja kutoka hapa katika jiji la Nairobi, tukitua katika maeneo tofauti tofauti, tukukujuza ni yepi ambayo yanajiri kwa sasa, haswa baada ya Rais William Ruto kuchukua hatamu za uongozi. Kumbuka amezungumza siku ya leo tofauti na kile ambacho wengine walikuwa wanatarajia kwamba labda huenda rais ambaye anaondoka madarakani angezungumza. William Ruto amezungumza pamoja na Rigathi Gachagua na viongozi wale ambao walikuwa wamealikwa katika hafla ya siku ya leo, na hivyo basi kuna mengi tu ambayo yanatarajiwa kujiri. Usisahau kwamba siku ya leo ni siku ya ndovu kumla mwanawe, ama siku ambayo wale wanachama wa chama cha UDA walikuwa wamesubiri kwa hamu na gamu kuhudhuria sherehe ya kufana ambayo imeendelea ama imefanyika katika uga wa Kasarani hapa katika jiji la Nairobi. Kumbuka mtazamaji, tunazidi kukuandalia mengi zaidi katika chumba chetu cha habari, na kumbuka unazidi kufuatilia matangazo haya kupitia tovuti ambayo ni www.tv47.co.ke, kwa mtandao wa Facebook ni TV47 Live, na kwa mtandao wa YouTube ni TV47 Kenya, ambapo tunakupasha taarifa za kina na za kuaminika kutoka pembe zote humu nchini, waandishi wetu wa habari wakiwa wamekita kambi katika maeneo mbalimbali katika kaunti zote 47 kunasa zile taarifa ambazo zinachipuka. Kumbuka siku ya leo kuna mengi tu ambayo yamejiri, ambapo Rais William Ruto tayari amechukua hatamu za uongozi, na kuna mengi ambayo yanatarajiwa kubadilika ndani ya siku 100, na kuna mengi ambayo yanatarajiwa kufanyika na mageuzi haswa katika sekta tofauti tofauti. Naam, usisahau pia vile vile mtazamaji, Rais William Ruto amechukua hatamu za uongozi wakati ambapo taifa imekumbwa na janga la kuporomoka kwa uchumi wa taifa, na hivyo basi ni swala ambalo litakuwa ni kibarua kwake Rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya William Samoei Ruto pamoja na naibu wake Rigathi Gachagua, ambaye ametaja kwamba serikali ambayo imeondoka haijaendesha mengi mazuri. Ile hali imejikaza kimaendeleo na masuala mengine, ila bado kuna sehemu ambazo zinafaa kunyoroshwa au kulainishwa ili kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wanarejea hali ya uchumi wa kawaida. Kumbuka imekuwa ni donda sugu kwa taifa hili la Kenya, na hivyo basi Wakenya wanatarajia mengi kutoka kwa Rais William Ruto. Kumbuka amezungumza muda mfupi, na hivyo basi pia vile vile ameweza msafara wake ambapo amepatiwa yale ambayo tunasema ni presidential escort, ambapo wameondoka nayo kutoka katika uwanja wa Kasarani, kinyume na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alivyoingia katika uwanja huo ili kumpokeza madaraka ama hatamu za uongozi Rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya William Ruto. Hivyo basi mtazamaji, tunazidi kufuatilia kwa undani zaidi tujue ni kipi ambacho kitakuwa kinajiri katika kaunti zote 47, na tukujuze ni kipi ambacho kitakuwa kinaendelea. Kumbuka waandishi wetu wa habari wamekita kambi katika maeneo hayo, na ambapo watakuwa nazidi kufuatilia kwa undani zaidi wajue ni kipi ambacho watakuwa natujuza. Usisahau pia vile vile kwenye taarifa za saa 1 na saa 3 tutakuwa tunakuandalia taarifa za siku ya leo kwa mapana na marefu zaidi, kwa undani na za kuaminika kutoka pembe zote humu nchini. Usisahau kwamba leo ikiwa ni tarehe 13 mwezi wa Septemba, tumebakisha takriban miezi kama 4-3 hivi ili taifa kukamilisha mwezi wa Disemba ama mwaka huu kukamilika. Hivyo basi kumbuka hafla ya siku ya leo imefanyika siku 14 baada ya rais kutangazwa kuwa mshindi, na siku 7 baada ya mahakama ya upeo kutoa uamuzi wake ni nani ambaye aliibuka mshindi wa uchaguzi wa Agosti tarehe 9. Na hivyo basi hizo ni kanuni za katiba, kulingana na katiba, ambapo siku 7 baada ya mahakama kutoa uamuzi wake, rais ambaye amechaguliwa anafaa kuapishwa, na siku 14 baada ya siku 14 baada ya kukamilika kwa uchaguzi wa Agosti tarehe 9, inafaa rais apishwe pasi na kuwepo kwa kesi ambayo imewasilishwa mahakamani. Hivyo basi siku ya leo imekuwa ni siku ya kufana na imekuwa ni siku ya ndovu kumla mwanawe. Wengi wameshabikia uamuzi ama siku ya leo Rais William Ruto kuchukua hatamu za uongozi, na hivyo basi kuna mengi tu ambayo yanatarajiwa yataweza kubadilika ndani ya siku 100 kama walivyokuwa wameahidi kupitia kwenye ile kampeni zao Kenya Kwanza ambayo inaongozwa na Rais William Ruto. Hivyo basi kuanzia siku ya leo kuna mengi tu ambayo yatakuwa yanajiri katika maeneo mbalimbali humu nchini, na tutakuwa tunakujuza haswa katika ulingo wa siasa, tujue mwelekeo utakuwa ni upi. Na usisahau kwa sasa wakati ambapo tunazungumza yule ambaye alikuwa mgombeaji wa urais ambaye alikuwa mpinzani wake Rais William Ruto ameondoka katika ziara ya kigeni na alikosa kuhudhuria siku ya leo, akisema kwamba hangeweza, manake alikuwa na shughuli zingine ambazo angefaa kuhudhuria. Sijui mtazamo wako ni upi kuhusiana na hiyo hali ambayo imeshuhudiwa siku ya leo. Kumbuka kusema nasi kupitia kwa tovuti ambayo ni www.tv47.co.ke na pale kwa mtandao wa YouTube ni TV47 Kenya na nambari ya rafa ni 22047. Ingekuwa ni bora zaidi iwapo mwelekezi wetu angeweza kutufahamisha tu historia ya Rais William Ruto imekuwa namna gani.
From a young Turk in the independence ruling party KANU to a cabinet minister and a deputy president who was in sync with his boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta, in the early days of the Jubilee administration. The self-christened chicken seller from Sugo's rise to the country's most powerful seat has not been a walk in the park, starting with the international criminal cases of the Hague, Netherlands, over the 2007-2008 poll violence that nearly scattered his political ambitions, and outgoing President Uhuru Kenyatta's final term in office, where he faced tribulations on his presidential quest. His allies, some of who have had to pay the price for backing his presidential bid, narrate the ordeals he underwent in his journey to the top up to the last minute, claiming there was a plot by President Uhuru Kenyatta, aided by state machinery, to block his announcement.
Na mtazamaji, taarifa hiyo tutakuletea mwendo wa baadaye, lakini kwa sasa mtazamaji, naarifiwa kwamba tutaelekea hadi katika ikulu ambapo Rais William Ruto atakuwa anaelekea kule, na ambapo kuna shughuli tofauti ambayo inatarajiwa kuendelea katika ikulu. Kumbuka leo ni siku ya kwanza, ni siku ya pili hata baada ya kukaribishwa hiyo jana kufanya mazungumzo na rais ambaye alikuwa anaondoka madarakani, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, kukutana na William Ruto hiyo jana. Siku ya leo kumbuka kutoka katika uga wa Kasarani ameelekea moja kwa moja hadi katika ikulu, na ambapo kuna shughuli tofauti ambayo itakuwa inajiri pale. Labda kama mwelekezi wetu anaweza kutuvusha tu moja kwa moja tuone ni kipi ambacho kinaendelea. Na mtazamaji, hizo ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka katika uga wa Kasarani ambapo Wakenya bado wanaendelea kushabikia siku ya leo, siku ya kufana zaidi, siku ambayo wengi haswa wanachama wa chama cha UDA walikuwa wanasubiri zaidi kujua tu ni kipi ambacho kitakuwa kinajiri siku ya kufana, siku ambayo ilikuwa imesubiriwa kwa hamu na gamu. Na kumbuka Rais William Ruto ametaja mengi zaidi katika hotuba yake akiwahutubia Wakenya pamoja na viongozi ambao walikuwa wamealikwa katika hafla hiyo ambayo imefanyika katika uga wa Kasarani. Na kumbuka kwamba Ruto anachukua hatamu za uongozi wakati ambapo kumezuka tofauti kati yake na yule ambaye ni mpinzani wake Raila Amolo Odinga pamoja na rais ambaye alikuwepo madarakani ambaye alikuwa anafahamika kama Uhuru Kenyatta. Hivyo basi ndani ya siku 100 kuna mengi tu ambayo yatakuwa yanajiri, na tunatarajia kwamba William Ruto aweze kufufua uchumi wa Kenya. Kumbuka ni uchumi ambayo ilikuwa imeporomoka haswa kufuatia kutokana na ile ambayo tunasema ni janga la corona ambalo lilikuwa limeathiri taifa kwa takriban miaka 2 na zaidi. Hivyo basi ikaweza kuporomosha uchumi wa taifa na kusababisha wengi kurejea kule mashinani. Hivyo basi kuna mengi tu ambayo Wakenya wanatarajia siku ya leo ama ndani ya siku 100 ambapo Rais William Ruto amesema waziwazi kwamba ataweza kuhakikisha kwamba maisha ya Wakenya inarejea jinsi ilivyo na kuweza kuboresha maisha ama gharama ya maisha na jinsi Wakenya wanavyoishi. Hivyo basi ndani ya siku 100 kuna mengi ambayo yanatarajiwa yatakuwa yanajiri, na Rais William Ruto ametaja mengi katika hotuba yake siku ya leo. Kando na kufufua uchumi, pia vile amesema kwamba mfumo wa bottom up ambao ni mfumo ambao walikuwa wakipigia kampeni ama kupigia upato kabla ya taifa kuelekea katika uchaguzi wa Agosti tarehe 9, ametaja kwamba wataweza kufanikisha. Hivyo basi Wakenya wanatarajia mengi siku ya leo, siku ambapo ameapishwa na kula kiapo yeye kama rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Hivyo basi tuna mengi ambayo tutakuwa tunatarajia kutoka kwa rais huyu wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, na kuna mengi tu pia vile ambaye yamejiri. Wakenya labda walikuwa wanatarajia kwamba huenda rais ambaye alikuwa anaondoka mamlakani, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, angezungumza, lakini hilo halikuonekana. Hivyo basi mtazamaji, tutakuwa tunakuletea taarifa hizo kwa kina mwendo wa saa 1 na saa 3 mtawalia, tukujuze tu ni kipi ambacho kimejiri katika maeneo tofauti humu nchini katika meza yetu ya habari. Na usisahau kwamba kuna swala la madeni ambalo pia vile Rais William Ruto ametaja kwamba huenda akafufua taifa hili kutokana na lindi la deni ambalo limezidi kuwa changamoto katika taifa hili na kusababisha swala la ukosefu pia wa ajira ambayo pia vile imetajwa kama mojawapo ya changamoto ambayo imeathiri taifa hili. Hivyo basi siku ya leo ama kuanzia leo ndani ya siku 100 tuna mengi tu ambayo yanatarajiwa yataweza kujiri, na usisahau kwamba William Ruto kama rais amevunja rekodi yeye kuwa kama naibu rais na kwenda katika uchaguzi vile na kushinda uchaguzi huo hata baada ya wapinzani wao kutoka mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja One Kenya kuelekea mahakamani, na ambapo mahakama ya upeo ikawa imemtawaza ama kumpa ile ambayo tunasema kumteua yeye kama kuwa rais ama kumpa nafasi kuongoza taifa hili ndani ya miaka 5. Hivyo basi tuna mengi ambayo tunatarajia tajiri katika ulingo wa siasa, lakini usisahau waandishi wetu habari wamekita kambi maeneo tofauti na ambapo watakuwa nafuatilia taarifa za kina na ni kipi ambacho kinajiri. Na usisahau kwamba mwaka wa 2021 yule rais wa nchi jirani Museveni alikuwa ameweza kumkaribisha Ruto kama chief guest, ambapo kulikuwepo na kumekuwa na ile ambayo tunasema uhusiano baina ya mataifa tofauti. Na mtazamaji, picha hizi ambazo unaziona kwa sasa ni picha za moja kwa moja ambapo jinsi hali ilivyokuwa katika uwanja wa Kasarani ambapo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anakagua gwaride mara ya mwisho kabla ya kumpokeza hatamu za uongozi William Ruto. Hivyo basi leo imekuwa ni siku ya siku kama nilivyokuwa nimekuarifu, siku ambayo wengi walikuwa wanaongojea. Na usisahau pia vile katika hotuba yake Rais William Ruto amesema kwamba kijana kutoka eneo la kijiji ameweza kuwa rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Na usisahau kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta pamoja na rais ambaye ameondoka madarakani Uhuru Kenyatta walishirikiana katika uchaguzi wa mwaka 2017 na hivyo basi akampiga jeki. Na swala ambalo tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba huenda rais huyo Uhuru Kenyatta akaweza kumpiga jeki William Ruto, lakini hilo halikufanyika kama wengi walivyokuwa wanatarajia. Lakini kwa sasa ama kuanzia siku ya leo kuna mengi ambayo tunatarajia yatajitokeza katika ulingo wa siasa, na swala ambalo litakuwa linaibuka siku ya leo aswa ni kuhusiana na hili swala la mfumo ambalo unafahamika kama bottom up, na ambapo Wakenya wengi aswa wafuasi wa chama cha UDA walikuwa wanaashiria kwamba ama wanaimani kwamba huenda Ruto akafufua uchumi wa taifa kupitia mfumo huo. Na usisahau kwamba siasa za Agosti ambazo zimepita imekuwa ni siasa ya tofauti kali za kisiasa kati ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta pamoja na naibu wake ambaye ndio rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya William Ruto, baada ya kuchukua hatamu za uongozi siku ya leo. Ametaja masuala mengi ikiwemo swala la usalama wa chakula, kuwepo na mafuta pamoja na swala la mautata wa ukosefu wa ajira, na pia vile vile swala la deni ambalo limekuwa ni changamoto kubwa kwa taifa. Na hivyo basi kuna mengi ambayo yanatarajiwa kujiri katika ulingo wa siasa, na ni jinsi gani siku ambazo zinakuja tunatarajia kwamba zile nafasi za uteuzi zitaweza kutolewa kwa wale ambao ni wandani wake na wale ambao wamekuwa kimuunga mkono ili kuweza kutua uongozi kupitia chama cha UDA, chama ambacho kinapatikana ndani ya mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza. Na mkumbuka ni viongozi wengi ambao wamehudhuria siku ya leo ama hafla ya siku ya leo, kutoka Tanzania Samia Suluhu ambaye ni rais wa Tanzania, ikiwemo rais wa Uganda Yoweri Museveni, pamoja na viongozi kadha wa kadha ambao walikuwa wamefika katika hafla ya leo, ambao walikuwa wamealikwa ili kuweza tu kuhakikisha wanasherehekea siku ya leo, siku ya kufana, siku ambayo wengi walikuwa wanasubiri. Na mtazamaji, katika chumba cha habari tuna mengi tu ambayo tutakuwa tunakuandalia mwendo wa saa 1 na saa 3 mtawalia, lakini kumbuka unazidi kufuatilia matangazo haya kupitia kwenye mtandao wetu wa YouTube ambayo ni TV47 Kenya, kwa mtandao wa Twitter ni @TV47KE, na ambapo tutakuwa tunakufahamisha mengi zaidi. Lakini kwa sasa mtazamaji, ingekuwa ni bora zaidi ni kujuze tu ni kipi ambacho kinajiri, na je, hali iko namna gani kwa sasa. Wacha tusikilize wakaazi wa kaunti ya Nyeri wanasema nini.
Naam, shukran sana bila shaka na kupata kwa njia iliyo safi kabisa kutoka kaunti hii ya Nyeri, kaunti ambayo inaongoza ama tutasema kwamba sherehe zinazidi kupamba moto katika maeneo mengi katika kaunti hii. Wakazi wanasherehekea kuapishwa kwake William Ruto kama rais na Rigathi Gachagua kama naibu wake. Wanazidi kutoa hisia zao, furaha yao, kuonyesha kwamba kuonyesha tu kwamba walikuwa tayari wamemchagua Ruto na wamefurahia matokeo. Katika kaunti hii ya Nyeri ambayo tumeweza kuona ni kwamba wananchi sasa hivi wana matarajio chungu nzima, matarajio mengi yakiegemea upande wa uchumi. Wakenya sasa hivi wanatarajia kwamba uchumi utapandishwa. Bila shaka ulivyosikia, kuna mipango mingi sana ya kuhakikisha kwamba uchumi unaboresha, mingi hata sitayataja, lakini kwa sasa nipo katika boma. Kama unavyoona sasa hivi niko nyumbani kwa binamu ya naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua. Hapa hichi ni kijiji cha Hiriga katika eneo bunge hili la Mathira, eneo bunge anakotoka Rigathi Gachagua, na kutoka hapa hadi kwao Rigathi Gachagua sio mbali, ni kama mita 100 hivi. Katika boma hili ndiko nakotoka binamu wake, ama boma hili nilikoko sasa hivi ni boma la binamu ya Rigathi Gachagua, na moja kwa moja ningependa tu kuweza kuzungumza na yeye, kuweza tu kujua Rigathi Gachagua ni mtu wa aina gani. Je, ni mtu mchapakazi? Na je, ana uwezo wa kupeleka nchi mbele? Na je, matarajio yake pia ni yepi katika serikali hii inayoingia? Karibu sana. Mwanzo kabisa utaweza kujitambulisha kwa mtazamaji wa TV47, alafu tuambie mwanzo Rigathi Gachagua ni mtu wa aina gani, na ni mtu anaweza fanya kazi kwa bidii? Ni mtu ametoka kwa familia inakaa kivipi hivi?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Charles Ndoria. Na kama mmesikia, Rigathi ni kazi yangu. Na kusema ukweli, Rigathi ni mtu mchapa kazi. Na si yeye peke yake. Nasema familia yao ni ya watu wachapa kazi. Ni mtu alianza kutoka a very humble beginning. A very humble beginning. Rigathi amefanya kazi kwa shamba. Ukimpatia kama ni fork jembe ama nini, anajua kufanya kazi nayo. Kwa sababu ni watu tulikuwa tunaamshwa asubuhi na mapema saa 11 tunaenda kazini tukiwa watoto. Kwa hivyo ni mtu anajua kufanya kazi. Na vile najua Rigathi na familia yao wamesoma kabisa. Na wamesoma kwa tabu nyingi. Baba yao alikuwa anajikokota anafanya kazi kabisa ili wasome, na wamesoma. Na familia yote yao, na kwa jumla familia yetu ile kubwa, ni watu wenye kuchapa kazi na wanajua kufanya kazi. Na vile najua Rigathi atafanya kazi vile tu amefanyia watu wa Mathira kazi, na atafanya kazi zaidi. Na kwa sababu najua hata yeye ni hasla wakiwa na William Ruto watafanya kazi kabisa. Na niko na matumaini makubwa. Lakini matumaini yangu naweza kuambia Wakenya ni tutakuwa na subra, kwa sababu hao watu wataweza. Hakuna ile miujiza watafanya. Ni kazi itafanyika ili tuokoe economy yetu irudi pahali iliku. Na najua vile najua Rigathi watafanya kazi kama vile Moi Kibaki alifanya kazi. Na nina matumaini ati tukifanya kazi tuta rescue economy ya Kenya, na itakuwa nini, itarudi pahali inatakikana. Kwa sababu Rigathi na Ruto ni watu wanajua kazi. Kama Ruto alikuwa anauza kuku na sasa ni president, si kwa fluke, but inaonyesha mtu ukiwa na resilient, you believe in yourself, utafika pahali unataka. Rigathi si by chance ati yuko deputy president. Ni kazi amefanya. Na anatumia nini? Ubongo, kichwa kabisa. And I know ni watu watafanya kazi. Na ile tu niko nayo ni kwa wish the best of luck, na Mungu awabariki. Awasaidie wafanye kazi na promises zile wapea Kenya. Make sure at least wamejaribu kuzitimiza. Na wakitimiza wajue lazima wasikilize wananchi. Na wakisikiliza wananchi najua watafanya kazi. Huyu ni president and deputy president wa the Republic of Kenya, wa Kenya, si wa Kikuyu ama wa Nandi ama wa kina nani, ni wa Kenya wote. And I only wish to tell them, please make sure that you include those in the opposition. Wale wako na hisia mzuri. At least muwe pamoja nao, mfanye kazi. Disagreements will always arise, but disagreements are not an enmity. Kwa hivyo wafanye kazi, na wafanye kazi kwa bidii, na wakifanya kazi kwa bidii hisi wa Kenya wafanye kazi kwa bidii. Na bila shaka najua tutafaulu. At least we all become Kenyans, friendly Kenyans, a keeper of your neighbor. Thank you.
Shukrani sana, na labda ukitukumbusha jina lako tena.
Charles Ndoria.
Charles Ndoria. Na bila shaka Charles Ndoria ni binamuye Rigathi Gachagua, naibu wa rais kwa sasa, akitoa mawazo yake pale, akitoa matarajio yake kwamba uongozi wa William Ruto na Rigathi Gachagua utakuwa ni uongozi wenye manufaa makubwa sana kwa wananchi wa Kenya, uongozi ambao utakuwa wa maendeleo. Ukimsikiza akimzungumzia Rigathi Gachagua kwamba ni mtu mchapakazi, mtu wa bidii, mtu ambaye anapenda kutekeleza masuala ambayo yanamhusu, na bila shaka kama sasa hivi maendeleo ya nchi hii yanamhusu moja kwa moja, na ina maana kwamba tutakuwa tunasubiria kuweza kuona ni kweli anaweza akachapa kazi, ni kweli ni mtu ambaye anajali. Hayo tutakuwa tunaweza kuyaangalia na kuyatathmini katika muda wa miaka 5 inayokuja, manake kuanzia sasa hadi miaka 5 inayokuja hao ndio viongozi wetu wakuu katika nchi hii. Na bila shaka kutoka Iriga katika eneo bunge la Mathira, kaunti hii ya Nyeri, jina langu ni Olo Horez.
Na asante sana Olo Horez kutoka kaunti ya Nyeri kwa kufanya mazungumzo hayo na kufahamu kwa undani zaidi. Je, naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua yuko namna gani ama hulka yake ni namna gani? Hivyo basi Wakenya wanatarajia mengi kutoka kwake, na tutakuwa tunakufahamisha tu kwenye taarifa zetu za saa 1 na saa 3 kuhusiana na ile kauli ama hotuba yake imekuwa namna gani katika uwanja wa Kasarani siku ya leo. Usisahau kwamba mtazamaji, Rais William Ruto amewahi kuhudumu kama waziri na amewahi kuhudumu kama mbunge katika eneo la Eldoret North, na pia vile vile akahudumu kama waziri wa kilimo, na pia vile vile akahudumu kama waziri wa masuala ya elimu. Hivyo basi Wakenya wanatarajia mengi kabla ya yeye kuwa naibu wa rais, na wakati ambapo kwa sasa amepewa hatamu za uongozi na rais ambaye anaondoka madarakani Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, Wakenya wanatarajia mengi zaidi, haswa baada ya kuahidi wa Kenya katika kampeni zake kupitia mlengo wa Kenya Kwanza. Na mtazamaji, ingekuwa ni bora zaidi niweze kukuacha tu na taarifa ya tuweze kuelewa huyu William Ruto safari yake imekuwa namna gani katika ulingo wa siasa.
From a young Turk in the independence ruling party KANU to a cabinet minister and a deputy president who was in sync with his boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta, in the early days of the Jubilee administration. The self-christened chicken seller from Sugo's rise to the country's most powerful seat has not been a walk in the park, starting with the international criminal cases of the Hague, Netherlands, over the 2007-2008 poll violence that nearly scattered his political ambitions, and outgoing President Uhuru Kenyatta's final term in office, where he faced tribulations on his presidential quest. His allies, some of who have had to pay the price for backing his presidential bid, narrate the ordeals he underwent in his journey to the top up to the last minute, claiming there was a plot by President Uhuru Kenyatta, aided by state machinery, to block his announcement as president-elect by IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati at the Bomas of Kenya on the 15th of August, when chaos rocked the venue.
Our lowest moment was at Bomas of Kenya, because you've gone through all these humiliations, yeah? You have won, the vote, courtesy of the people of Kenya. And then the person you helped most to build his entire political career, without whom he would never have been president, wants now to use state apparatus to forcefully change results. I think that was the lowest. It was the lowest, but at the end, okay? So the impact may not have been felt much because it didn't succeed. That was an attempted coup. Actually, it's treason. Yeah. Coup may not be the right words because coup is for a sitting president, but it's treason. It was an attempt to subvert the will of the people, and I think we were this close to a crisis in this country, this close, because the plan was to frustrate the announcement of results. If you cannot change the results, frustrate the announcement of results. There are a lot of attempts. There was attempts of arrest of Chebukati, shooting of people, violence in the place, those stories will come out, because those are things I heard when we were in Bomas all through. You saw the senior security people were sent to Bomas, and then they were told the William Ruto is not an option. I feel that that was really the lowest, but the shortest stint, because the patriots, the heroes, Chebukati, Professor Gulie, and Molu saved the situation. If they didn't do so, we could be today speaking of a different Kenya.
According to Elgeyo Marakwet Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, a trusted ally of the son of Sugoi, investigations on the Bomas chaos are likely to commence after the president-elect is sworn into office. Security officers will also be in the spotlight on an incident that happened on the 14th of August that Murkomen says was part of the plot to ensure Ruto does not become president by abducting his allies.
I can tell you, our agents had been arrested by anti-terrorism unit. Our laptops have been confiscated. Chirchir was almost arrested by the same people, anti-terrorism unit. Kindiki was almost abducted from our party headquarters here by previous day with 3 Subaru cars that came here from the DCI, and I'm the one who took the pictures of the vehicles, and I shared on my social media. So, and that's how they ran away, they drove off. The point I'm trying to make is that there was a lot of scheme that I hope the investigative agencies will do something about it to subvert the will of the people. And Bomas would have been our Waterloo as a country.
The role of security personnel to intimidate and expose Ruto goes back to 2019 during the Lamada assassination plot allegations that caused tension in the government. The withdrawal of the General Service Unit guarding his official Karen residence in August 2021, replaced by administration police, was yet another sign of a man under siege in the very government he played a role to form.
It is true there were plans to assassinate maybe 1 or 2, so that one will either teach the others a lesson or cause sufficient fear to leave this agenda, to get away from William Ruto. And I can tell Kenyans that this information was given to us by people serving in the security system that were put together to execute those plans or implement those plans. And they felt uncomfortable to do that. You remember the Ramanda also. That was about William Ruto. Maybe if we use that, we could say there was also insecurity and things being planned. You know, because it's easy to plan to clear your deputy. When this failed, the team that had been put together was actually quickly, because they learned that there was a leakage. So they, dismantled that team.
His allies also point out at the murder of Sergeant Kipyegon Kenei, based at his office. The death of Sergeant Kenei became a political issue, despite the murder remaining unresolved to date.
The DCI Kinoti was working very hard to link the Deputy President with the murder of Kenei. When the story will be written, you will know how the DCI used money to pick some family members to speak as though they wanted to attack the Deputy President, because they were looking for ways to try to muddy the waters and to make sure that you link it to the Deputy President. The Aurora and Kimwarer, a lot of work was done. One of the public officers was asked to record a statement and say the Deputy President is the one who called me to say we pay this Kimwarer money so that we can use it to impeach the Deputy President. In fact, you remember how Munya walked from that place and insulted the Deputy President.
The intimidation culture, according to his insiders, spread its tentacles to his allies, who claimed there was a plot to assassinate them and their bodyguards.
The next thing they started thinking about is possibly to eliminate or kill. I think they were saying they would kill. Eliminate some of our either security men or personnel, you know, so that you see if your security guard is shot and you are together, obviously, and they are armed, then obviously you are completely insecure, you are completely vulnerable. That also leaked, and they then ran away from it. Obviously, like me, I've never told my security that that was a plan, but I came to know about it, but I didn't tell them. Soon thereafter, for them to be able to do these plans, they removed several of our security men from different members. I mean, we were left without security. Like I went for maybe 6 to 7 months